Uddhav Thackeray, who's turned an enemy, a betrayer, those words being used, a BAP versus BAP politics erupting, and on the other hand, you call up the MNS. So speculation is rife that if the rebel camp doesn't merge with the BJP, which most of the rebel MLAs don't want, will they need another identity, and will that identity be another political party from Mumbai that also shares the Hindutva image and also shares the name of Bhalla Thackeray, at least has the surname? That speculation and that buzz is the talk of the town in Mumbai, but we will have to wait and watch. As
Absolutely,
you can see,
that we'll know in a while from now.
This game of politics going right till the end.
It's 10:30. It's 10:30, and Anisha Mathur is standing by at the Supreme Court. The vacation bench is to hear Harish Salve representing the Shinde Sena. But I quickly want to, before I come to Anisha, I quickly want to cut across to Ashutosh Mishra, who joins us from Thane. And Ashutosh, this is in a way a show of strength even by the Shiv Sena, the Shinde Sena, who say we are the same Shiv Senics, we worship the same Bhalla Thackeray, and this is a game the two can play. Ashutosh.
Well, you know, the way Shiv Sena functions, so clearly one side where you're fighting the legal battle, other side the legislative battle, the war of optics, that also continues. Remember, it was the Shinde Sena which was aggressive, then back foot was the Sanjay Raut, Uddhav Thackeray Sena. Suddenly things just changed and Sanjay Raut became really aggressive. But here on the streets in Thane, which is Eknath Shinde's camp, the supporters have called a massive show of strength just here at Anand Ashram. And remember, Anand Dige, the very close, yet of perhaps the shadow of Bhalla Thackeray, the Shiv Sena's founder. Now Eknath Shinde belongs to his camp, and here that's exactly why they choose, you know, this place for the show of strength. And remember, it is just a circle of politics which is just repeating. In 1991, the Shiv Sena faction faced first rebel, and that was now, you know, when it is known that that was orchestrated by Sharad Pawar then, and it was Chhagan Bhujbal who carried out the rebel within Shiv Sena. Yet again in 2002, Anand Dige, the place of Thane, you know, the man of Thane, the shadow of Bhalla Thackeray, when there was first rebel in a local corporation, a local civic poll, and one Shiv Sainik cross-voted. Now the accusation is on Anand Dige that he murdered that rebel, and that's exactly why he's called Dharamveer. Just a month back, there's a movie in Thane, in Maharashtra, released a Marathi movie called Dharamveer, which is a biopic of Anand Dige. So that's the history of Shiv Sena, the entire circle of the first rebel in 1991. In 2022, we are seeing another rebellion within Shiv Sena, but this time the way it has dented, as you rightly said, around 7 to 8 ministers going all the way from Mumbai to Surat to Guwahati. That clearly puts the party on the back foot, because ultimately when it comes to legislative process or the legal battle, whenever there is order for the florid test, the only hope the Shiv Sena has at the moment is that we will at least take few numbers back. That will then back to Eknath Shinde. But when it comes to the control over the party, until your supporters come on the street, that makes you really on back foot. And what is happening is on the ground, Gaurav, that we are seeing that most of the Shiv Senics are very apprehensive. Those who are very close from the camps are aggressive, coming out on the street, be it the Uddhav Thackeray or the Eknath Shinde. But largely the millions of Shiv Sainik in Maharashtra are apprehensive about the future of the party and the leadership. And that perhaps they are choosing to stay silent, wait and watch. But those are very close. Remember, Eknath Shinde, stalwart leader of Thane.
This is fratricide within the Shiv Sena. One brother fighting with the other brother virtually on the streets of Maharashtra. Stay with me. This Maharashtra political drama continues to get murkier by the day. The fight between Uddhav Sena and the Shinde Sena, it rages as leaders remain locked in a war of words. Union Minister Rao Saab Danve has made a huge claim. He said that the Mahavikas Aghadi government is now on its last legs, and that they would be sitting in the opposition in a couple of days. He attacked the rebel Shiv Sena MP. He attacked the Uddhav Sena MP Sanjay Raut, saying that 40 rebel MLAs are in Guwahati. He attacked that statement, saying if they are not alive and their bodies come back, it will be very dangerous. Let's listen in.
हे जे 40 लोक तिकडे ते आहेत ना, ही जिवंत प्रेत आहेत, लक्षात घ्या. हे मुर्दे आहेत, त्यांच्या बॉड्या इकडे येणार आहेत, त्यांचा आत्मा मेलेला असेल, लटपटतायत तिकडे. हे 40 लोक जेव्हा उतरतील तेव्हा ते जिवंत नसतील मनानं, त्यांना माहिती आहे इथे ही जी आग पेटलेली आहे या आगीमध्ये काय होऊ शकेल. येऊन दाखवावं त्याने आणि प्रकाश सुरने तर येऊनच दाखवावं. माझं चॅलेंज आहे. जो लोग 40-40 साल से पार्टी में रहते हैं और भाग जाते हैं, उनका जमीर मर गया, आत्मा मर गया है, तो क्या बचता है? जिंदा लाश. जिंदा लाश, जिंदा कौमें, ये शब्द राम मनोहर लोहिया साहब का है. जिंदा कौमें 5 साल तक इंतजार नहीं करती. ये किसने कहा है? ये राम मनोहर लोहिया ने कहा. ये शब्द नया नहीं है महाराष्ट्र और देश के लिए, लेकिन समझ लीजिए आपकी जो बुद्धि है वो कुंठित हो गई. आपका संपर्क टूटा है समाज से, लोगों से, महाराष्ट्र से, लोगों से, इसलिए आप इस प्रकार का आरोप करते हो. मैंने किसी की आत्मा और भावना को ठेस पहुंचाने का प्रयास नहीं किया है. मैंने सिर्फ सत्यता कही है कि आपका जमीर मर गया है, इसलिए आपके सिर्फ आप जिंदा लाश बन गए.
मी केंद्रामध्ये मंत्री आहे, भैयासाहेब राज्यामध्ये मंत्री आहे. मला तर काय आता मंत्री होऊन 2.5 वर्ष झाले, 12-14 वर्ष तुम्हाला उरायले. तर 14 वर्षामध्ये तुम्ही जे जे केलं आणि अजून काही करायचं राहिलं तेवढं लवकर करून घ्या. वेळ निघून जायला आली. त्याच्यामुळं पुढच्या काळामध्ये जर तुम्हाला संधी पाहिजे असेल तर त्याचाही विचार आपल्याला करता येईल. पण जिल्ह्यामध्ये बऱ्याच गोष्टी अजून आपल्याला बाकी आहे. तर टोपे साहेब अजून मी 2-3 दिवस विरोधी पक्षात आहे आणि माझी बाजू मी तुमच्या पुढे मांडली पाहिजे.
So you heard Rao Damne Patil. He insists that the Mahavikas Aghadi government will remain only for the next couple of days and then they should prepare to sit in the opposition. What is the indication? We will discuss this with our reporters and analysts during the course of this broadcast. But speaking to India Today, Rebel MLA Deepak Kesarkar has made a big claim. He says there are more Shiv Sena netas who are waiting to jump ship and join the Shinde camp.
आज और विधायक जुड़ सकते हैं आपके खेमे के साथ?
हो सकते हैं, 1 या 2 आ सकते हैं और 2.
तो कुल संख्या कितनी हो जाएगी अब आपकी?
कल तो हम लोग 51 बने थे, अब 53 बन जाएंगे.
53 हो जाएंगे
और
आज.
और अगर हमारे 2 आ जाए तो फिर हमारा जो गुट है, मतलब जिसमें हम लोग बोलते कि पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी, तो वो पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी की संख्या ये 39 + 2 41 हो जाएगी.
There is now an ugly political war of words between Eknath Shinde and the Uddhav Thackeray camp that's erupted over who inherits Bhalla Thackeray's legacy. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, who's leading the fight back on behalf of Uddhav Thackeray, slammed the Eknath Shinde camp for using the name Shiv Sena Bhalla for their political and personal gains. Sanjay Raut said Sena MLAs don't change their father like the rebels do. He went on to say if rebels are actually devotees of Bhalla Sahib, they would not have stabbed the Shiv Sena and the Sena family. He said Eknath Shinde camp should not use Bhalla Sahib's name. Instead, use their own father's name to seek votes. The rebels have been trying to claim the legacy of the founder of Shiv Sena, accusing the Mahavikas Aghadi government of going soft on the party's Hindutva push. Earlier, Eknath Shinde, in a series of tweets, attacked Uddhav Thackeray and his government. He asked all the MLAs to save Bhalla Sahib's Shiv Sena. Even if rebel MLAs have to die, he said they would be ready to do so. He said if they die, they would consider it their destiny to save Bhalla Sahib's legacy.
आत्ताच मी एक भाषण मैंने भाषण ट्वीट किया गुलाबराव पाटिल का, देख लीजिए. वो खुद बोल रहा है बाप बदलने की भाषा. जो लोग बाप बदलते हैं उस बारे में उसने जो एक वक्तव्य किया है वो बहुत ही मार्गदर्शक है. वहां जो बैठे हैं गुवाहाटी में, उन सभी के लिए गुलाब पाटिल का जो मैंने एक स्पीच ट्वीट किया है वो बहुत ही मार्गदर्शक है. कैसे कैसे लोग अपना बाप बदल लेते हैं, बेईमान होते हैं, पार्टी में खाते हैं पीते हैं, बड़े होते हैं, अपना बाप बदल लेते हैं. हम बाप बदलने वाले में से नहीं है. ये भाषा गुलाबराव पाटिल की है, हमारी नहीं है.
So all eyes will now be on the Supreme Court. 10:30, vacation bench. Anisha, this is where this matter comes up. While the Shiv Sena says concept of 2/3 majority to avoid the anti-defection law applies only if there is a merger with another party. And this group, the Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, says they want to be recognized as a separate entity, claiming support of between 53 and 55 MLAs. Is that legally tenable? That's the question that the Supreme Court would be taking up.
Well, Gaurav, what the Supreme Court will be taking up is the question of what happens next. Now, remember, since 1998, when the UP issue had come up, since then there have been multiple precedents where the Supreme Court has said very clearly that who retains power in the House is something that has to be decided on the floor of the House. The numbers game as it stands, what happens, who votes for whom, will have to be decided via a floor test. And we've seen in the last several years in Goa, in Karnataka, in Maharashtra in 2019, in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, every single time the court has said very clearly that there has to be a floor test to determine who retains power and who has what numbers. As far as the other legal nuances are concerned, there definitely will be very detailed arguments on that today. First of all, being whether the disqualification proceedings against the rebel camp are valid or not. Because remember, the rebel camp, the Eknath Shinde camp, has been saying that they are not in fact rebels. They are part of the Shiv Sena. They are the legitimate elected members of the Shiv Sena, and they have the 2/3 majority of the elected members. So whatever they say has to go as far as the House proceedings are concerned. On the other side, of course, the Shiv Sena, head by Uddhav Thackeray, has said that these are not a legitimate breakaway faction. These are rebel MLAs that we have started disqualification proceedings against. They are indulging in anti-party activities. They are trying to merge with other parties, and that is why they should be disqualified. Now, the question before the court today is going to be on the very, very nuanced legal points. Could the disqualification notice be issued against these MLAs, particularly when these MLAs had also moved a resolution for the removal of the deputy speaker from his post? Now, if you look at the Arunachal case of 2016, the court had said very clearly that if the position of the speaker is under question, then disqualification proceedings cannot lie. So here we'll have to look at the timeline and exactly what has happened with regard to these disqualification proceedings. Secondly, what we also need to remember is that these MLAs have also challenged the party proceedings themselves. They said that the Ajay Chaudhary could not have been appointed as the legislative party leader because that position belongs to Eknath Shinde, as most of the MLAs of the party are supporting him.
Yes.
All of those, but ultimately will have to be decided on the floor of the House at who has the numbers. And as the Uddhav Thackeray faction has been saying very clearly, that if these people do not have a 2/3 majority, then they will not be able to carry their weight forward.
Numbers have to be decided on the floor of the House.
So
absolutely.
It all comes down to numbers.
Numbers, but can these 16 be disqualified before that floor test? That becomes the big challenge, and that is the aspect that Harish Salve would be arguing, and it will be a very interesting battle, Anisha. Harish Salve on one side and Abhishek Manu Singhvi of the Congress party representing the Shiv Sena here. We'll talk about that in greater detail. The arguments that will be put forward by both the sides. The Shiv Sena implosion has turned into a legacy war. Bhalla Thackeray's name and the party, both up for contention. Why? The Uddhav Sena says they are the real Shiv Sena and inheritors of Bhalla Thackeray. That's exactly the same thing that the Eknath Shinde Sena also says, that they are the ones who are taking forward Bhalla Thackeray's legacy, his Hindutva ideology and politics, which are going soft because Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray decided to side with the Congress and the NCP. Of course, Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he's also warned the rebels not to use Bhalla Thackeray's name.
Day 6 of Maharashtra political crisis. Fight for real Shiv Sena is heating up. Both Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena are defiant and looking at a prolonged war. India Today gets you the inside scoop on the Shinde camp's legal strategy. The Shinde camp has delayed its stay in Guwahati. According to sources, Shinde camp wanted at least 7 days to reply to the disqualification notice issued against them by the Deputy Speaker. Making a scathing counter-strike to the summons, the rebel MLAs called the Legislative Party leader, which was changed by Chief Minister Thackeray, illegal. Furthermore, Shinde camp said that Uddhav needed the support of at least 37 MLAs, which the faction lacks. On the very same ground, rebels may demand disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. Senior lawyers from Mumbai and Delhi are being consulted on this legal move. With Governor Koshyari back at Raj Bhavan, India Today also breaks down for you the possible strategies of the Shinde camp. Press for President's rule in the state, citing breakdown of law and order, with the Deputy Speaker issuing notice to the rebel MLAs for disqualification. The Shinde camp, backed by the BJP, can write to the governor asking for Speaker's polls. The rebel MLAs can join hands with the BJP and ask for a floor test. Amid the imploding political crisis, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut launched an all-out attack at Eknath Shinde and dared him to come to Mumbai.
नाम लेने की नौबत उन पर आ रही है बाला साहब ठाकरे और शिवसेना की। आप छोड़ गए हैं ना, तो अपने बाप का नाम दे दो। सभी ने जो जितने हैं अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ और अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगो।
Fearing growing vandalism and violence, the central government has given Y+ security to 15 rebel MLAs. Aditya Thackeray took a jibe at the central government's move.
प्रत्येक शिवसैनिक इथे उभा राहणार आहे, बघणार आहे. कदाचित ते CRPF लावतील, कदाचित आर्मी लावतील, कदाचित वरतून हेलिकॉप्टर आणतील, रणगाड्या आणतील. आणू द्या. मी त्या बंडखोरांना एकच चॅलेंज देतोय, चला या हाऊसमध्ये आणि माझ्या समोर बसा. उद्धव साहेबांच्या पण समोर नाही, माझ्या समोर बसा, पोतनी साहेबांच्या समोर बसा.
With Shiv Sena on rampage, governance has taken a back seat in Maharashtra. Shinde is flaunting numbers and Uddhav is consolidating power. The Mahayuddh for Bala Sahib's legacy has just begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
And let me now get you the latest updates related to these developments in Maharashtra. The Maharashtra political tussle is in Supreme Court. The apex court will hear petitions by rebel MLAs. Shinde clan, the Shinde Sena has challenged disqualification notice and Uddhav Thackeray's nominee Ajay Chaudhary as the Sena's legislature party leader. Big claim by Union Minister Rao Sahib Danve Patil. Rao Sahib Danve Patil has said that the Mahavikas Aghadi government will collapse in the next 2 to 3 days and the BJP will return to power. Maharashtra Navnirman Sena has claimed that Eknath Shinde spoke to MNS chief Raj Thackeray twice yesterday. According to the leader, rebel leaders spoke about the recent political developments in Maharashtra and also inquired about Raj Thackeray's health. Amidst the ongoing political tussle, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray will address a public gathering in Mumbai's Govandi area at 6 this evening. The Uddhav Thackeray-Eknath Shinde showdown is now on the streets of Maharashtra. Shinde supporters will put up a mega show of strength in Thane. So the latest developments in this big Maharashtra political crisis, from Guwahati to Delhi to Maharashtra, we will continue to get you more after a quick break. Back with the headlines and our top stories. Stay with us.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Uday and Mukherjee.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
Are watching India Today.
The vacation bench of the Supreme Court is to take up a petition by the Shinde Sena saying the disqualification notice sent by the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly is illegal. He himself is facing a no confidence. All that and much more. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Let's get started with the headlines on India Today. Maharashtra war of Senas set to echo in the Supreme Court. Deputy Speaker's writ challenged by the Shinde Sena by two separate petitions in the apex court. Shinde Sena and Uddhav Sena in a barb war over using Bhalla Thackeray's name. Sanjay Raut calls rebels living corpse, zinda lash. Shinde asks how can Bhalla Sena back those with links to Daud Ibrahim Kaskar. "39 Sena MLAs, including 8 ministers, swell the Shinde Sena ranks. Rebels claim Uddhav loyalist lawmakers are heading to Guwahati. Uddhav Thackeray now just has 16 MLAs supporting him." After NDA's Draupadi Murmu, opposition's Yashwant Sinha to file nomination papers today, but numbers stacked against the joint opposition candidate. Day 2 of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Germany visit after mega Indian diaspora outreach. The Prime Minister to attend G7 summit, host of bilateral meetings also lined up. It's Shiv Sena versus the Eknath Shinde Sena, and this drama is to play out in the Supreme Court shortly. The Bombay High Court has refused to entertain a plea against Eknath Shinde. The plea states that with 8 Sena ministers being outside Maharashtra, the work is getting adversely impacted. There are at least 8 Shiv Sena ministers who are a part of the Eknath Shinde Sena, and these include Eknath Shinde himself, Gulabrao Patil, Dada Bhose, Uday Sawant being the latest. He is the 9th to join the rebel camp. Abdul Sattar, Shambhuraje Desai and a number of others are currently a part of the Eknath Shinde Sena. Now, Deepak Kesarkar, rebel MLA in Guwahati, has told India Today that they have not just 2/3 support of Shiv Sena MLAs, but more. They claim the party, the name that they have sought for their faction of the Shiv Sena is Shiv Sena Bala Sahib, and they claim that they have the support of 39 Shiv Sena MLAs. There are others who are joining them, plus at least 9 others, and they're saying they will have between 54 to 55 MLAs as part of their group in the Maharashtra State Assembly, and that is why they want recognition as a separate entity. This matter will now be taken up in the Supreme Court, and India Today has the biggest team of reporters getting you the latest from Guwahati to Delhi to Mumbai to Thane. I quickly now want to cut across to India Today's Nalini Sharma joining us from the Supreme Court, and also with me is Pankaj Upadhyay from Mumbai. But Nalini, to you first, this matter becomes extremely interesting in the Supreme Court because the fate of the 16 rebel MLAs will actually in a way decide the fate of the Uddhav Thackeray government in Maharashtra.
There's no doubt about that, and what's very interesting to watch out for is that the Eknath Shinde faction that has approached the Supreme Court with these 2 petitions has left no stone unturned when it comes to challenging things before the top court, because they are hoping for a favorable order in their favor on literally any aspect of this entire crisis that has been going on in Maharashtra. So even though it's commonly believed that when you are filing a petition before a court of law, the more specific and the more streamlined the petition is, the better chance you have to get some relief. But the Eknath Shinde camp seems to have gone the other way when it comes to their legal strategy, and they have challenged pretty much everything under the sun, so that in case they can't get relief on one aspect, they have the chance to push the court or press for a relief on another aspect. They've challenged the disqualification notice. They're asking for a stay on that. They've challenged the rejection of the no confidence motion that was passed by the Deputy Speaker. They've also gone ahead and said that no disqualification proceedings can be conducted till the time this no confidence motion is decided in finality. And along with that, they've also gone ahead and challenged the appointment of the legislative party leader of the Shiv Sena in the form of Ajay Chaudhary. So every aspect has been brought before the court by the Shinde faction, which means that the Supreme Court today, the bench hearing the matter, is going to be looking at a more comprehensive picture of the entire crisis that is going on in Maharashtra. It's not going to be looking at any one particular point. It's going to be looking at what the complete picture is. Another important aspect, Gaurav, is that the entire battle before the Supreme Court is not going to be played on numbers. It's not going to matter which faction has how many MLAs in their camp, because the Supreme Court's not going to ask anyone to prove the numbers that they have. What the Supreme Court's going to look into are the legalities and the procedural aspects of things, and see who is standing at least in the right as of now. It's going to be a battle between India's top lawyers before the Supreme Court. All the top legals are going to be presenting one or the other party. We're going to have Harish Salve, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Kapil Sibal, Neeraj Kishan, and of course the Solicitor General himself, who is going to be appearing for the Union of India. So it's expected to be a firecracker of a hearing today, which we can expect will begin in another 45 minutes to an hour from now. The bench is already assembled, and we are awaiting for the matter to come up before the bench so that the hearing can officially kick off.
Firecracker of a hearing, because you have some of India's biggest legal eagles in court, not on numbers but on the legal and procedural aspect of what's happening in Maharashtra. Stay with me. Pankaj Upadhyay also joins me from Mumbai. And Pankaj, this petition that was filed in the Bombay High Court, saying 8 ministers away, government work is suffering. What was the prayer? Why did the court refuse to entertain it?
Gaurav, the fact remains at this point of time, at least 8 ministers of the MVS Sarkar are now with the rebel Eknath Shinde camp. This includes Ajay Chaudhary as well, the higher education minister that shifted his loyalties yesterday and marched over to Guwahati. Now, this is shocking because he is considered to be a Aditya Thackeray confidant as well. And now what my colleague Vidya is getting from the Bombay High Court is that this petition had been filed by people from across the Maharashtra, areas like Buldhana, Mumbai, Pune and Thane. And the plea stated that with 8 Sena ministers being outside Maharashtra, the work in various areas that is under the expertise of the various ministers is getting impacted. 8 ministers are not in Mumbai, and therefore the Chief Justice has now said that he would be giving a separate date. Now, Shiv Sena maintains that they are one, and even though many people are shifting their loyalties and moving over to Guwahati, Shiv Sena maintains that they are still in touch with 10 to 15 of the MLAs, and that once the rebel camp comes to Mumbai, the tide is going to change and all these 15 MLAs are going to have a change of heart, and they are yet again going to show their loyalties to Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray. At the same time, Shiv Sena also maintains, interestingly, that the rebel camp is also getting in touch with many member of parliaments, because it is believed that after the MLAs, the Eknath Shinde camp will try and get in touch with a member of parliament so that they can try and wrest control over the party as well. Sanjay Rao, chief spokesperson of the Shiv Sena at this point of time, maintains that they have realized that efforts are being made by Eknath Shinde camp to get in touch with the member of parliaments as well, but out of 18 member of parliaments, the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray Sena here, commands the loyalty of at least 16. The 2 remaining are, of course, Bhavna Gauli, who was facing the ED heat for quite some time, and of course, Eknath Shinde's son as well. Barring these 2, Shiv Sena maintains that it has the loyalty and support of 16 member of parliaments, and that it is fighting the battle at every front. Especially, it says that it is legally fortified, and it maintains that the splinter group will not be able to escape the anti-defection law just by maintaining that they have 2/3 of majority. They say that the Shinde camp is interpreting the law in a very incorrect fashion. Unless, of course, they merge, they cannot escape anti-defection.
Very interesting, these legal points, and we have some of the best legal eagles who would be arguing their cases in the Supreme Court. Abhishek Manu Singhvi represents the Uddhav Sena in Supreme Court, and you have Salve, who will be leading the charge on behalf of the Eknath Shinde Sena. Now, this Maharashtra political crisis is in Supreme Court. The Shinde camp, as Nalini was just telling us, they filed 2 petitions in the Supreme Court. They've challenged the move by the Shiv Sena in the wake of this rebellion. The Shinde Sena has challenged the disqualification notice by Shiv Sena and the rejection of the no trust motion against the Deputy Speaker who initiated these disqualification procedure. Shinde camp has objected to the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as the legislature party leader. Senior lawyer Salve will represent the rebel group in the Supreme Court. Congress leader and lawyer Abhishek Manu Singhvi represents the Shiv Sena. Nalini joins us from Supreme Court. Vidya joins us from Mumbai for more on this. The disqualification notice that's been sent out to the 16 rebels, Nalini, says they need to respond by 5 p.m. today. If their answer is not satisfactory, is there an apprehension that they could be disqualified today itself, or the Deputy Speaker will apply his mind, take some time? And is that why the Eknath Shinde Sena is seeking some kind of an order from the Supreme Court today by 5 p.m. itself?
Well, Gaurav, specifically talking about the disqualification proceedings, it's going to be very interesting how this plays out. And I'm glad you asked me this question. Let me explain to you why. Because although the Shinde faction has moved the Supreme Court stating that the disqualification proceedings should not be conducted, and their basis for saying that is that because the no confidence motion that they had moved against the Deputy Speaker, they've challenged that itself, saying that that should be decided in finality first. But because they're asking for a stay stay on the notice that has been issued to them regarding the disqualification proceedings, the question that becomes is whether or not the Supreme Court is even going to entertain this. Because remember, Gaurav, the 10th schedule specifically, which talks about anti-defection law under which these disqualification proceedings are being conducted, specifically states that there is no jurisdiction of the court when it comes to disqualification proceedings. The only limited aspect in which a court can entertain a matter arising out of disqualification proceedings is when a final order has been given by the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker, as is this case, on the issue of disqualification. So only after the Deputy Speaker decides whether or not these MLAs should or should not be disqualified is when the Supreme Court can enter the picture and then do a judicial review of this order of the Deputy Speaker. But at the stage of issuance of notice, when the proceedings have not been conducted, it is very difficult that the Supreme Court will actually go ahead and entertain this. But considering that their basis for asking for a stay on the disqualification proceedings is their no confidence motion, and they are stating that the no confidence motion was not decided fairly by the Deputy Speaker, it becomes interesting to see how the Supreme Court is going to interpret it. Their, of course, petition has a very large ambit. Like I stated, they have spoken about every single aspect of this crisis that we've been seeing playing out in Maharashtra for the past several days. But how many of these aspects are the lawyers going to push for? What their priorities are going to be? What is going to be the first relief that they're going to ask for from Supreme Court? And most importantly, to what extent the Supreme Court is going to indulge these lawyers is all something we'll know only once this matter plays out.
It's a very interesting legal battle that's actually going to be waged in the Supreme Court in a while from now, and Nalini is reporting from Ground Zero. Stay with me, Nalini. I want to cut across to Vidya in Mumbai. So Vidya, this battle is not only being fought in courts, it's actually being fought on grounds. And while you have the Shiv Sena or the Shiv Seniks out on the streets, you also have Eknath Shinde's loyalists on the streets in Thane. Are they also out in other parts of Maharashtra? Because they claim that they are the same Shiv Sena, same Shiv Seniks, and follow the ideology of the same Bhalla Thackeray.
Well, Gaurav, they have not really distanced themselves from the party. They have been saying all along that they do not have any issues with Uddhav Thackeray or the party per se. They have been very clear that the only issue that they have is with the party joining hands with the Congress and the NCP, against whom they have been fighting. In fact, yesterday itself, last night, we had seen Eknath Shinde tweet, that there are allegations against Anil Deshmukh, a prominent lawyer who was a prominent minister who was actually a minister in the MVA government. There was allegations against Nawab Malik of, having connections with the underworld. With these people having severe allegations, why should the party continue having its association with these NCP leaders is something that the Eknath Shinde camp has been vociferously asking for. In fact, at this juncture, there are protests happening in Thane in large number where people have collected, and they are protesting on the street, trying to show the strength that the party still has, that the Eknath Shinde camp still has over the protests that have happened in and around Mumbai by the people supporting Uddhav Thackeray. So Sena factions, different factions against each other, trying to show the show of strength really happening on the streets per se. But at the moment, what really happens in the court could determine what would be the ground reality in the Maharashtra politics here on.
Very interesting you say that, and stay with me both Vidya in Mumbai and also Nalini at the Supreme Court, because this is actually a fratricidal war. It's a war between brothers. It's a war between the same family of the Shiv Sena. And what is the Supreme War all about? Let's now get you aspects of this. There is a disqualification notice. Now, the Shinde Sena or the Eknath Shinde faction has challenged the disqualification notice that has been issued to 16 MLAs. They've also challenged the rejection of the no trust move by the Deputy Speaker, saying that we'd already sought disqualification. Two independent MLAs had said that they have no trust in the impartiality of the Deputy Speaker. While that notice had already been sent, could the Deputy Speaker Narhari Zarwal have sent a notice to 16 Shiv Sena MLAs? That again is the second question. Not just that, Uddhav Thackeray's nominee as the Sena leader in Ajay Chaudhary in the Shiv Sena legislature party, that too has been challenged because the rebels say, how can the minority group, 16 MLAs with Uddhav Thackeray, 39 MLAs with Eknath Shinde camp, they say that they had elected Eknath Shinde as the legislature party leader. How can the minority group decide who the leader would be? This is their plea in the Supreme Court. And I want to bring in Paulami Saha, who joins us from Guwahati. Paulami, in a while from now. So we heard Sanjay Raut. He gave his side of the story. He spoke of this Zinda Lash, living corpses, those who are in Guwahati. But how are they responding to this aspect and the aspect that there are other rebels waiting to join them?
Well, as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned and the camp here at Radisson Blu is concerned, they do realize that the critical part of their battle is going to be the legal battle. When that matter, the writ petitions, the two of the petitions that have been filed, one by Eknath Shinde and one by Mr. Bharat Gogavle in the Supreme Court, is taken up around or post-lunch this afternoon. The deadline for them is very, very short. Remember, the deadline to respond to the summons issued to them as far as those disqualification notices is concerned ends at 5:30 p.m. today. So they're hoping that a Supreme Court order comes in before that, which basically puts a stay on the disqualification notices which have been moved against them, also puts a stay on the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as leader of the legislative party, and allows for Eknath Shinde to continue as the leader of the legislative party of the Shiv Sena. As far as the morale is concerned, that has been on a high, especially with more and more numbers coming in to Hotel Radisson Blu. Of course, they suffered two initial setbacks when Nitin Deshmukh and Kailash Patil had in fact returned from Surat, from Guwahati in Nitin Deshmukh's case to Mumbai and joined the Uddhav Thackeray faction again. But since then, the numbers here at Radisson Blu have only swelled, and they're hoping that it stays that way, and they're hoping that more MLAs could possibly join in. A couple of names have already done the rounds. One of those is that of Sunil Raut, who's dismissed the rumour at the moment, but it remains to be seen because the Eknath Shinde camp sounds extremely confident that their numbers are going to grow. And in fact, Deepak Kesarkar has gone on to say that it's possible that their total numbers could be touching 51 as well by the end of this entire drama.
In fact, 51, just a short while back, Deepak Kesarkar apparently said 53, could even be 55. Stay with me for a moment. But for a moment, let's look at how these numbers are stacking up. Let me now get you numbers in the Maharashtra State Legislative Assembly, or at least these are claims. Numbers are always proven on the floor of the House. But Uddhav Sena, those who support Uddhav Thackeray, that number remains 16 as of now. So Uddhav Sena's numbers are 16. The BJP remains the single largest party with 106. The NCP, they say their house intact with 55. The Congress, they insist their house intact with 44. It's the rebel MLAs that becomes extremely interesting. This is the Shinde Sena. Shinde Sena have 39. They also claim the support of another 9. The majority mark 143, and in the total strength of 285. And very clearly, the Shinde Sena say we should be recognized as a separate group in the Maharashtra State Assembly. Deepak Kesarkar, MLA of the Shiv Sena rebel faction, he says that apart from 39 plus 9, they say that they want to be recognized as a separate group within the assembly and want the name of Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. Now, this war of words in the Shiv Sena, this implosion that's taking place in the Shiv Sena, it's led to a legal face-off. The rebels say they have the support of 2/3 of Shiv Sena MLAs. They have another 9. They are a very effective group in themselves, and they have effective control of the Shiv Sena party. They are the real Shiv Sena. And they are the ones who are taking the legacy of Bala Sahib Thackeray, the Hindutva of Bala Sahib Thackeray forward. The Shiv Sena has hit back, saying, if you think that you are taking that legacy forward, think again. Take your own father's name. We bring you a ground report.
After claims versus counterclaims, vandalism, threat, and open rivalry, the Shiv Sena implosion is getting uglier. Sena bleeding MLAs by each passing moment now eyes a full-fledged, multi-pronged counter-strike. Disqualification of rebels and a legal war to reclaim them. Shiv Sena, clearly lacking numbers, is lawyering up, challenging the two-third majority claim of Shinde camp, saying it is valid only if the group merges with another party and aiming to disqualify them.
बहुत सारी मीडिया में ये चर्चा आ रही है कि हम लोगों के पास 2/3 है एंड देयरफॉर डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं लगता है. ये यू कैन आस्क एनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉयर दैट दिस इज टोटली रॉन्ग. द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ 2/3 applies only if there is a merger.
We have initiated legal action against them, and accordingly the notices of disqualification have been served to some of the members. Around 16 members we have already served the notice.
Ally NCP and seasoned troubleshooter Sharad Pawar is standing in solidarity.
Mr. Uddhav Thackeray to take appropriate decision. They have unanimously taken decision. We fully support Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. So if this is happening, that means anybody might be trying to capture authority, but they will not succeed.
The Shinde camp has already drawn up its political strategy. After a hush-hush late-night meeting with BJP's Devendra Fadnavis, the Shinde Sena is bracing for a long haul in both assembly and in court with its own battery of lawyers. The Shinde faction questions any punitive move by Uddhav, pointing out that the CM is leading a minority government. The rebels, calling themselves the real Shiv Sena, are also for disqualification of Uddhav loyalist MLAs. An inkling of the rebels' future course came when Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari referred to them as Shiv Sena MLAs, while seeking security for them from State DGP. With Sahil Joshi in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today has the biggest and the most experienced team of reporters on ground from Mumbai to Delhi to Guwahati. Take a look on your television screens. I have Paulami joining me, I have Nalini joining me, Vidya and Pankaj on this big story. We'll go to our reporters for the latest developments. This Maharashtra political drama continues to get murkier by the day. This fight between Uddhav Sena and the Shinde Sena, it's raging in courts, it's raging on the ground, and there is this bitter war of words. It's a war of the narratives. In midst of this, Union Minister Rao Sahib Danve Patil has made a big claim. He said the MVA government is on its last legs and that they would sit in the opposition in just a couple of days. Now, attacking the rebel faction, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut said that these 40 rebel MLAs who are in Guwahati currently, they are a zinda lash. What does that mean? He's of course clarified that aspect of being a zinda lash. Is that a threat, as some in the rebel camp seem to argue? He went on to say that the post-mortem of these soulless bodies will be done directly in the assembly. Countering Raut, rebel faction leader Eknath Shinde said if they have to die to save Bala Saheb Thakray's Shiv Sena legacy and the ideology of Hindutva, they would do so. They would consider it their honor. Launching a scathing attack on the NCP, Shinde asked how can Bala Saheb Thakray's Shiv Sena support someone who has a direct connection with Daud Ibrahim, who killed innocent Mumbaikars in the 1993 Mumbai blast. Incidentally, more than 257 innocent Mumbaikars were killed in the 1993 Mumbai serial blast. More than 700 were injured. And I quickly now want to cut across to India Today's team of reporters on this aspect. Vidya, the fact that Sanjay Raut says, ye zinda lash hai, is that a threat?
Well, it's certainly a threat, but remember, this is the language that Shiv Sena has always used. Shiv Sena, especially, Bal Thackeray himself has used such languages, which his followers have, of course, used at times like crisis like this. That such words do come out of most of the Shiv Senics that we have heard. In fact, a lot of threat has already been meted out in the last 4 to 5 days that we were there outside Shiv Sena Bhavan. Most of the Shiv Senics use such languages, saying that let those people come, we'll show them what it is, what a true Shiv Senic is. The fact that Sanjay Raut, when he said these words, the people who he was addressing laughed and enjoyed the entire, whatever he was saying. So it certainly goes on to show that, according to the Shiv Senic, it's really nothing much. And but of course, the kind of language that is being used would certainly, is quite questionable compared to people when rest of the Mumbaikars have been asking what is this being said about the MLAs.
Okay, and interesting that he should ask Polemi, Eknath Shinde should ask, how can Bala Saheb Thackre's Shiv Sena be with those who sided with Daud Ibrahim Kaskar, considering he himself was a part of the same alliance for close to 2.5 years?
That's right. In fact, many questions that are being posed by Eknath Shinde through his Twitter handle, one of the latest being, how can you sit side by side with Chakhan Bhujbal in the government, someone who had put Balasaheb Thackeray behind bars? And that is a question which is being asked by former Shiv Sena MLA Subhash Samne. A video bite again tweeted out by Eknath Shinde yesterday. Of course, he tweeted about the fact that how can you join hands with those who have direct links and connections with Daud Ibrahim, who was responsible for killing Mumbaikars in multiple and serial blasts in the city of Mumbai. So what Eknath Shinde is doing over here, Gaurav, is clearly trying to build a perception that this Mahavikas Aghadi is an absolutely unnatural alliance. It's an unholy alliance, that the Shiv Sena should have gone and joined hands with the NCP and the Congress, who are not its natural ideological partners. In fact, some of these parties have in fact opposed the Shiv Sena tooth and nail, and even in fact been behind some of the arrests made in the Shiv Sena, actions taken against the Shiv Sena and Shiv Senics in the past. So he's building a perception, saying these are the wrong partners, and I've been saying so, and the right partners for us to be in government with would be the Bharatiya Janata Party. Gaurav.
Interesting, because Rao Saab Danve Patil, and I want to bring in Ritvik Bhalekar also, who joins us on the broadcast. Ritvik, how is Rao Saab Danve Patil's statement being taken that this government is now on its last legs?
Yes, we can see that since last whole week, the political crisis which is happening in Maharashtra, none of the BJP leaders utter a word. They have not given any reaction on it. But now, after Shinde camp has approached Supreme Court and challenged the appointment of whip leader of group by Uddhav camp, and the objection and the rejection taken for the disqualification of the MLAs, a senior most leader from BJP and Central Minister Rao Saab Danve's statement stands very important. What he's saying is, after approaching the Supreme Court, all the steps taken by the Uddhav camp are gonna challenge, and they'll be not be withstanding on the terms of laws. So we'll really have to say what Supreme Court has to say about the thing which Shinde camp is telling them, and also will the proceedings which are happening in Maharashtra Assembly are gonna challenge, can Supreme Court overrule that, and what next Uddhav camp will be going to do. Gaurav.
Very, very interesting, and the question remains, with each passing day, is Uddhav Thackeray actually getting weaker? Uddhav Thackeray, incidentally, is to address his party workers this evening. That would be around 6 o'clock in Govandi. But what is the Uddhav Sena or the Shiv Sena's strategy? They're using the Deputy Speaker's office. Why are they using the Deputy Speaker's office? To dangle the disqualification sword. It's only on 16 now. If 16 are disqualified, what happens to the others? Will they come rushing back? Will they actually put pressure on the 39 Shiv Sena MLAs, or at least a majority of them, so that they come back to the Shiv Sena fold? At least that's their aim. They are saying, and Sanjay Raut has said it in as many words, there are others who've said it, that while Uddhav Thackeray was having a meeting with Sharad Pawar at Matoshri, they were in touch with at least 10 Shiv Sena MLAs who are currently in Guwahati. So their aim is to secure them, to get them back to Mumbai, offer them to leave the camp of Eknath Shinde. Now, what is it that Shinde Sena intends to do? The Shinde Sena is actually trying to get the rebels, they're trying to get the loyalists of Uddhav Thackeray to come to their camp. Stage a public show of strength. Press, perhaps even for dissolution of the assembly if it doesn't work out in their favor. But use BJP's support to the hilt is the strategy of the Shinde Sena. Because the Shinde Sena say they have the numbers, they are the real Shiv Sena. Why are they claiming to be the real Shiv Sena? They say of the 55 Shiv Sena MLAs, 39 or maybe even 40 are with them. They also have the support of at least 9 independent MLAs as of now. More support is coming their way. Deepak Kesarkar, the rebel Shiv Sena MLA, has said that there will be a group that will be at least 53 to 55 strong on their own. They are legally challenging the Deputy Speaker's writ, saying it's bad in law. 2 independent MLAs had already moved for having no confidence in the Deputy Speaker. How could he then issue a notice of disqualification for 16? And they've taken this fight to the Supreme Court. They are saying that we are the real Shiv Sena, we have the real numbers, is what the Shinde Sena say, and they're waiting for a more opportune moment for their show of strength to prove that the Uddhav Thackeray government is actually in a minority. Use the numbers to the hilt. Their biggest challenge remains to ensure that numbers stay with them. So there is this very ugly political war of words that's on between the Eknath Shinde Sena and the Uddhav Thackeray camp, and that's erupted over Bhalla Thackre's legacy. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, who's leading the fight back on behalf of Uddhav Thackeray, slammed Eknath Shinde faction for using the name of Bhalla Thackeray and his legacy for their personal and political gains.
निवडणूक आयुक्तांकडे केलं
आत्ताच मी एक भाषण मैंने भाषण ट्वीट किया गुलाबराव पाटिल का, देख लीजिए। वो खुद बोल रहा है बाप बदलने की भाषा। जो लोग बाप बदलते हैं उस बारे में उसने जो एक वक्तव्य किया है वो बहुत ही मार्गदर्शक है। वहां जो बैठे हैं गुवाहाटी में, उन सभी के लिए गुलाब पाटिल का जो मैंने एक स्पीच ट्वीट किया है वो बहुत ही मार्गदर्शक है। कैसे कैसे लोग अपना बाप बदल लेते हैं, बेईमान होते हैं, पार्टी में खाते हैं पीते हैं बड़े होते हैं और अपना बाप बदल लेते हैं। हम बाप बदलने वाले में से नहीं है। ये भाषा गुलाबराव पाटिल की है, हमारी नहीं है।
And I want to bring in my colleague Vidya for more on this in Mumbai. Vidya, on the streets of Mumbai, how is this panning out? How are Shiv Senics reacting to this brother versus brother fratricidal war?
Well, most of the Shiv Senics, those who are loyal to the Shiv Sena party per se. In fact, some of the last night when I was here, and some of the women wing of the Shiv Sena from Thane, which is actually seeing the biggest fight, where Eknath Shinde is claiming stake over most of the Shiv Sena supporters. They had actually come here to meet Uddhav Thackeray, and they said very clearly they are with Uddhav Thackeray. In fact, most of these people, when I asked them that, they say that they are still with the party. When I asked them about, whether they should really, the Shiv Sena should really go with the BJP or should it go with the current government that it is with the Congress and the NCP, they never express their opinion. They always say that they are with the decision that is taken by Uddhav Thackeray. Whatever Thackeray says, that is acceptable to them. They will go with whatever he says. So that is something that most Shiv Senics across the party line, various ranks of the party have been stating, who are still sticking around here. Remember, we have seen protests in Kurla, in Dadar, in Thane as well, in Nasik, Kolhapur. You know, various districts across Maharashtra have seen this infighting between the Sena members themselves. But even now, those who are with the party, especially in Mumbai, do swear by the Thackeray name and state that whatever Uddhav Thackeray says, they would go with it.
Okay, so they will go with the Thackeray name. Ritvik Bhalekar, is this then a huge challenge for the Eknath Shinde faction to keep their stock together, to keep their numbers together for a floor test? Because Sanjay Raut has made it very clear, the moment these 39-40 Shiv Sena MLAs come back to Mumbai, the story will change and the Mahavikas Aghadi government will survive, Ritvik.
Yes, Gaurav, looking at the rapid turn of events, we can say that more the time Uddhav camp is buying by getting Shinde and BJP entangled in this legal battle, the more time they are getting, the more difficult it is getting for Shinde camp to keep their flocks intact, because the news were coming in that there were some disagreements between the MLAs who were gone there. They were told that they will form a faction, a different faction, which will be under the name of Shiv Sena party. They'll be claiming the symbol of the party, which is bow and arrow, and they need not join any party, or they need not do any merger with any like BJP or Prahar Sanghatna, which is also with the Shinde camp right there. And now we've also heard that Shinde had a talk with Raj Thackeray yesterday, the MNS party chief. So that says a lot, that they are finding ways to merge the party, or are they finding options what next needed to be done. But there are some ministers there and there are some MLAs there who are not ready and who are disagreeing to the fact that they will not join any party. Because if we see the history of Shiv Sena, whenever a rebel MLA has joined any another party, it becomes very difficult for him to get re-elected in his constituency, because the symbol bow and arrow, the Shiv Sainiks are very loyal to the party, the voters are very loyal to the symbol. So it has become a difficult point now to keep this flock together, and maybe that's the reason Uddhav camp
Ritvik,
is
stay with
trying
me
to
for
buy
a
more
moment.
and
Some
more
activity taking place at the house at Devendra Fadnavis's residence in Mumbai, and Paras Dama is joining us for more on the story. Paras, this meeting in Devendra Fadnavis's residence, after what Rao Sahab Danve Patil indicated that this MVA government will only remain for the next couple of days. What is the writing on the wall? What's happening?
That soul will go away. Gaurav, this is the fourth day where continuously we are seeing action at Devendra Fadnavis house, Sagar. Maharashtrian MLAs, BJP Maharashtra MLAs are continuously coming here for the meeting. The senior leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party, Ashish Shelar, Praveen Darekar, and many more are visiting Devendra Fadnavis house. This is the scenario from last 4 days, and it is very important to see what's the topic today of the discussion. As we had seen few days ago, there was a discussion and the meeting was about the disqualification of 16 MLAs, which was given by Shiv Sena to Deputy Speaker Narhari. So there are different topics Bharatiya Janata Party is taking, and they are doing a meeting regarding this all political scenario which is happening in Mumbai and Maharashtra. Probably Bharatiya Janata Party is playing a silent game right now. If we ask any of the leader about what is happening, they never answer. They had said we are just waiting and watching what is happening right now. So Bharatiya Janata Party is on defensive mode right now. But yesterday we had seen Rao Sahab Danve saying that bas ab 3 din hai, 3 din ke baad hum vipaksh mein nahi rahenge. That's a big statement from a very senior leader. So we can expect something is happening inside this very house, Sagar Bungalow, where continuously BJP senior leaders and Maharashtra, Bharatiya Janata Party Maharashtra's MLAs are visiting.
Okay. So what will happen here remains interesting in the days to come. But Nalini, right now, as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, and it could still be some time before the matter is taken up. It's there are other cases that the vacation bench is hearing initially. So how much time do we expect? It's 11:40 right now. A couple of hours pre-lunch or post-lunch, and the limited issue will remain whether procedure has been followed and not the real action taken in terms of disqualification notice being sent to the MLAs?
Well, Gaurav, the latest that it's coming in right now is that item number 7 is being heard by the vacation bench of the Supreme Court, and the Maharashtra petitions are only item numbers 34 and 35. So it is expected that it will be a while before the matter is taken up. In all probability, post 2 p.m., post lunch is when the vacation bench is likely to hear the matter. Also because we are expecting it to be a slightly longer hearing, even though it's the first hearing today. So that's possibly why the bench might take it up at the absolute end, so that they don't have any other matters to deal with. The most important thing to watch out for, of course, is going to be what the interim order passed by the Supreme Court is going to be. Because this is going to be a long drawn out legal battle, there's no doubt about that. But this stopgap arrangement through the interim order that will be put in place is going to ultimately decide in whose favor the scales weigh. And I'm just going to get one of our colleagues, Kanu, who also closely tracks the Supreme Court, for a quick input. Kanu, what are we expecting from the hearing today? It's the first hearing that's coming up before the Supreme Court. What do you think is going to happen?
See, Nalini, this is going to be the first hearing today. So nothing apart from the notices being formal notices being issued to both the sides will be there. And also, going by the precedents in the case, whatever happened in Karnataka or in the earlier cases, the Supreme Court has clearly said that they wanted to, prove the majority at the floor of the House. So most likely the order will be on the notices and proving the majority.
So Gaurav, like we heard, there is going to be no political battle that's going to be played out in the Supreme Court. The political battle is going to be in the floor of the House where the numbers are going to be proven, and the legal battle is going to be before the Supreme Court. Maybe another couple of hours before the hearing begins, but lots to watch out for, and we're going to keep you updated on what's happening here.
And all eyes remain on the Supreme Court today. Intense gaze on what the apex court will do, because that will very clearly decide the next course of action as far as Maharashtra, events in Maharashtra or Guwahati are concerned. The Shiv Sena implosion, and it's virtually an implosion in the party with 2/3 of party MLAs forming a separate group. It's now turned into a legacy war, because both the factions say we are the real inheritors of Bhalla Thackre's legacy, and that's up in the air. Uddhav Thackeray, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he's warned the rebels not to use Bhalla Thackeray's name. He said if you've left the party, if you've left Bhalla Sahib's party, then you take your own father's name, is what Shiv Sena says. Listen in.
Day 6 of Maharashtra political crisis. Fight for real Shiv Sena is heating up. Both Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena are defiant and looking at a prolonged war. India Today gets you the inside scoop on the Shinde camp's legal strategy. The Shinde camp has delayed its stay in Guwahati. According to sources, Shinde camp wanted at least 7 days to reply to the disqualification notice issued against them by the Deputy Speaker. Making a scathing counter-strike to the summons, the rebel MLAs called the Legislative Party leader, which was changed by Chief Minister Thackeray, illegal. Furthermore, Shinde camp said that Uddhav needed the support of at least 37 MLAs, which the faction lacks. On the very same ground, rebels may demand disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. Senior lawyers from Mumbai and Delhi are being consulted on this legal move. With Governor Koshyari back at Raj Bhavan, India Today also breaks down for you the possible strategies of the Shinde camp. Press for precedence rule in the state, citing breakdown of law and order, with the Deputy Speaker issuing notice to the rebel MLAs for disqualification. The Shinde camp, backed by the BJP, can write to the governor asking for Speaker's polls. The rebel MLAs can join hands with the BJP and ask for a floor test. Amid the imploding political crisis, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut launched an all-out attack at Eknath Shinde and dared him to come to Mumbai.
नाम लेने की नौबत उन पर आ रही है बाला साहब ठाकरे और शिवसेना की। आप छोड़ गए हैं ना, तो अपने बाप का नाम दे दो। सभी ने जो जितने हैं अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ और अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगो।
Fearing growing vandalism and violence, the central government has given Y+ security to 15 rebel MLAs. Aditya Thackeray took a jibe at the central government's move.
प्रत्येक शिवसैनिक इथे उभा राहणार आहे, बघणार आहे. कदाचित ते CRPF लावतील, कदाचित आर्मी लावतील, कदाचित वरतून हेलिकॉप्टर आणतील, रणगाड्या आणतील. आणू द्या. मी त्या बंडखोरांना एकच चॅलेंज देतोय, चला या हाऊसमध्ये आणि माझ्या समोर बसा. उद्धव साहेबांच्या पण समोर नाही, माझ्या समोर बसा, पोतनी साहेबांच्या समोर बसा.
With Shiv Sena on rampage, governance has taken a backseat in Maharashtra. Shinde is flaunting numbers and Uddhav is consolidating power. The Mahayuddh for Bhala Sahib's legacy has just begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
The situation is extremely difficult even for Uddhav Thackeray. Of course, 39 MLAs have rebelled. They formed a separate group. There are 8 to 9 independents who've come, and this entire group, according to Deepak Kesarkar, their numbers would be 53 to 55 on the floor of the House, and they would be able to prove it. But a bigger aspect is the numbers, the ministers who've rebelled, and they're the ones who are very close to the chief minister. Eknath Shinde is actually the number 2 man. Eknath Shinde was also minister for urban development. He's rebelled against Uddhav Thackeray. Gulab Rao Patil, minister for water supplies. Dada Bhuse, he minister for agriculture. Again, these are people who are considered very, very close to Uddhav Thackeray. Sandeepan Bhumre is MOS for horticulture. He's rebelled. Abdul Sattar is MOS for revenue. Shambhuraj Desai, MOS home. And of course, rural, handling the rural areas. I mean, he's rebelled. Bachu Kadu has rebelled. He's MOS school education. Rajendra Patil, MOS public health, has rebelled. And the moment Uddhav Thackeray actually issued a threat to all the rebels saying that if you leave me and go, there will be trouble, Uday Samant, who was sitting close to him, he next day has now reached Guwahati, Minister for Technical Education, and he's rebelled. The claim by the Eknath Shinde camp is there are others who are waiting in the wings. They too will come. Only 16 will remain with Uddhav Thackeray. Now, trouble mounts for Uddhav Thackeray as another Maharashtra minister has joined the rebel camp, and we were talking about Uday Samant. Uday Samant was actually considered very close to Aditya Thackeray. He reached the rebel camp in Guwahati, making the rebel camp numbers 12. Of course, there are some who say that they are emissaries. They've gone with the blessings of Uddhav Thackeray and they've gone to the rebel camp to bring at least 10 to 12 MLAs back so that the 2/3 majority number is breached. We bring you a ground report.
War of Sena escalates. Yet another big jolt to Uddhav. Rebel faction swells. As the Shiv Sena implosion turns into a legal face-off, the Eknath Shinde Sena continues to gain support of the Sena MLAs, who are making a beeline for Guwahati, raising banners of revolt against Uddhav. The support for rebels going well beyond the 2/3 mark of the Sena MLAs. Maharashtra Cabinet Minister Uday Samant joined hands with the rebels, taking a flight to Guwahati and arriving at the hotel where the Shinde Sena is holed up. Uday, a close aide of Aditya Thackeray, is the Higher and Technical Education Minister in the MVA government. Uday Samant received a warm welcome from Eknath Shinde on reaching Guwahati's Radisson Blu Hotel. Shinde seems to have poached the entire Uddhav cabinet, with almost all top ministers joining the rebels. Uddhav has just sent Aditya Thackeray as the lone cabinet minister from the assembly to still stand by him. The Sena hit back at the rebels with Aditya Thackeray's multiple strikes and Sanjay Raut calling them living corpses.
म्हणजे मला आता येताना थोडा डायलॉग मी ऐकत होतो, आठवत होता मला तो डायलॉग. मला वाटतं दिलवाले मधला आहे. हम शरीफ क्या हुए, पूरी दुनिया ही बदमाश हो गई. आहोत आपण दिलवाले आहोत, पण ह्याचा हा अर्थ नाही लागत की जे काही चाललंय त्यांचा जो खोटारडेपणा आहे तो महाराष्ट्र सहन करेल.
हे जे 40 लोक तिकडे ते आहेत ना, ही जिवंत प्रेत आहेत, लक्षात घ्या. हे मुर्दे आहेत, त्यांच्या बॉड्या इकडे येणार आहेत, त्यांचा आत्मा मेलेला असेल, लटपट आहेत तिकडे. हे 40 लोक जेव्हा उतरतील तेव्हा ते जिवंत नसतील मनानं. त्यांना माहिती आहे इथे ही जी आग पेटलेली आहे, या आगीमध्ये काय होऊ शकेल. येऊन दाखवावं त्यांनी, आणि प्रकाश सुरूने तर येऊनच दाखवावं, माझं चॅलेंज आहे.
Emboldened by the rising number of rebel MLAs, the Shinde Sena is taking the fight to the top court, challenging Uddhav government's move to shield itself. With Polimi Saha in Guwahati, Bureau Report, India Today.
हम शरीफ क्या हुए, पूरी दुनिया बदमाश हो गई. Quite a filmy line here from Aditya Thackeray on the Shiv Sena situation at this point of time. And we'll be tracking the story very closely. We'll get you the latest updates on this Maharashtra political crisis. The political tussle is now in the apex court. The Supreme Court will hear the plea by rebel MLAs. Shinde Sena has challenged the disqualification notice and Uddhav nominee Ajay Chaudhary as the Sena's legislature party leader. Big claim by Union Minister Rao Saab Danve, who says that the Maha Vikas Aghadi government will collapse in the next 2 to 3 days and the BJP will come to power. The Bombay High Court has refused to hear a petition urgently against Eknath Shinde. The PIL filed by 7 citizens of Maharashtra seeks appropriate action against Shinde and other ministers supporting him for omission of duties. Amidst the ongoing political tussle, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray will address a public gathering in Mumbai's Govandi area at 6 this evening. The Uddhav Thackeray-Eknath Shinde showdown is now even on the streets of Maharashtra. Shinde supporters will put a mega show of strength in Thane. So it's Sena versus Sena on the streets of Maharashtra and in the Supreme Court. The action from Guwahati to Delhi to Maharashtra. India Today's biggest team of reporters will keep you updated. A quick break. Back with the headlines and our top stories. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday 9 p.m. Only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
India Today Group wins big again. Bags 37 awards at the NT Awards 2022. Aaj Tak triumphs with 18 awards. India Today TV with 12 awards. Aajtak.in and IndiaToday.in with 5 awards. And Good News Today with 2 awards. Making the group proud once again. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
Watching India Today on the most accurate and in-depth analysis on the political crisis currently unfolding in Maharashtra. It no more remains political. It's taken a whole legal turn. I'm going to take you through those updates. First, the headlines. Maharashtra war of Sena set to echo in the Supreme Court. Deputy Speaker's writ challenged by Shinde faction by 2 separate pleas. Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray in Bap war over using Bhala Sahib's name. Raut calls rebels as living cops. Shinde asks, how can Bhala Sahib Sena back those with Dawood links? 39 Sena MLAs, including 8 ministers, swell Shinde Sena ranks. Rebels claim more Uddhav loyalist lawmakers are heading to Guwahati. Uddhav just has 16 MLAs now. Will he be able to salvage his party? After NDA's Draupadi Murmu, opposition's Yashwant Sinha to file his nomination today, but numbers stacked against the joint opposition pick. And day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Germany visit after mega Indian diaspora outreach. Modi to attend the G7 summit. Host of bilateral meets lined up. And Alia Bhatt, Ranbir Kapoor to welcome first child 3 months after wedding. Alia posted an adorable picture on Instagram saying, "Our baby coming soon." The fastest political updates coming in from the Maharashtra pot boiler right here on India Today. Supreme Court now all set to hear 2 pleas by the Shinde camp. In fact, the High Court itself has rejected the plea demanding rebels to return. Meanwhile, the Shinde camp show of strength and a Facebook Live shortly from now. These are the latest developments coming in on this Maharashtra political boiler. Key BJP huddle that's currently underway at Fadnavis's residence at a time when we're seeing the Mahavikas Aghadi government at a brink of collapse. Here, the primary contention is to save the Shiv Sena for Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray doesn't seem like he cares any longer for the post of the Chief Minister. He's so far not stepped down though, but at the same time, his contention here is more to save his own party, the Shiv Sena, than his Chief Minister's chair. But the latest on this is that the Supreme Court has now intervened, taking this entire political meltdown into a legal battle. Supreme Court is all due to hear 2 pleas by the Shinde camp. This comes after the High Court has rejected a plea demanding the rebels to return. Shinde camp, meanwhile, all set to come out with a show of strength and a Facebook Live shortly from now. This comes in the backdrop of all those allegations made by the Uddhav camp, saying that many of those MLAs are in touch with Uddhav Thackeray. They've been kidnapped, they've been forced into staying with the Shinde camp, etc. So a show of strength will really settle all those speculations that are now rife. Let me cut across to Ashutosh, who's joining me live right here for more updates on that. Ashutosh, while all this legal battle reaches court, in fact, the court now will intervene in just a little while. The Supreme Court will begin hearing 2 of those pleas filed by the Shinde Sena. At the same time, hectic lobbying and developments happening in Devendra Fadnavis's residence. Meetings after meetings. What's on the plan for the BJP at this point?
Well, what you heard from Rav Danne Patil, that clearly shows there is a lot that BJP now would be planning perhaps at this moment. And remember, because what had happened just 2.5 years ago, the BJP would not really be seen into haste, because that really backfired, you forming a government, early morning, and then what had happened perhaps is now, open to the world. So clearly, this time they're, drawing their strategy very carefully, and they all are keeping eye what happens in the Shiv Sena's poll. As far as the legislative, this entire rebel within the Shiv Sena is concerned, the final word will only be heard from the judiciary. But the battle of optics, what we're seeing on the street, that is playing fulfill. For example, I'm here in Thane.
Ashutosh, I'm going to cut you short, cutting across to Yashwant Sinha, the joint opposition candidate for president, right now filing his nomination. These are live visuals coming in of the joint opposition candidate, Yashwant Sinha, all set to file his nomination for the president. It becomes interesting as even before developments came in on the presidential elections, there was already animosity between Yashwant Sinha and Draupadi Murmu, with Yashwant Sinha making some loose comments, calling Draupadi Murmu, which is a NDA candidate, as a rubber stamp, a mere rubber stamp. He already received enough backlash for belittling a tribal leader. At this point, of course, Yashwant Sinha becomes the unanimous candidate for the opposition, a joint opposition. But nonetheless, one knows that he is the 4th choice for the opposition. multiple choices before him did not materialize, but now Yashwant Sinha becomes the joint opposition candidate for president. He is filing his nomination. These are visuals coming in live. All right, here he has all the opposition strength at this point. Even the TRS, which so long did not react, has finally backed the joint opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha. In fact, we're looking at all political parties. Most of the representatives there who are on the opposition right now present here as Yashwant Sinha files his nomination for the president's candidature. Yashwant Sinha, former union minister, in fact, who moved from the BJP, joined the TMC. Yashwant Sinha now becomes the joint opposition candidate. You see all the tall leaders from the Congress, the SP, the TMC, leaders from various opposition parties, NCP, who are currently seated right beside Yashwant Sinha as he files his nomination at this minute. This comes just a day after the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu filed her nomination. Remember all that talk? Yashwant Sinha made some comments just a few days ago, soon after he was nominated by the United Opposition for being their choice of president candidate. Yashwant Sinha immediately made comments against Draupadi Murmu, calling her a rubber stamp candidate. At this point, Yashwant Sinha himself filing his nomination, becoming the joint opposition's candidate. Maushmi joining us for more on that. Maushmi, Yashwant Sinha, in the backdrop of all those comments that he made against Draupadi Murmu, calling her a rubber stamp candidate of the NDA, himself today files his nomination. He's got the backing of the United Opposition, but something tells us that the opposition at this point don't have the numbers entirely for Yashwant Sinha's easy sale.
That's right. Even after, KCR joined the bandwagon with the opposition, supporting the opposition's candidate, but Mayawati, in fact, supporting the NDA's candidate, the figures are stacked against Yashwant Sinha. This comes at a time when the optics are playing out on the screens. Yashwant Sinha reaching to file his nominations, flanked by Akhilesh Yadav, Sharad Pawar, Rahul Gandhi, and all the other top leaders of the opposition parties. This is a show of strength from the opposition, even as politics plays out in Maharashtra with a tit for tat between the rebel camps in Delhi. As Yashwant Sinha files his nomination, the opposition is trying to put up a united front. Sharad Pawar is there, Praful Patel is there. So leaving the hectic activities of that's happening in Mumbai, Sharad Pawar left to because he was the one who made sure that the opposition had a united candidate. And Yashwant Sinha, in fact, has been a staunch critic of the Modi government. He fell apart from Prime Minister Narendra Modi ever since the Modi government came in power, and criticized the policies of the government out in the open. And thereafter, he actually joined the TMC. So it was Mamata Banerjee who had proposed his name. Even as he contests against
He still Maushmi, at this point remains to be the fourth choice.
We saw how Prime Minister, right, Chati?
Nabila here, Maushmi. From what we see here, that it could be very possible that Yashwant Sinha was the final choice, because 3 other options for the joint opposition fell flat. And finally, they arrived at Yashwant Sinha. And what we hear is that Jayant Sinha, his own son, who's also a parliamentarian with the BJP, is not fully in support of his father's candidacy.
That's right, Nabila. Pardon me for that, because you have got a very distinct voice, but there's a little noise here. So pardon me for that that mistake. But yes, what you said was right. Perhaps the opposition rubbing salt into the wounds of the BJP, because Yashwant Sinha has been a former union minister who has handled the finance ministry, and it was the economics of the Modi government that he criticized profusely, where after that that he actually parted ways with the BJP. So the opposition, you know, after the first two choices didn't work out for the opposition, put up a candidate that could be supported and agreed upon by all. This came at a time when the Congress party already was dealing with its own problems of Rahul Gandhi being summoned with by the ED, and so the Congress party perhaps couldn't find a candidate, but agreed with what Mamata Banerjee had proposed, and Sharad Pawar was instrumental in joining the chorus of the opposition. So we will have to wait and see how this really unfolds, but it is going to be very critical because this president will oversee the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and that's one reason, you know, stakes are very high for the presidential elections.
Right. You know, Mashmi, at this point, we'd like to understand what the opposition, united opposition collectively found in Yashwant Sinha. He's a defector himself. He's moved from the BJP to the TMC. His son still remains with the BJP, who seems to be opposing Yashwant Sinha's move to accept this joint consensus of the opposition. So really, what are the credentials or credibility that the opposition united has seen in Yashwant Sinha at this point?
You know, consistently, Yashwant Sinha, when the Modi government came into power, Yashwant Sinha has consistently, you know, trained his guns against the policies of the Modi government. He is a financial expert, and he has outlined the contours of why the Modi government has erred many times, and you know, that's the front that the opposition is looking at to attack the Modi government as far as employment and the policies are concerned. The primary reason is that he is actually a critic of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in specific, and the opposition found merit that in case, you know, they need to fall back on the president after the results of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, they need a president that could be trusted upon, that would not side with the BJP government. So that criteria, as far as loyalty factor is concerned, weighed heavily in favor of Yashwant Sinha, and with Sharad Pawar declining the offer, they needed a man with political acumen to be on that post, a man or a woman. So on that count, Yashwant Sinha has a vast political career. He's been the finance minister. He went on to become the external affairs minister. So he has a vast political experience. He's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government. He knows the BJP leaders. He's worked with them. He knows the functioning of the party, and that's one reason that the opposition banked upon him. He was a part of the Trinamool Congress. So he now, after joining the rank and file of the opposition, they really felt that Yashwant Sinha qualified well as far as the political merit is concerned, his distinguished career and educational background and his achievements to, in fact, remember that his name came first, and Draupadi Murmu's name was announced by the BJP and the NDA government much later. So importantly, there are two different choices that both the sides have made, and even as the odds are heavily in favor of Draupadi Murmu, the opposition here, through these optics, is trying to send in a message that they are united as their choice for the presidential nominee. Nabila.
Mashmi, thank you very much. These are the live visuals coming in of Yashwant Sinha, who's just filed his nomination as a joint candidate of the opposition. Quickly cutting across to breaking news coming in. Shinde Sena pulls out of Aghadi government. All right, here is a formal announcement coming in from the Shinde Sena as they pull out of the Aghadi government. We know that the Shinde Sena at this point has the two-third majority. They very well are in the right to withdraw their support from the Mahavikas Aghadi Union. Here is the Shinde Sena, from what we hear, has formally pulled out support of the Aghadi government, which means the Mahavikas Aghadi government of Maharashtra at this point stands null and void. Of course, a true test of that will be on the floor of the House, which will happen eventually post the Supreme Court's intervention. It's very likely that the Apex Court will direct the rebel MLAs and Uddhav Thackeray camp, the entire Mahavikas Aghadi for that matter, to come on the floor of the House and prove their strength. That could be the likely road ahead. But at this point, the Shinde Sena has formally pulled out support of the Aghadi government. That inevitably establishes that the Mahavikas Aghadi no more remains united. Does that mean it has collapsed? It's no more functional? Well, more or less, that's what it accounts to. But at this point, a formal test of that and confirmation will happen on the floor of the House. Very likely that the Supreme Court will direct the legislative party members, the legislative assembly members at this point to come to the floor of the House and prove their majority. Pankaj Upadhyay, who's joining us live from the Sena Bhavan in Mumbai. We also have Ashutosh Mishra joining us from Thane, giving us perspectives here. On the legal side is also Nalini Sharma live from Delhi. I'm going to cut across to our reporters, but for now, this is the big information coming in as the Shinde Sena has pulled out support of the Aghadi government. They've decided that they're no more. They, in fact, have this has been the situation for over a week now, close to a week now, that the Shinde Sena has clearly the numbers. They could have staked claim, asked for a floor test much earlier, but somehow it seems like something is stopping them from moving forward and staking claim at this point. What exactly is stopping them? Of course, time will tell. But here, from what we see, the Shinde Sena has pulled off support from the Aghadi alliance, which means this now literally dismantles the Mahavikas Aghadi Union. Maushmi Singh, for more on that. Maushmi, here is the Shinde Sena formally saying that we no more support the Aghadi Union. What does that really mean?
You know, this will be tested in the court of law. This will be tested in the assembly, what that really means. Because is there a Shinde Sena constitutionally, legally, in front of the election commission? Is there a party called the Shinde Sena? Is the rebel camp forming a new party? Is it merging into another party? Is it the BJP? Is it the MNS? All these questions should and could be answered and questioned in the court of law. The Deputy Speaker has given a deadline of 5 p.m. That deadline is about to expire within few hours. It doesn't seem that the Eknath Shinde camp is deciding to head to Mumbai. They would be waiting a word from the Supreme Court. That could be any time from now. So what that really means if the Shinde Sena says that they are withdrawing support, they might be they intentionally are indicating that we as legislatures of a party that is more than 2/3 are taking away, withdrawing support from a government that we formed, and if the figures work out to over 50, then the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government will come into minority, and in that case the governor...
It's already happened, Maushmi. Don't you see that already?
Asked for a floor test from Uddhav
Very clearly that's already happened, with the Shinde Sena now claiming to have at least 50 of these MLAs, about 39 of them from the Shiv Sena, and the rest of them are independent. So he collectively boasts of close to 50, 51. In fact, Deepak, who is one of the rebel camp MLAs, says that it will go up to 53 by this evening. So with a clear majority there, we're already looking at the Mahavikas Aghadi's total tally now coming to a minority. Does that mean they're already destabilized? They've already been pushed out of power, and it just needs the stamp of the governor now at this point?
Nabila, I really think that the governor would not give the green signal so soon. The governor would also want to be legally and constitutionally correct. So if they have, that is the claim that the Shinde Sena has made, that we have 50 as a number or 52 as a number. These are the signatures. Then the governor, if you look at the legal route of it, the governor would say that prove it in the assembly. He would tell the Deputy Speaker to call for the assembly. Will that course be taken? That's the big question, because remember in 2019, November 12th, when NCP, Shiv Sena and Congress were mulling over the permutations and combinations of the government formation, it was the same governor who announced President's rule. So anything could happen, but the steps taken forward will be x-rayed in the court of law, because the matter is already in the court of law. So this battle, one, will go on for long. Secondly, every stakeholder in this would weigh at the political options, yes, but the constitutional and the legal options as far as the constitution is concerned. And also we would have to wait and watch how the Uddhav Sena really responds to this, because perhaps the governor could call Uddhav Thackeray. He's still the chief minister of Maharashtra. It hasn't been proven in the assembly. He could call Uddhav Thackeray and say that you will have to prove your majority on the floor of the house. I have this letter from 50 MLAs and you need to prove your majority. Will Uddhav Thackeray go through that? Will it be, if the numbers are true, will he go through that humiliation? Will things change when the MLAs come here in Mumbai, as the Shiv Senics and the Shiv Sena leaders are saying Mumbai aao to batayenge? How does that play out? We don't really know, but the political drama is in full swing, twists and turns, adding more tadka to the political natak that's going on in Maharashtra.
All right, clearly here the Shinde Sena now flexing their might and muscle, calling themselves the true Sena. At this point, has formally withdrawn support from the Aghadi government. This is a formal declaration. Let me cut across to Akshita Nandagopal. She seems to be having a document with her. Akshita, over to you. How do we know exactly that this is a formal declaration coming in from the Shinde camp? Of course, this needs a formal legal stamp. Also needs the governor to intervene to prove this on the floor of the house. But that's the next step of action. For now, the Shinde Sena says, we're done. We've pulled out support from the Aghadi union.
That's right. We have a copy of the petition with us, Nabila, and I just want to read out for you the most instrumental part with which we've put out the news break, that the Shinde Sena is claiming we are the real Shiv Sena, we've withdrawn support to the Mahavikas Aghadi. It's this para in that context that's extremely important. It says it's common knowledge that the current government in the state of Maharashtra, led by the Mahavikas Aghadi, has lost the majority in the House, as 38 of the members of the Shiv Sena legislature party have withdrawn their support, thus bringing it below the majority in the House. So that is the most crucial part. They're saying that 38 MLAs have in fact withdrawn their support for the Mahavikas Aghadi, which means that they're woefully short of the numbers they need to remain in power. Another important point that I'd like to mention is they've said that the MVA government continues to misuse the office of the Deputy Speaker to ensure that they remain in power by whatever means necessary. So that's another important point. They're saying that the Mahavikas Aghadi doesn't have the numbers, essentially staking claim, saying that we are the real Shiv Sena, because 38, as they mentioned here, members of the Shiv Sena are with them. They're no longer the rebels. They're saying we are the real Shiv Sena. We've withdrawn support from the Mahavikas Aghadi. And if you look at the numbers, actually, the fact that these many MLAs are out, it brings the Mahavikas Aghadi numbers to about 115. They need 140 plus at least to ensure they cross the halfway mark, which clearly isn't happening anymore. So that's what's highlighted. They've also taken on the Deputy Speaker, saying using the Deputy Speaker, misusing the office of the Deputy Speaker, the Mahavikas Aghadi government is ensuring they remain in power by whatever means necessary. 38 is the number they mentioned here. Remember, that's gone up to 39, Nabila, yesterday, with Uday Samant also joining them. So this petition in the Supreme Court is very, very important. What it perhaps will also trigger is a floor test being ordered by the Supreme Court, saying this must get down to what the numbers are in the Assembly. And that's what Shinde Sena, that's what Eknath Shinde will be hoping for, by highlighting here that we've pulled out of the MVA of the Mahavikas Aghadi. The government, this alliance, doesn't have the numbers to remain in power.
Well, it's quite clear, and that's what the petition extensively reads as well, that the Shinde Sena has the total majority. They have, in fact, Uddhav Thackeray and camp have no right, considering they are in the minority at this point, to appoint a chief whip, or for that matter, to issue disqualification proceedings through the Deputy Speaker. All these points have been heavily challenged, and from what we see here, the Shinde Sena now flexing their muscle, saying very clearly that since we have the numbers, there's no way that the Uddhav Thackeray camp can arm twist them. At this point, they've taken this fight legally. They've approached the apex court. So eventually, the success or failure of this entire coup by Shinde Sena will be proven at the floor of the House itself. And that possibly could be the road ahead for the Shinde Sena as well as Uddhav Thackeray for this, at this point. They will have to prove their majority on the floor of the House. But for now, petitions that have been shot to the Supreme Court, two of those petitions challenging multiple points of the Uddhav regime. One is, of course, on the disqualification proceedings initiated by the Deputy Speaker. Second is on the no confidence motion that was issued on the Deputy Speaker, which the Deputy Speaker struck down. And third, of course, is on the appointment of the Chief Whip by Uddhav Thackeray camp, Ajay Chaudhary, calling that is illegal since they don't have the majority numbers. Follow me on that for a little more. Follow me, give us an understanding on the Shinde camp now completely withdrawing support from the Aghadi government, and that was inevitable anyway, was due to happen, but now it seems like a formal declaration.
Well, that is exactly what we've been reporting. In fact, through our sources within the Eknath Shinde camp, earlier this morning, I did report that the next step will be the Governor House. That is what they're waiting for. They're waiting for the Supreme Court's order to move to the Governor House immediately and withdraw support to the Mahavikas Aghadi government. That's their next step. And that is what has been enunciated, in fact, in that petition, where they're basically saying that we're the majority of the Shiv Sena Legislative Party, and hence a minority faction cannot be taking decisions like replacing the group leader, the leader of the Legislative Party, appointing a new whip, or in fact proceeding in order to disqualify us. How can they do that? Because we're the majority faction. We have 38, of course. That petition went in before Uday Samant joined them here in Guwahati, so they say they are 38 while they're 39 at the moment. So we're 38, and the rest of them, which is a minority group, stays with Uddhav Thackeray at the moment. So this is going to be exactly the next step, Nabila, that we can in fact tell our viewers right now, and we have been reporting this from sources as well. This is exactly the next step that is going to be taken by the Eknath Shinde camp. The minute that Supreme Court order comes in, and if it's in their favor, putting a stay on their disqualification proceedings, putting a stay on the dismissal of their petition of a no trust motion against the Deputy Speaker, they're going to move forward straight to Raj Bhavan and declare that they're withdrawing support to the Mahavikas Aghadi government, putting it into a minority situation. The governor will ask for a floor test, and that's when they'll ensure that the Mahavikas Aghadi government, purely on the basis of number, falls. Nabila.
All right, so this has come down to the number game, and this has been so right from the start. But let me quickly cut across to the live visuals coming in. Dombivali, where we're seeing many effigies of Sanjay Rawat at this point being burnt down by the Shinde camp supporters. Remember, it's not just the Thackeray supporters of the Shiv Sena who are protesting, but even the Shinde supporters, Shinde camp supporters of the Shiv Sena, who are right now very angry with some of the comments made by Sanjay Rawat. Sanjay Rawat's effigy is being burnt in the Dambowali area. At this point, Sanjay Rawat, of course, receiving flack for many of the Shiv Senics on ground for the comments that he made, calling these rebel MLAs as dead corpses, dead souls, and they will be, their dead bodies will come back to Mumbai. They're going to straight send those bodies to the assembly for post-mortem. These are the kind of idioms that Sanjay Rawat really made at this point, not going down too well with the Shinde camp supporters. Quite clearly, insulting statements that were made. So far, what we saw was the Shinde camp. None of the MLAs spoke anything derogatory or against Uddhav Thackeray, particularly, or the Thackeray camp. It was all along only on the ideology that they were upset with. At this point, with Sanjay Rawat making those points, it's really come across, it's not gone down well among the Shinde supporters who are now burning effigies of Sanjay Rawat in the Dambowali area. Ashutosh joining us more on that. Ashutosh, over to you. What do you see right behind you? What's the sentiments of those Shinde camp supporters on ground?
Well, till day before yesterday, Nabila, we have seen Shiv Senics unleashing violence on Shinde supporters, and what since yesterday we have seen the Shinde camp is also showing their strength. So in these images you're seeing Eknath Shinde's son, who's a member of parliament from Dhane district, Shrikant Shinde, marching out with his supporters to the Samadhi of Anand Dighe, the veteran Sena leader, and who was very close to Bhalla Thackeray. Anand Dighe is the political guru of Eknath Shinde, and this show of strength that you're seeing, in fact, what we're hearing that Eknath Shinde supporter group also burned effigy of Sanjay Rawat. Remember, Sanjay Rawat has been really very vocal on the rebels, including Eknath Shinde. And today what you're seeing, the show of strength in Thane. Thane is the bastion district of Eknath Shinde. Anand Dighe, who was looking after this entire, one of the largest district of Maharashtra, and his legacy was followed by Eknath Shinde. But now, since we are seeing the rebel, here it is a show of strength. In fact, day before yesterday, he also hit the street with the supporters. And today you're seeing these live march visuals from Anand Ashram, the permanent residential address of Anand Dighe, and from there they're marching to the Samadhi Sthal of Anand Dighe, and that is the show of strength you're seeing in Thane, in Maharashtra. Dombivali, the supporters burned the effigy of Sanjay Raut, and that's the full battle of optics that you're seeing, because when it comes to the legislative or the legal battle, the final word will, of course, the court will have the final verdict. But for now, it is also over the control, the party, that who controls the party. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray calling the national executive, where all the powers to take action was handed over to Uddhav Thackeray. And clearly, when such a situation comes, there will be further challenge for Eknath Shinde. But if you have this annex, remember, first it was Uddhav Thackeray appealing to the workers. There you saw Eknath Shinde issuing emotional appeal. So clearly, unless you reach out to the cadre, and remember the Shiv Sena, which is a party of cadre with an ideology driven and revolves around Bhalla Thackeray's political legacy and his image. So clearly, when the stakes are high, the full optics, and particularly the cadre, which is really important for both the Uddhav Thackeray camp and the rebel camp. So let's try to have a word from Shrikant Shinde, who's the member of parliament from Thane district. और किसी को दे श्रीकांत शिव सेना किसकी होगी? चलो पुढे चलो हमारे जिला अरे एक मिनट आप हट जाइए श्रीकांत शिव सेना किसकी होगी जिस तरह की लड़ाई हम देख रहे हैं? आपका डिमांड क्या है?
शिवसेना जो है वो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की है और हम जो है वो शिवसैनिक आज भी इतने बड़े पैमाने पर जो है वो शिवसैनिक यहाँ पर आए हैं और हम लोग सभी लोग आज जो है दिघे साहब के समाधि पर जो है वो दर्शन कर रहे हैं।
बगावत का अंत कहाँ तक होगा? आखिर ये लड़ाई जाएगी कहाँ?
बगावत नहीं है, ये लोगों को जो चाहिए वो महाराष्ट्र के जो लोगों को चाहिए, जनता को चाहिए, वो जो है वो आज एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में जो है वो सभी एमएलए लोगों ने किया है।
आपने श्रीकांत शिंदे को सुना, ठाणे जिला से सांसद हैं और एकनाथ शिंदे के बेटे हैं। काफ़ी कम उम्र में जो उन्होंने नेतृत्व पिता की विरासत को आगे संभाला है। देखा आपने सीधे सीधे जवाब दिया कि ये बगावत नहीं है, ये एक विरासत को आगे ले जाने की लड़ाई है, लेकिन अब ये वर्चस्व की लड़ाई बनती है। और जब ऐसी लड़ाइयाँ होती हैं तो कानून से ज़्यादा, विधानसभाओं से ज़्यादा ऐसी लड़ाइयाँ सड़क पर मिलती हैं। There you heard Gaurav, the son of Eknath Shinde. Clearly, these are the massive support that you're seeing in Thane, and this has to be because remember, all his through the life, Eknath Shinde worked for the people. Remember what we hear from the people here who are very close to Shiv Sena and the Sakas, where largely whenever there was some need, it was always Eknath Shinde who stood for them, and that's exactly why he has that support at the grassroots, at the cadre. But what is main concern also largely what we're hearing among the Shiv Sainik, that they are still apprehensive because they could be staunch supporter of Eknath Shinde in their personal capacity, but largely being at the cadre of Shiv Sena, what it matters then there is ultimately some sort of confusion and the apprehension that who will lead the party, what will be the future, is there a leadership crisis? Because remember, if they are seen today with one camp and if there is a further change in the, this entire picture, then clearly they face that there could be, because all the cadre at last they have certain political ambition. So that giving them some dilemma amongst the cadre, and largely that you see the millions of the supporters, you only barely see few hundred siding, be it the Uddhav Thackeray camp or the Eknath Shinde. There are only in few hundred numbers that are coming out on the streets, engaging into protest against each other from the camp. That's exactly picture you have seen from Uddhav Thackeray camp.
At this point, we do know that the Shinde Sena has been requesting for additional security deployment for their family members. In fact, Shrikant Shinde's offices, we believe, were vandalized. He was threatened by many of the Shiv Sainiks resting their allegiance with the Thackeray clan. At this point, what's the mood that you see around there? Do you see additional police deployment around Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son?
Absolutely, absolutely. He is totally being guarded by Maharashtra police personnel. In fact, it was very difficult in the march to even reach him out. And just not Eknath Shinde, all the rebels MLAs have been provided security. In fact, yesterday when I visited his camp office in Ulhasnagar, that despite after the violence, perhaps now it is being guarded. So there's a massive security. If you see all the Shiv Sena shakhas which are controlled under Eknath Shinde, he is the family members, and he is being also the member of parliament. You just have a glimpse of the security periphery that Eknath Shinde is enjoying. Look at that. So there you see at least 8 to 10 security personals from Maharashtra police are guarding. So that's the kind of arrangement, because if there are any mishappening, any expenditure happens, clearly there will be total onus and blame on the Uddhav Thackeray government. And of course, the kind of violence they have seen from the Shiv Sainik, there was a blame game massively, and the government was on back foot. And that's clearly now the learn you heard from the Home Minister Dilip Valse Patil, also the DGP of Maharashtra, that adequate security arrangements. So that's not to be seen really a matter of concern at the moment, because they have learned the lesson, and post-violence we are seeing those kinds of arrangements. But other side, that's the political battle that's playing with its full speed here on the street of Thane. And these, the one of the largest districts where you have Kalyan, Dombivali, Ulhasnagar, so multiple municipal corporations as well. As this being larger district, you will see the supporters soon, because what we are hearing in Dombivali, effigy of Sanjay Raut was burned. Here, this march is already in these live images. So clearly, the Shinde faction of Shiv Sena and the Shiv Sainik, the local, in fact, one of the local district president of Shiv Sena also tendered the resignation, and subsequently Shiv Sena also fired him. So, all are trying to mobilize. Remember, the party like Shiv Sena, it only thrives on the cadre's strength. So, one side you have seen the emotional appeal from Uddhav Thackeray, the other side, the Eknath Shinde camp also issuing one after one another appeal. But
some big news coming in. Stay with us, Ashutosh. Sanjay Raut has now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow in a case related to Praveen Rawat and Patra Chaul land scam case. Some of the properties had been attached by the Enforcement Directorate earlier as well. Remember, this comes in the backdrop of this Maharashtra political meltdown. Sanjay Raut, the Man Friday of Uddhav Thackeray, the poster boy of the Shiv Sena, the mothership of the Shiv Sena at this point, Sanjay Raut has been summoned by Enforcement Directorate tomorrow in a case related to Praveen Rawat and Patra Chaul land scam case. Some of the properties has already been attached by the Enforcement Directorate earlier as well. In fact, I have with me Executive Editor Gaurav Samant also to give us some inputs on that. Gaurav, at a time when Sanjay Raut has been harping on the fact that the BJP is using ED to arm twist many of those rebel MLAs to take their side and break the Maha Vikas Aghadi union. Right at that point, we see the ED summons coming the way of Sanjay Raut.
So Sanjay Raut, in fact, it's not just Sanjay Raut, but several Shiv Sena and apart from the opposition leaders have said that Enforcement Directorate, CBI, Income Tax Department, they are being misused by the Narendra Modi government to arm twist people into submission, to arm twist opposition into submission. And he said this about Eknath Shinde and others, that the rebels have gone on the other side because they are under pressure from the government. But he too now is in the line of fire and has been for some time. So there is this allegation of misuse of Enforcement Directorate, CBI, Income Tax Department. But then there are also these cases that are pending against those leaders. Enforcement Directorate and Income Tax Department and the Central Bureau of Investigation at different points of time have said that they are carrying their investigations forward. And another aspect, if you notice, Shiv Sena has maintained all the rebel leaders who went to Guwahati, all the cases against them suddenly were put either on the back burner or clean chits have been promised to them if the Maha Vikas Aghadi government collapses. So this is very, very interesting at this point of time, where you virtually see the beginning of a fratricidal war, Sena versus Sena on the streets. It's starting from Thane. Does it actually expand to other parts of Maharashtra? Remains to be seen at this point of time.
At this point, the timing of the ED summons will certainly raise a lot of questions. In fact, I have with me joining us Ritwik as well. Ritwik getting us those details of this ED summons. Ritwik, over to you. Sanjay Raut now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow in a case related to Praveen Rawat and Patra Chaul land scam case. Could you elaborate for us exactly what are the allegations in this case, which the ED has now taken interest right amid the political crisis in Maharashtra?
Yes, Nabila, this was about to come, and we are seeing that Sanjay Raut has been summoned by ED for tomorrow in a case which was related to Patra Chaul. Patra Chaul is a big chaul in Goregaon area where Vadhva has taken over, and they were about to do a redevelopment project in which there are some transactions which are in question of ED. And Praveen Raut, who is the prime accused of the case, there are allegations that Varsha Raut, the wife of Sanjay Raut, was accused of some transactions of involvement in these transactions from Praveen Raut wives and Varsha Raut. So this link has been found, and ED has already summoned Varsha Raut. She had come forward ED, and they were questioned earlier also, but then FIR was filed, and then ACB also intervened, and now Sanjay Raut property had also been seized in this case. There was some properties in Alibag area where the land which is owned by Raut family has been seized. It is in the name of Varsha Raut, and all these linkages have led to the amount of huge transaction which ED is investigating for last 6 months. Now the time has come that ED has summoned Sanjay Raut for the same case, the questioning and the investigation of the same case. And Sanjay Raut, after going all out against BJP and rebel MLAs, he's been accusing and he's been making statements which are really objectionable. And after that, we have seen this coming, that Sanjay Raut has been called upon by ED tomorrow in Mumbai office.
Right, any word that's come from the Raut family at the moment? And I'd like you to elaborate to us exactly what are the allegations in this case. Is Sanjay Raut's involvement directly in this land deal is what the ED is suspecting? Ritvik, can you hear me? Are we looking at Sanjay Raut's direct involvement in this land scam?
Yes,
Is that what the suspicion is for the Enforcement Directorate?
Yeah, that's the point needed to be investigated by ED, because earlier Sanjay Raut had stated that he has no direct involvement. There was only a transaction of 50 to 55 lakhs on the name of his wife Varsha Raut and wife of Praveen Raut, who is the prime accused in this case. He has been arrested, and the questioning of the CA of Praveen Raut, it has revealed that there were transactions which are unaccountable. They couldn't give the source of this transaction, and that was the reason he was called upon. But Sanjay Raut has also stated that they have returned back the money, they have paid it back to the Praveen Raut, and after that they don't have any direct connection with this case, especially with the Patra Chaul and the allegations which are made against Vadhva. But now we can see that ED is still to question the Raut family, especially Sanjay Raut and Varsha Raut. So for that, Sanjay Raut has been summoned by ED for tomorrow.
Well, this is a big blow undoubtedly to Sanjay Raut at this point when we're looking at the Maharashtra political situation dilapidating. In fact, the Mahavikas Aghadi government itself at a brink of collapse. Sanjay Raut, the man who is firefighting this entire crisis right from day one, standing firm with his leader Uddhav Thackeray, now faces ED summons. And not just him, his family members as well. This is a case related to Praveen Raut and Patra Chaul land scam case where his wife's involvement is also suspected. Some of the properties of Sanjay Raut has already been attached earlier as well by the Enforcement Directorate. But the question remains the timing of the ED summons. Gaurav with me on that as well. Gaurav, you know, one can't help but ask the Enforcement Directorate taking keen interest in Sanjay Raut's irregularities in property transaction just at a time when they're all set to prove their majority on the floor of the House. And let me remind you, there are a couple of ED cases against a few rebel MLAs as well who's with the Shinde camp. So no summons have gone to them as yet.
This investigation has been on for some time, and Varsha Raut has been summoned earlier. She's been spoken to earlier. 8 parcels of land, you know, and plus a flat in Dadar that's been seized earlier. This is alleged to be a 1,034 crore rupee alleged scam. That is the allegation of the Enforcement Directorate. They are investigating a scam. They're seeking certain information. They're seeking certain papers. And Sanjay Raut has reacted to it even earlier. when the story broke, Sanjay Raut had said, if you want, you can shoot me. If you want, you can seize my property. But I'm Balasaheb Thackre's soldier. I will continue to fight and I will continue to prove my innocence. Varsha Raut, his wife, Praveen Raut, a very close aide of his, the Enforcement Directorate wants clarity from them on this alleged scam. But we are getting the first reaction from Priyanka Chaturvedi, the deputy leader of the Shiv Sena in Rajya Sabha, who's actually, reacted to our colleague Polimi Saha giving out these details. And Priyanka Chaturvedi has said that the Enforcement Directorate is actually showing its param bhakti to the Narendra Modi government. So, the Enforcement Directorate is in the line of the Shiv Sena fire for the timing of these summons, with Priyanka Chaturvedi saying that it's the param bhakti of the Enforcement Directorate to the Narendra Modi government.
Well, undoubtedly, a reaction was warranted from Priyanka Chaturvedi at this point. But Gaurav, this is exactly what these are the points that the Shiv Sena is making right from the start, that ED, IT, CBI are central agencies used by the BJP, the central government, to try and arm twist if they don't align with the BJP. At this point, Sanjay Raut receiving ED summons raises a lot of questions on the intention of the Enforcement Directorate, who so far call themselves independent, sans any influence from any political party. But clearly, well, bunch of the rebel camp MLAs, a few of the Shiv Sena, the Shinde camp MLAs at this point also have ED cases on them, which they are still fighting. But no summons has come to them so far. Sanjay Raut receives a summon.
भाजपा से परम भक्ति का सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण पेश करती हुई ED department. This is what has been just put out by Priyanka Chaturvedi, the deputy leader of the Shiv Sena in Rajya Sabha. भाजपा भारतीय जनता पार्टी से परम भक्ति का सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण पेश करती हुई ED department. This is Priyanka Chaturvedi in response to India Today's Polimi Saha breaking the story that Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow in the case related to Praveen Raut and the Patra Chaul land scam. Some of his properties have been attached by the ED earlier. Devesh breaking this big story on India Today. So very clearly, it's a series of actions that are being taken in this case. Now, Patra Chaul is a 1,034 crore rupee, and it's a huge land scam, alleged land scam in Maharashtra, to which Sanjay Raut had said earlier, I'm not scared. Seize my property, shoot me, send me to jail. But I am Balasaheb Thackeray's Shiv Sainik, and I will fight till the end. 8 parcels of land were attached by the Enforcement Directorate, plus a flat in Dadar. Varsha Raut, Sanjay Raut's wife, has been questioned. Praveen Raut, an aide, is in the line of fire for a PMLA case. It's Prevention of Money Laundering Act case, which is currently being investigated, Nabila.
Right. At this point, Ritvik is, of course, tracking those developments there. Ritvik, we're looking at the Enforcement Directorate issuing summons. This comes at a time to remind our viewers that the rebel camp MLAs, the Shinde Sena MLAs, 2 of them, one is Yamini Yadav and Pratap Sarnaik, both of them are facing ED summons. In fact, Yamini Yadav is facing an IT case, while Pratap Sarnaik is right now facing an ED case. But no summons has been issued so far to any of the Shinde camp MLAs. At this point, Sanjay Raut is the man who faces ED summons. Ritvik, could you give some clarity a little more on the case that Sanjay Raut is involved in as he faces the ED summons, with Priyanka Chaturvedi also now jumping in to call the Enforcement Directorate and its summons to Sanjay Raut a great bid of devotion to the BJP?
Yes, absolutely. Sanjay Raut, in yesterday's speech in the Shiv Sena Melawa in Dahisar, he categorically stated that ED is behind why all the rebel MLAs are reaching Guwahati. Since last evening, yesterday, we saw Minister Uday Samant also reaching Guwahati, and he also mentioned why MLA Pratap Sarnaik from Thane and also MLA from Bhaikala, Yamini Jadhav, whose husband, who is also standing committee chairman of BMC, was raided by income tax department, was given summons by ED. He categorically said that ED is behind all this, and there's some washing machine in Delhi where
stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son, speaking to the media.
प्रॉपरली सगळ्या चांगल्या प्रकारे पाहते आणि कशा प्रकारे या सगळ्या गोष्टी घडतायत आणि जेव्हा पायाखालची वाळू सरकते तेव्हा या सगळ्या गोष्टी ज्या आहेत त्या बाहेर येत असतात तोंडातून.
त्यांनी असं म्हटलं आहे की 40 जे आहेत ते रेडे आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी पाठवलेले आहेत आणि कामख्या मंदिरामध्ये जी आहे ती रेड्यांची बळी दिली जाते असा उल्लेख देखील केलाय.
हेच बोलतोय की महाराष्ट्राची ही संस्कृती नाही, महाराष्ट्राची जनता हे सगळ्या प्रकारे चांगल्या प्रकारे बघते आणि कशा प्रकारे उत्तर जे आहे ते येणाऱ्या भविष्यामध्ये ती महाराष्ट्राची जनता देईल.
जे 40 विधायक आहेत ते मेले आहेत, त्यांचा आत्मा मेलेला आहे, त्यांची फक्त बॉडीज आहे जी इथे येणार आहे.
मला जास्त याच्यावरती बोलायचं नाही. आता त्यांच्या तोंडामधून जे काही पडतं त्याला प्रत्येक गोष्टीला मी उत्तरच दिलं पाहिजे आणि मला वाटतं कोणी इकडे जो उभा आहे कोणी इंटरेस्टेड नसेल.
पण शिवसेनेचं पुढचं पाऊल कसं असेल, कारण आज रस्त्यावर उतरून
आज कोर्टामध्ये आपली लढाई आहे आणि ती कोर्टातली लढाई जी आहे ही कोर्टातली लढाई आम्ही चांगल्या प्रकारे जिंकू आणि याच्यानंतर जे आहे हे सगळे जे आमदार त्या ठिकाणी आहेत ते सगळे आमदार ठरवणार आहेत काय करायचं पुढचं
एकनाथ
पाऊल.
शिंदे यांचा गट कोणासोबत जाऊ शकतो?
ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी ज्या आहेत त्या नंतरच्या गोष्टी आहेत, त्या आमदार सगळे आहेत आता ते एकत्र आहेत. आज ते एकत्र मिळून सगळं एक डिसिजन घेतील आणि पुढे काय होईल ते आपल्याला कळेल.
ईडीचं समन्स आलेलं आहे.
हो का, मला पण आपल्याकडूनच कळलं. शुभेच्छा त्यांना.
Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, is speaking there. He, of course, takes up for his father at this point as we see a total show of strength in Thane, the bastion of Eknath Shinde, where we see large numbers of his supporters, Shiv Senics, and extensively the constituents of that legislative assembly seat who have come forward to show faith and trust in Eknath Shinde in large numbers. And this comes amid all that backlash from the primary Shiv Sena cadre who are loyal to the Thackeray clan, who've been on a rampage, quite literally. Violence and arson reported from a few parts of Maharashtra, extensively in Mumbai, as they condemn the Eknath Shinde camp for breaking away and pulling off support from the Thackeray family. At this point, we're looking at a counter-protest from the Eknath Shinde supporters itself in Thane, who've come out to stand firmly with Eknath Shinde and camp to say that they will support him to the end. That Eknath Shinde itself is their true leader. Those are the images that we saw, while this the shot that we see on our screens here is one of those supporters of Eknath Shinde burning the effigy of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut, the poster boy of the Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, he has made some really distasteful comments, calling these rebels as dead bodies. At this point, clearly that comment has not gone down well with Eknath Shinde supporters. Now they're taking to the streets protesting, burning effigies of Sanjay Raut. I'm going to quickly cut across to Munish Pandey joining us to give us an understanding on the ED summons right now that Sanjay Raut has attracted. Munish, this is an old case, is what we believe, against Sanjay Raut. It's now come right in the middle. The ED summons has come right in the middle of this Maharashtra political meltdown, just at a time that the Mahavikas Aghadi will have to prove their strength on the floor of the House. It appears just in time is when the ED summons has come in. And also give us some understanding on the rebel camp MLAs. Two of them, we believe, Yamini Jadhav and Pratap Sarnaik, also have ED cases on them, but no summons has come to them as yet. I'm going to try and patch Munish Pandey at this point, but here the visuals that we see here clearly speaks for itself. Eknath Shinde also has the kind of clout that one would imagine, particularly in the Thane area. This is his home bastion. Quite naturally, he's going to have overwhelming support. And of course, 100% backing from the people of his constituency. And that's what we see here, with many of them objecting to the words that Sanjay Raut made when calling the rebel camp MLAs as dead bodies, saying that the moment the dead bodies come back to Mumbai, we will send them to the assembly for post-mortem. These are the words that he said. But, you know, Gaurav, at this point, Sanjay Raut making those comments, calling them dead bodies, etc. Time and again, our reporters have also said that this is the true nature of the Shiv Sena. Doesn't seem like that really resonates with the true Shiv Senics on ground, though.
So this is actually Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde is as much Shiv Sena as Sanjay Raut is, frankly. But Sanjay Raut has clarified his Zinda Lash comment, saying that Zinda Lash is not a threat to these 40 Shiv Sena MLAs. It's a metaphor. It's a matter of speaking that their conscience is dead. The fact that they are now, despite having got everything from Bala Sahib's Shiv Sena, from Bala Sahib Thackeray, worked 2.5 years under the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray with the Mahavikas Aghadi, they've now suddenly, as the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray camp puts it, changed their BAP to the BJP, and that's the big fight that is happening. But as you very rightly pointed out, a series of comments made by Sanjay Raut have been seen as rather distasteful, where he's saying that Shiv Sainiks have now taken to the streets. They're waiting for a single order, a single instruction.
Gaurav, quickly cutting across to BJP's first reaction on Sanjay Raut's ED summons. Ram Kadam in conversation with my colleague Pankaj.
महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में इतना कुछ हो रहा है, लेकिन हैरानी की बात तो यह है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस वक्त चुप्पी साधे हुए है। आखिर भाजपा कैंप में हो क्या रहा है? हमारे साथ इस वक्त भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता राम कदम जी मौजूद हैं, जो अपनी बातों को बेबाक तरीके से रखने के लिए जाने जाते हैं। सबसे पहले मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं कि शिवसेना के नेता संजय राउत को ईडी का समन चला गया है। ये तो पूरा ऑर्केस्ट्रेटेड लग रहा है, आखिर हो क्या रहा है?
नहीं, जब किसी भी प्रकार के आर्थिक गैर व्यवहार सामने आएंगे और पुख्ता कागजात के साथ सामने आएंगे, क्योंकि कभी भी ईडी की कोई कार्रवाई रातों रात नहीं होती, कई दिनों का अध्ययन उन कागजात का होता है, उसके पश्चात वे कार्रवाई करती है। तो इस कार्रवाई को हम अन्यथा लेने के बजाय जिन्हें भी ईडी का समन्स आता है वे उन सवालों का जवाब दे। सवालों से यदि कोई छुपता है तो उसका स्पष्ट अर्थ यह है कि उनके हाथ कहीं ना कहीं काले हैं।
इसके पीछे राजनीति तो नहीं? इस वक्त महाराष्ट्र का करंट पॉलिटिकल जो क्राइसिस चल रहा है वो तो नहीं?
जब पुख्ता कागजातों के आधार पर ईडी कार्रवाई करे तो उस कार्रवाई के साथ हम उसे सियासत क्यों जोड़े? क्या देश के लोग क्या चाहते हैं कि कोई बड़ा नेता है करके उस पर कार्रवाई नहीं हो? यह बदला हुआ भारत है और कोई भी जांच एजेंसी के सामने वे कौन से दल का है, कौन से धर्म का है, कौन से पंथ का है, छोटा है, बड़ा है, यह देख करके कार्रवाई हो, या उसके पुख्ता कागजात, उसने किस प्रकार के आर्थिक गैर व्यवहार किए हैं उस पर कार्रवाई हो। तो ये बदले हुए भारत में आदमी नहीं देखा जाएगा, उसका दल नहीं देखा जाएगा, छोटा बड़ा नहीं देखा जाएगा। यदि उसने गलत किया है तो उन बातों का जवाब उसे देना होगा, कानून अपना काम करेगा।
पूरा देश इस वक्त देख रहा है कि किस तरीके से महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में इस वक्त घमासान मचा हुआ है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी है, आपकी भी जिम्मेदारी बनती है। हर रोज हम देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से फडणवीस जी के घर में मीटिंग्स हो रही हैं, लेकिन अंदर क्या हो रहा है कुछ पता नहीं लग रहा है। चुप्पी साधे हुए है भाजपा कैंप, क्या हो रहा है?
रूटीन चल रहा है। जो हमारी दल की जो रूटीन बैठकें होती है वह बैठकें चल रही है। ये तो मीडिया को लग रहा है।
नहीं, इधर तो शिंदे कैंप कह रहा है कि सरकार माइनॉरिटी में आ गई है, उन्होंने समर्थन ही नहीं दिया है। ऐसे में आप क्या करेंगे? व्हाट इज योर नेक्स्ट प्लान ऑफ एक्शन?
देखिए, इस विषय में हम कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करेंगे। हमारे प्रांत के अध्यक्ष आदरणीय चंद्रकांत दादा पाटिल कह चुके हैं कि यह पूरी तरह से उनका, उस दल का निजी मामला है। इस निजी मामले से वे अपने निपटे, इससे हमारा कोई ना लेना ना कोई देना है।
लेकिन भाजपा पे आरोप लग रहे हैं ना, शिवसेना तो कह रही है ये जो पूरा प्रकरण है इट इज ऑर्केस्ट्रेटेड बाय भारतीय जनता पार्टी। महीनों से आपने इसको स्ट्रेटेजाइज किया, स्टेट में आप बिल्कुल अस्थिरता फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जितने एमएलएज हैं उनको बागी बनाया, सूरत ले गए, चार्टर्ड फ्लाइट करी, उन्हें गुवाहाटी ले गए, 50-50 करोड़ देने की बातें भी सामने आ रही हैं। ये कहा जा रहा है जो वापस आ रहे हैं उनको आपने किडनैप, दबाव में रखा है। कुछ तो भाजपा कहना चाहेगी, आरोप गंभीर है।
तो क्या है, ये लोगों का ध्यान भटकाने की कोशिश है। ये खुद की विफलता, खुद के विधायकों की नाराजगी, इस पर वे चिंतन करते। इस पर आत्मचिंतन करके उसका क्या सही रास्ता है इसकी चर्चा करते, इस पर मंथन करते। पर ना इन्हें खुद की खामियों का मंथन करना है, ना उन खामियों को वे स्वीकार करना चाहते हैं। उनके पास तो एक ही रास्ता है, जब भी कुछ भी हो जाए तो उंगली या तो केंद्र सरकार की ओर करे या हमारी नेताओं की ओर करे। तो ये बचपना छोड़ दें, वे आत्मचिंतन करें, और ये उनके दल का अपना निजी मामला है। निजी मामले में वे अपने परिवार में उस मामले को निपटे, हमारा उस मामले से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ये हमारे शीर्षस्थ नेता इसके पूर्व ही कह चुके हैं।
आपके नेताओं के ऊपर बिल्कुल कमेंट्स किए जा रहे हैं। देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी के लिए कहा है कि इस पूरे मामले से वो बाहर रहें, जो उनकी बची कुची इंटेग्रिटी है उस पर ध्यान दें।
यदि इस प्रकार की टिप्पणी कोई देता है तो यह स्पष्ट करता है कि हमारे विपक्ष के नेता आदरणीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी के बारे में उनके मन में एक भय है, और भय का कारण यह है कि आज भी महाराष्ट्र की जनता एक मुख्यमंत्री पद का सही दावेदार जो 2019 में उन्होंने चुना था, वो देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी को ही चुना था। ये तो तीन दल जो एक दूसरे के सामने लड़कर झगड़कर चुन के आए थे, और विशेष तौर पे शिवसेना दल, जिस दल के विधायकों ने मोदी जी का फोटो अपने बैनर में दिखा करके, वो तो लोगों ने मोदी जी का चेहरा देख करके उनको चुन के दिया था। यानी मोदी जी का चेहरा देख करके शिवसेना के लोग चुन करके आए, पर सत्ता साझा दूसरे के साथ करे, ऐसे लोगों के साथ करे जो हिंदुत्व के विरोधी है। तो इसलिए आज भी महाराष्ट्र की जनता सही मायने में देवेंद्र जी को ही मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में देखती है। विपक्ष के नेता के तौर पे उनका जो वर्तमान काम है वो सराहने जैसा है, बहुत ही उसकी तारीफ पूरे महाराष्ट्र में हो रही, इस बात को हम नकार नहीं सकते। फिर से मैं पुनः कहूंगा कि हम किसी भी दल के निजी झगड़े के या संघर्ष के बारे में हम कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहते।
अच्छा, ये बता दीजिए, देवेंद्र फडणवीस और एकनाथ शिंदे की गुजरात में मुलाकात हुई थी क्या?
ये सारी मीडिया की या कुछ लोगों की मनगढ़ंत बातें हैं। जिस दल के साथ उनके ही अपने नेता उन पर नाराज है, तो दल के कुछ बचे कुचे नेताओं की ये मजबूरी है कि उनकी विफलता वो और किसी के सर पे मारे। तो ये उनकी मनगढ़ंत कहानियां हैं, इसमें कोई तथ्य नहीं है।
आखिरी सवाल मेरा ये है, महीनों से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये कहती आ रही है कि अघाड़ी सरकार ने स्टेट के डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स को स्टॉल कर दिया है, कोई काम ही नहीं हो रहा था। अब तो देखिए, शिंदे कैंप खुद कह रहा है कि सरकार माइनॉरिटी में आ गई है। अब तो आपके सामने मौका है, अब तो पत्ते खोलिए, क्या होने वाला है आगे?
देखिए, क्षमा चाहूंगा, अपनी पहले इसकी पूर्व बात हुई थी कि आप ईडी समन्स और ईडी की कार्रवाई पर हम चर्चा करेंगे। मैं किसी दल के किसी गुट के कैंप के बारे में हम चर्चा नहीं करेंगे, वो उनका निजी मामला है। हाँ, पर इस बात को महाराष्ट्र की जनता और देश की जनता स्वीकार करती है कि जो आदरणीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी के कार्यकाल में मोदी जी के आशीर्वाद से उनके नेतृत्व में जो काम डेवलपमेंट के शुरू हुए, विगत 2.5-3 साल में ठप है। चारों ओर क्या दिख रहा है? वसूली दिख रही है। चारों ओर क्या दिख रहा है? लोगों के ट्रांसफर में करोड़ों रुपए लिए जा रहे हैं। यानी तबादलों में तुम करोड़ों रुपया लोगे। 100 करोड़ की वसूली इस देश में देखी। किस प्रकार से दिन दहाड़े जो गवाह है उनका मर्डर किया जाता है, ये इस देश ने देखा। पालघर के साधु हत्याकांड के साधुओं की चीख, उनकी किलकारियां अभी भी ये देश भूला नहीं है। अहंकार को लेकर किस तरह से लोगों को जेल में डाला जाता है, किस तरह लोगों के घर दफ्तर तोड़े जाते हैं, ये अहंकार का रूप ये तीन दलों का देखा है। तो एक ओर देवेंद्र फडणवीस भाजपा का विकास का काम, और दूसरी ओर उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में अहंकार, अपने सत्ता का गैर उपयोग, सेना का फौजी आदमी है जिसका सम्मान सलूट करके करना चाहिए, उसके घर पे भी घुसकर उससे मारापीटी करना, ये जो दुर्व्यवहार एक तरफ देखा है। तो दोनों अगर चित्रों को हम देखें तो निश्चित तौर पे महाराष्ट्र की जनता आज भी चाहती है, अतीत में भी चाहती है, और वर्तमान के बाद जो भविष्य आएगा उसमें भी चाहेगी कि भाजपा का ही चित्र वो पसंद करती है। ये तो इन्होंने दगाबाजी करके सत्ता में आए हैं।
सरकार बचेगी,
इस पर हमारी कोई टिप्पणी नहीं।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर। कैमरा पर्सन महेश मौर्य के साथ पंकज उपाध्याय, मुंबई, आज।
All right, there you have Ram Kadam there, very clearly stating that it's for the ED to carry out their investigation in a land scam case. These are grave allegations against Sanjay Raut. Pankaj Upadhyay there, bringing the first reaction of the BJP in Maharashtra. Gaurav Ramkadam, who's a BJP MLA in Maharashtra, has tried to clarify, saying that he has nothing to do, or the BJP has nothing to do with Enforcement Directorate's investigation into corruption allegations against Sanjay Rawat. They're doing their duty. The timing of it is not for him to respond. But apart from that, speaking a bit on the political turmoil in the state of Maharashtra, he very clearly says the Mahavikas Aghadi union was an unholy one. It was never to last, and that's why we're seeing it crumbling at this point. So it's no surprises to them. And at any given point, the BJP is ready to take over if they have the support.
You know, you're absolutely right. The BJP is waiting in the wings, and when the BJP says that they have nothing to do with it, the Mahavikas Aghadi actually says that the BJP is orchestrating and micromanaging every statement, every move that is being taken by the Eknath Shinde Sena in Guwahati, and that is why whether it's the Congress or the NCP or the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction, they are saying that why is it that the rebels have gone from one BJP state to the other. They first went to Gujarat, then they went to Guwahati, because that is where the BJP is in complete control of the situation. But the fact that they're also pointing out is this is something that they're actually trying to hit back on.
All right, we have some big news coming in at this point. Uddhav Thackeray strips rebels of their ministries. Now, this is, at this point, it seems like a futile exercise because we are already seeing a truncated cabinet. The cabinet has already fallen apart with close to 8 of the ministers joining hands with the Shinde camp. At this point, the cabinet itself does not exist. But nonetheless, Uddhav Thackeray, using all his strings, the last left of his power, he has now stripped all those ministers of their ministries. This is Uddhav Thackeray using his powers at the last moment, whatever left, whatever remains with him as powers, he's using them to strip those ministers of their ministries, those who belong to the Shinde camp. Paulami Saha joining me on this. Paulami, we're seeing a truncated cabinet. The cabinet of Maharashtra no longer exists with close to 8 of the ministers already joining hands with the Shinde camp. Now Uddhav Thackeray stripping them from their ministries. Does that really add to the woes of the Shinde camp, or they right now careless?
Well, Nabila, it doesn't bother the Eknath Shinde camp because what they are proceeding towards is the formation of a new government in the alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party. So these are steps that they know will be taken against them. More than the ministries being, of course, taken away from them, they're not obviously quite bothered about that. They're more bothered about being disqualified from the Legislative Assembly. So they have all of their hopes pinned today on the Supreme Court of India, because if they stand disqualified, 16 of these rebel MLAs, that immediately brings down the size of this group, and they will not be able to then, of course, vote in the floor test, which will then be ordered, and hence, the purpose of this entire rebellion, so to say, will fall apart. So that is the only concern that they have right now, that the disqualification shouldn't happen, and that's exactly why they've approached the Supreme Court of India even before that deadline to respond to their summons comes to an end today at 5:30 p.m. because they want the Supreme Court to put a stay on that. So all of this stripping of ministries, giving away of the charges that the 9 ministers who are with Eknath Shinde right now held previously is something which they anticipated. These are moves that don't bother them as much.
Undoubtedly. And you know what, Kamlesh Sutar also joins us on the phone line for a little understanding. Kamlesh, right now, Uddhav Thackeray is using whatever left of his powers. He's stripping those ministers who are right now with the Shinde camp off their ministries. Does that mean anything at this point of time? We know that this is his last-ditch effort to save whatever he's got, but clearly, since the numbers are stacked against him, doesn't seem like this exercise will really bear fruit.
Nabila, let me first, tell you what action Uddhav Thackeray has taken. This is an important development. Uddhav Thackeray is stripping off. Uddhav Thackeray getting into action mode. He has stripped off his ministries, especially the rebel ministers of all the ministries that are with them. Eknath Shinde, especially Eknath Shinde's charge has been given to someone who is very close to Uddhav Thackeray. It is given to Subhash Desai. And the Chief Minister's office, in a press release that has been issued just a while before, they say that the work, especially given the onset of monsoons, work should not stop. stop. People should not get affected. The administrative work should not be stalled, and hence he has decided, as per the Maharashtra state government rules 6A and 6E, that empowers him to give away the charges of ministers in their absence, or in absence of illness or other reasons where they are not able to conduct their duties. It can be handed over to someone else. All the ministers, important ministers, have been stripped off. All the rebels. Remember, 9 rebels ministers are with Eknath Shinde, and Eknath Shinde's urban development and important portfolio of urban development has been given to Subhash Desai. Gulabhai Patil's water supply ministry has been given to Anil Parab. Dada Bhuse's agriculture ministry has been and Sandipan Bumre's ministry has been given to Yashwantrao Gadak. And Uday Samant's higher and technical education ministry now will be with Ajay Chaudhary. Similarly, all the MOS, Minister of State's charges have been taken away. Shambhuraj Desai, who is the Home Minister, MOS Home, his charge has been given to NCP's Sanjay Bansode. That is very important. It has also been given to Vishwajit Kadam, other charges, and Satej Patil. Ajendra Yadravkar, whom we saw very vocal in support of Eknath Shinde, his charges have been given to again Vishwajit Kadam, Prajakta Tanpure, and Satej Patil, Aditi Tankare of the NCP and Congress here. Abdul Sattar's ministry has been given to Prajakta Tanpure, Satej Patil, and Sunil and Aditi Tankare again from the NCP. So most of the departments have been given to Congress and NCP of the MOS, and the cabinet ministries have been kept with the Shiv Sena. Clearly, Uddhav Thackeray cracking the whip now. We've seen the Shiv Sena getting into action mode slowly, and now stripping off all the ministers of their ministry, giving their charges to someone else. He's trying to send across a message that the Uddhav Thackeray camp is not taking it lying down. They are taking action and cracking the whip on the rebels.
Right. You know, Kamlesh, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Mustafa Sheikh also, who's currently in Mumbai reporting on this. Mustafa, while we're looking at the battle that's reached the Supreme Court, the apex court, it seems like Uddhav Thackeray has not lost faith in his own governance. He's acting so swiftly, using all his cards to crack down on these rebel MLAs at this point. He's showing that he still has the strength. He is the chief minister even up till date. At this point, he definitely has the powers to strip them of their ministries. He's executing those powers, but not too sure if those powers will remain in the next 24 hours. Shinde camp all set to now come to Mumbai is what we hear. Well, the buzz is that they will come to Mumbai in the next 24 hours. But yeah, give us an understanding on the ministries that have been stripped off and who has those ministries been given to now?
We all know that this entire issue has now gone to the Supreme Court. What Uddhav Thackeray is trying to send out a message to the MLAs which are with the Eknath Shinde camp is that they are losing out, and that's something which he's trying to, as the time stretches, more and more MLAs who are in Guwahati will be at unease because they thought that it will be easy to topple the MVA government and then form a government with the BJP, but it doesn't look so. Supreme Court is set to start hearing on the matter. There are multiple issues which Eknath Shinde has highlighted in front of the Supreme Court. So by the time the court understands the matter, it may take 1 or 2 days. So this is something which Uddhav Thackeray is messaging towards the MLAs is that the work is going on as usual. It's people like you who are missing out. So whether this messaging works is something we'll have to wait and see. Now most of the rebel MLAs were saying one thing in common is that they don't want to work with the Nationalist Congress Party, and whereas Kamlesh was telling us that the MOS, Ministry of State charges which have been removed from Sena ministers has been given to NCP ministers. So once again, Uddhav Thackeray showing some favors towards the NCP with the rebel camp may not like and may also come on social media saying again this is what we were saying. So we'll have to wait and see how Uddhav Thackeray playing mind games to get as much as MLA from the Eknath Shinde rebel camp towards him. We'll have to wait and see whether it works or not. Back to you.
Mustafa, stay with us. At this point, what's the sticking point here, or the takeaway from this entire exercise is that many of those ministries have now been given to MLAs of the NCP and the Congress, the two allies of the Shiv Sena, which the Shinde camp has been opposing. Those are the leaders where the ministries now rest with. Gaurav, for more on that, Gaurav, what do you say this exercise that Uddhav Thackeray has now carried out further almost hits right at the heart of the Shinde camp, that they oppose the NCP and the Congress right from the start. Now those ministries that they held have been given to the NCP and the Congress leaders. This is going to hurt the Shinde camp. Undoubtedly it won't remain long, but certainly will hurt them.
This will actually, Shiv Seniks will wonder why is he doing this. While some ministries are being given to Aditya Thackeray, there are some that are being given to ministers who are, from the Congress and the NCP. And this is the point that the Eknath Shinde Sena has been raising throughout, that the NCP is growing at the cost of Shiv Sena, with this Mahavikas Aghadi, and this will hurt them when they go into the next election. On the other hand, Uddhav Thackeray has argued that the Hindutva vote bank, the Hindutva vote and the agenda, if the BJP stakes claim to it, that will hurt the Shiv Sena in the long run. So this is truly, for the Shiv Sena or for Uddhav Thackeray, it's a very difficult situation. But Eknath Shinde Sena is saying that you are making the NCP grow at the cost of Shiv Sena, and that will hurt not just the leaders but also the rank and file of the Shiv Sena, something that Uddhav Thackeray will now have to defend, especially with these ministries now being given to Congress and NCP's MLAs.
Wow, all right. So this certainly will hurt the sentiment of the Shinde camp at this point, because their primary grouse is that the NCP and the Congress is building their cadre through this alliance with Shiv Sena, and they have received a setback. At a time like this, Uddhav Thackeray, instead of maybe coaxing and pacifying his own rebel camp, has now stripped them of their ministries, and all the leaders of the NCP and the Congress have now got those ministries. They're going to be handling those portfolios. But how long will they remain ministers? That only time will tell. The Supreme Court is hearing the matter. Possibly in a day or two, we'll have some clarity on who holds the majority and who forms the government. Ritik, also on that for more. Ritik, give us an understanding in a sense on the ministries that has been transferred from the rebel MLAs to some of the MLAs of the NCP and the Congress. Do we have a list and the names?
Yes, the press release issued by CMO, that is Chief Minister's Office, has given a list of portfolios which have been transferred to Congress and NCP existing ministers. The first transfer, if we see in this list, is Eknath Shinde's Urban Development, Public Works, Public Enterprise Department has been transferred to Subhash Desai, who is the Industry Minister and who is the close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. He is the senior most leader in Shiv Sena right now. He is at the Nete Pad, categorically Nete Pad, which is the topmost designation in Shiv Sena after Shiv Sena Paksha Pramukh. So Subhash Desai has taken over Eknath Shinde's department. Secondly, if you can see, Gulab Rao Patil.
With us, Ritvik, I'm going to quickly cut across to Priyanka Chaturvedi from the Shiv Sena, joining us live for a little understanding on the moves made by Uddhav Thackeray, who still remains the Chief Minister. Priyanka, first question. You've commented on Sanjay Raut's ED summons at this point, calling the Enforcement Directorate as a loyal agency of the BJP. What's your take on that? What's your sentiment when you say something like that? Because this is an old case which is now being investigated. The timing of it is not to be questioned.
I say that with total authority. I can also call that not just an extended department of Bharatiya Janata Party, but also an extortionist department that is being used by the Bharatiya Janata Party to try to get everyone to toe their line. We have seen how those MLAs who are right now under the watch of the Guwahati government, Assam government, being bullied into ED silences, and how their investigation is ending or beginning on the basis of who complies with them, who doesn't comply with them. We have seen this happen with all opposition leaders. This continues in Maharashtra, and I think Sanjay Rautji has very categorically said that considering the political developments, he's not going to bow down, he's not going to cow down, do what you have to do. And whether it is an old case or a new one, it pretty much, I would want to understand. There was an old case against Himanta Kumar Biswa Sarma also. What is happening to that? I would want to know what happened to several ED cases filed against earlier TMC leaders, now BJP leaders. What happened to them?
Well, Priyanka, at this point, you certainly, your party certainly is currently on shaky grounds. You can't deny that. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray executing powers as the Chief Minister itself is a big question. At this point, the Mahavikas Aghadi does not have the numbers. Y'all are stripping many of those rebel MLAs off their ministries. What's the intention behind this? You know very well this won't hold good in the next 2 days maybe at max.
Allow me to speak. Allow me to speak.
I was completing a question. You have all the time to speak.
Your question, there are many parts to the same question that you're asking. First, you said our government is on shaky grounds. On what basis do you say that? Has the
on the numbers, the sheer numbers,
I'm sorry, you can't interrupt me. Either
You asked me that, you asked me, I am responding to you. Ma'am, you asked me, I'm responding to you.
You've asked me multiple questions, right?
You asked me on what grounds am I saying that? I'm saying on sheer numbers.
Either you answer your questions, either you answer your own questions, or allow me to do that.
No, ma'am, we understand your sentiment at this point. Please continue.
No, I'm sorry. One second. What sentiment are we talking about? So can you please explain what you mean by that?
You asked me a question. I've responded. You're not receiving that well. Now, what am I supposed to say?
You said you understand my sentiment. So can you explain what was that sentiment that you understand?
Are you not able to hear me when I'm saying that it's the sheer numbers? You're not willing to listen to me. I'm responding to your question, but you're opposing it. I'm giving you time to speak. You're still coming back on the previous statement.
You asked me a question, and then I can hear you.
Ma'am, you have all the time to speak. Please continue.
I can only, ma'am, if you stop interrupting me. You asked me a question, then you try to answer my counter question before I could complete answering all your questions. Then you said you understand my sentiment. So I want to understand, what sentiment are you understanding?
Ma'am, if you can continue with it, Gaurav Sawant, who's right here with me, wants to ask you a question as well. Gaurav, please continue.
Priyanka Chaturvedi, the BJP says that the ED is doing its job. The Enforcement Directorate is not working on their orders. Respond, ma'am.
That's one of the biggest jokes I've heard since 2014, and history will tell you since 2014 which are the ED cases which have been activated, which are the ED cases which are being focused upon, and whether it's a coincidence or whether it's deliberate, you can answer that for yourself. The series of ED investigations that are being focused upon by the Enforcement Directorate are those of the opposition leaders. I also put a few names of few leaders who have now joined the BJP, the other side, whose cases have been closed, whose cases have no longer been investigated. So I can easily call ED the extended department of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I can also call them the extortionist department of the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is extorting support for the BJP in non-BJP led states and creating a chaos in those states.
Ma'am, is there now a fratricidal war within the Shiv Sena? It's Sena versus Sena on the streets of Maharashtra.
No, it is Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena is fighting back those forces who are trying to attempt and dislodge this government. And there is no war as such. A little protest that you saw in Thane, which you all are covering just so much yesterday by the Shinde camp, Eknath Shinde's camp, is not really a war. It is very clearly Shiv Sena's support base asserting itself that the only Shiv Sena that we know and that we support and we acknowledge and we will continue to work under is the Shiv Sena under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Thackeray. It is a Shiv Sena which was founded by Bhalla Thackeray, not those who, after 2.5 years of staying in the government, holding important portfolios, important positions, claiming to use his name, claiming to use his Hindutva narrative for themselves. Where were these people in the past 2.5 years?
Ma'am, but that's the point that Eknath Shinde and Deepak Kesarkar and others have been making, if I may. They are saying that for 2.5 years, it's the NCP that is growing at the cost of the Shiv Sena. They say that the real Hindutva of Bhalla Thackeray was put on the back burner because Uddhav Thackeray wants to remain Chief Minister, ma'am.
Mr. Sawant, I will not fall in the agenda pushed forward by that breakaway faction. If you can ask me a question on the basis of my party, my leadership, I'll be happy to answer it.
Okay, but the question that my colleague Nabila was also asking, isn't the Shiv Sena on shaky grounds? 16 MLAs with you. Deepak Kesarkar claims that their faction has 55 with 39 of the Shiv Sena, ma'am.
Actually, Nabila was also saying that she understands my sentiments. I still don't have the answer to what sentiments she seems to have understood. I haven't even conveyed.
Ma'am, at this point, we do understand and we do see the Shiv Sena putting up a brave front. Y'all don't have the numbers. Y'all do not have the numbers, and that's precisely what I was getting at. Since y'all lack numbers at this point, we understand that there is a struggle to retain fort.
Dear Nabila, you'll have to have patience. You cannot be putting forth your questions all the time without having the patience to hear me out.
Ma'am, I gave you all the time. You asked me to give you. You asked me to allow you to speak. I've given you time to speak. You're still going back.
Gaurav, can I answer your question without any further interruption from the anchor herself?
Go on, ma'am.
Go on, Ms. Chaturvedi, we're listening to you.
Okay, we've unfortunately lost that line with Priyanka Chaturvedi. We'll establish that in just a moment.
Clearly, we see that the Shiv Sena is putting up a brave front. They really do not have the kind of substance at this point, Gaurav, to say that they are able to save the government. So clearly the anger is inevitable and it's quite visible at this point. Priyanka Chaturvedi, of course, in a defensive mode, if I can call this, at this point. Without having the numbers, they are certainly showing strength and putting up a brave face. And kudos to them for that.
So numbers will clearly know if there is a floor test, and that is why all eyes remain on the Supreme Court, Nabila, because Shiv Sena says, the Uddhav Thackeray faction, they say that a large number of these MLAs who've been taken to Guwahati, they're there against their will, 2, they're there because of ED pressure, 3, the moment they come back to Mumbai, they will once again switch loyalties back to Uddhav Thackeray, and should there be a floor test, Uddhav Thackeray and the Mahavikas Aghadi should be able to sail through. That is their contention. That's the point that, you know, whether it's Priyanka Chaturvedi or Sanjay Raut or a number of Arvind Sawant, a number of other senior Shiv Sena leaders have been making this claim. But we will only know what happens should there be a floor test, Nabila. But that is where it becomes very interesting what transpires. Case number 34, 35 in Supreme Court becomes very interesting in this vacation bench number 16. Why? Because will this case be heard before 5:30 p.m. Today, and the disqualification notice, because that's the deadline given to the 16 Shiv Sena MLAs, that becomes extremely interesting. So all eyes on the Supreme Court.
You know, but whatever permutation and combination you look at here, it doesn't seem like the Shiv Sena at this point, forget about retaining power in the state of Maharashtra, they're not going to be able to retain their party itself. The mothership of the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray at this point is seeing a near brink of collapse. And at this point, it's undoubtedly so that we see the spokespersons there putting up quite a brave face and a brave front. Kudos to that. But at the end of it, the answer is in the numbers. Gaurav, as we see here, the Mahavikas Aghadi does not have the support of close to 53 odd MLAs. 51 is the count, 53 is their claim. It's enough now for them to come forward, stake claim on the floor of the House. They could do this any minute. And yet we see a brave face put up by the Shiv Sena. Great for them. But really, does that hold any water, what they're saying at this point? In fact, here is the Shinde plea that has been filed in the Supreme Court. More information coming in on the Shinde camp filing a plea in the Supreme Court at this point. The application that's been filed by Eknath Shinde before the Supreme Court, just moments before the hearing, a fresh application is moved by the Shinde faction before the Supreme Court is what we hear. New application added as part of their petition stating that the lives of the rebel MLAs are currently under serious threat from the Shiv Sena cadre. Application says that the Mahavikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra has lost control of law and order in the state. And the application further refers to statements made by Sanjay Raut. Undoubtedly so, this was something that was expected. Gaurav, at this point, we're seeing that the Shiv Sena cadre who are loyal to the Thackeray clan have been indulging in violence, protests that have seen arson in many pockets of Maharashtra. And despite Section 144, prohibitory orders that have been imposed in many parts of the state, we're still looking at the Shiv Sena working with impunity. Doesn't seem like the High Command of the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, who still retains his position as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, even if it is short-lived, he still is the Chief Minister. No strict direction going out to the Shiv Senics to stop this violent protest.
So, you know, this is a very, very interesting plea that's been made in the Supreme Court, and this is the third plea that's been made in the Supreme Court for security, because the apprehension is that the situation could take a turn for the worse. Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena MP and leader, had said that Shiv Senics are already out on the streets. They're waiting for one command, and this is where it will become very, God forbid, it could become very dangerous, because in that exclusive conversation that Sanjay Raut had with India Today today's Mosmi Singh, he'd made it very clear, ye aakrosh hai, ye gussa hai Shiv Sainiko ka, and they're known for this anger. If that anger spills out, it becomes very, very dangerous. And, the question that we were putting to Priyanka Chaturvedi was about this fratricidal war, a Sena versus Sena war. Because when I interviewed Deepak Kesarkar, he said exactly this, hum bhi Shiv Sainik hai, hum bhi Bala Saheb ki ideology ko follow karte hai, aur, their point being perhaps that they can do exactly what the other faction can do. And this is what Eknath Shinde has claimed, that Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena battle only makes the NCP become even stronger in the times ahead, Nabila. So this is where this fratricidal war is now taking a very curious turn.
But multiple appeals have been made for security. It's not just the Shinde camp now appealing to the Supreme Court through a petition. We also saw Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari, the first attempt right after he came back after being treated for COVID-19 as he assumed office. That was his first attempt to ensure safety of those rebels. He shot a letter to the DGP and the Commissioner of Police of Maharashtra, where he clearly referred to the rebel MLAs as Shiv Sena MLAs. So that itself was a telltale sign that possibly the governor could be slightly soft on that end to the rebel camp, towards the rebel camp. And that apart, considering there's a failure to act on the Uddhav Thackeray government, the Uddhav Thackeray government has so far not handled law and order situation. That certainly emboldened the governor of Maharashtra to act on their behalf. He's appealed for the DGP and the Commissioner of Police to up the security of the rebel MLA's family members. They seem to be threatened by the Shiv Sainiks. And now an additional appeal that's been made by Eknath Shinde to the Supreme Court. That apart, many of those rebel MLAs have also got Y+ category security from the center. So a perception that's also being built, apart from what we see on ground, is that there's serious threat to the rebel MLAs, which is why they could be avoiding appearing in Mumbai yet. They don't want to come back because they don't feel safe as yet.
They'll come to Mumbai when they're sure of their numbers and they're sure of what the Supreme Court says. They will come. They will have to come to Mumbai. There is no alternative. They will have to stake claim on the floor of the House the moment they want to be seen as an independent faction in the party. So all eyes will remain on the Supreme Court. But as far as the governor's instruction to the DGP and the police commissioner are concerned, the governor is Bhagat Singh Koshyari is a hardcore BJP man. And, whether it's the NCP, the Congress or the BJP or the Shiv Sena, they've constantly been saying that this is a BJP's run operation. That's what is their claim. And it's working with clockwork precision as far as this entire operation is concerned. What happens next will depend on the Supreme Court, and for security, they've made a plea now even to the Supreme Court to ensure security of Shiv Sena MLAs and their families.
And that's precisely what they're trying to project here, Gaurav, that they have the numbers, but they're worried of their safety, which is why they're not coming to Mumbai yet. And multiple appeals there, including a petition at the Supreme Court, establishes that. Nalini joining us for those updates from court. Nalini, what does that petition to the Supreme Court on security for these rebel MLAs really spell out?
Well, Nabila, it's not a fresh petition that's been filed, but it is indeed a fresh application that has been filed in the petitions that were filed late last evening before the Supreme Court. And what Eknath Shinde is saying in this fresh application is that the Maha Vikas Aghadi, the government in Maharashtra, has lost control of the law and order situation. And because of that, there is a threat to the life of the rebel MLAs that are supporting Eknath Shinde at this point and are currently lodged in Guwahati. Their basis for filing this application are the statements that have been made by Sanjay Raut before the media as well as on social media, and they are stating that the statements...
Nalini, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Mosmi, who's having a conversation with Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiv Sena. Let's listen in.
38 विधायक जो है उनके पास है, उसका दावा ठोक रहे हैं।
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र सरकार की तरफ से होम मिनिस्टर ने क्लैरिफाई किया है कि सुरक्षा का प्रबंधन किया गया है, उनके लिए भी, उनके परिवार के लिए भी। अब तो इनके पास पूरा सीआरपीएफ का भी सपोर्ट आ चुका है केंद्र सरकार से। एक चिट्ठी गवर्नर साहब से जा चुकी है कि इनके लिए ये बनाए, सुरक्षा का माहौल बनाए। सारा माहौल सुरक्षित है, पता नहीं ये लोग असुरक्षित क्यों महसूस कर रहे हैं। शायद कहीं ना कहीं इनको पता है कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता इनकी कारनामे देख रही है और उनके समर्थन में नहीं है।
अरे पर इस तरह के बयान आ रहे हैं कि सिर्फ मुर्दे आएंगे, उनके शव आएंगे, उनकी आत्मा खो चुकी है।
उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा है, उनके पूरे वक्तव्य को तोड़ मोड़ कर पेश किया गया है और यही है क्योंकि वो मराठी में बोल रहे थे, कुछ लोगों ने हिंदी में ट्रांसलेट कर दिया। उन्होंने क्लियरली कहा कि जो इस तरीके का काम करता है उनकी क्या अंतरात्मा मर चुकी है। ये तो खुद नीतीश कुमार जी ने भी कहा था, मेरे अंतरात्मा की मैं कॉल ले रहा हूँ।
मैं उसकी बात करूंगी। अभी सुनवाई शुरू हो गई, बड़ी खबर आ रही है, मतलब कि सुनवाई शुरू होना, क्या आपको लगता है अगर कोर्ट ये तय करती है कि फ्लोर टेस्ट होगा तो आप लोग कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि फ्लोर टेस्ट में, और या फिर डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन को निरस्त कर देती है तो वो बड़ा झटका होगा आप लोग?
नहीं, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन को निरस्त नहीं किया जा सकता है क्योंकि वो हमारे पार्टी के सिंबल पे चुनकर आए हैं और पार्टी के खिलाफ अगर बगावत हो रही है तो उनका निरस्त होना जरूरी है और वापस से रीनॉमिनेट होकर आए। हम बस यही कह रहे हैं, नए पक्ष से, नए गठ का जो बात कर रहे हैं उसके इलेक्शन सिंबल पे जीत कर आए।
क्योंकि जो मसला है अजय चौधरी को भी लेके उन्होंने सवाल खड़े किए हैं कि पूरी विधायक दल जो है हमारे साथ है। जी अंजना जी जी वापस आ रहे साथ में खबर ब्रेक करेंगे सुनवाई शुरू।
Before we cut to Maushmi again, here's a big update. The Supreme Court has just begun hearing on the Shinde Sena's plea. There are two petitions that have been filed extensively challenging all the moves made by Uddhav Thackeray and camp. One is of the disqualification proceedings initiated by the Deputy Speaker. On the other is the Deputy Speaker striking down a no-confidence motion against him. And of course, also on the Chief Whip appointed by the Uddhav Thackeray camp, Ajay Chaudhary, despite them not having the numbers. Another application in the latest that's been filed is also to up the security of the rebel family members, rebel MLA's family members. At this point, the Supreme Court has just begun hearing the Shinde Sena's pleas. Two of those pleas that will be taken up in court. Here, Gaurav Sawant with me on that. Gaurav, both these pleas that the court will be hearing, in fact, we're looking at top legal eagles who will be facing off. We have Harish Salve for the Shinde camp. On the other hand, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Congress leader and senior lawyer for the Uddhav camp, who will be facing off on multiple points on the sanctity of the Constitution and under the constitutional provisions, if at all, disqualification process can be initiated by the Deputy Speaker. And remember, all this comes when the Deputy Speaker has issued a deadline of 5:30 p.m. today, this evening, for those MLAs to return, if not face disqualification.
In fact, Neeraj Kishan Kaul is appearing for Eknath Shinde camp right now. So this case is currently underway in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has asked the Shinde Sena why haven't they approached the High Court first. And this is becoming very, very interesting as they hear the case. Neeraj Kishan Kaul appearing for the petitioners as in Eknath Shinde camp. He's saying that as of now, ये मामला इतना गंभीर है, this matter is so grave that they have decided to come to Supreme Court immediately, and in case the governor wants and in case the speaker wants, there can be a floor test immediately. Big story we are breaking first here on India Today. You get the latest developments here on India Today. Neeraj Kishan Kaul is appearing for the petitioners Eknath Shinde camp, and when the Supreme Court asked why haven't you approached the High Court, they said that we have come to you straight away because this is extremely serious. Should there be a requirement, let there be a floor test immediately. Also giving precedent of why the actions of the Deputy Speaker are bad in law. Remember, the Deputy Speaker has issued notice for disqualification of 16 MLAs at a time when no confidence plea was moved against the Deputy Speaker by 2 independent MLAs, and past precedent is being cited where Advocate Kaul is saying disqualification proceedings initiated even though resolution to remove Deputy Speaker is pending. The Supreme Court in the Nebam Rebia case had passed a very clear order. The Speaker is trying to subvert the Assembly by disqualifying. Major point being made by the lawyer here, saying that the Speaker is trying to subvert the Assembly by disqualifying these 16 MLAs, Nabila.
Right, a quick word. Let's cut across to Nalini, who has been tracking the court right there. Nalini, as the hearing has just begun, give us an understanding on the Supreme Court asking the Shinde Sena, why didn't they move the High Court first? Have they responded?
Well, yes, Nabila, the hearing is underway before a bench headed by Justice Suryakant and also comprising of Justice J.B. Pardiwala. And as expected, the first question that has been posed by the bench to the lawyers, specifically Senior Advocate Neeraj Kishan Kaul, who is appearing for the Eknath Shinde camp, is the fact that as to why they've not approached the Bombay High Court and why have they come to the Supreme Court directly in an Article 32 petition. What Neeraj Kishan Kaul, as a justification for that, has said is that this is a very serious matter, including the fact that in matters regarding governor's orders or floor tests, they have the right to file an Article 32 petition in accordance with the previous precedents of the Supreme Court, and that is precisely why they've approached the Supreme Court directly. There is also a fresh application that has been filed that is alleging there is a threat to the family members of the MLA and that they should be provided protection because the Mahavikas Aghadi has lost control of the law and order situation before the Supreme Court. It seems like due to some last-minute scramble, Senior Advocate Salve has not been able to join the hearing and most likely will not be making arguments, which is surprising because he was briefed on the matter. But due to some last-minute changes, it seems like Neeraj Kishan Kaul will be the one who will be leading the arguments on behalf of the Shinde camp before the Supreme Court. And what he is stating right now is that he is referring to the earlier matter regarding Arunachal Pradesh and saying that in the Arunachal Pradesh matter, the Supreme Court clearly said that the Speaker could misuse the time period that is mentioned to disqualify inconvenient members. The basic point is that until and unless the Speaker decides on the no confidence motion, which is in challenge now before the Supreme Court, any disqualification proceedings under the 10th schedule should not be held, and if disqualification proceedings are still conducted through the issuance of notice that the Deputy Speaker has done, then that is illegal and should not be allowed. It is on that basis that they are asking for a stay on the disqualification notice, and they are making the arguments for the same right now. Like I told you, Neeraj Kishan Kaul, who is a senior advocate as well as a former additional Solicitor General before the Supreme Court, is currently making arguments before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court bench has just asked him what was the date on which this notice was issued, and Kaul has said that the notice was issued on the 21st of June and the disqualification notice was issued to them on the 25th of June. So first they're talking about the order of the Speaker regarding the no confidence motion that was moved by them, and they're also talking about the disqualification notice that was issued by the Speaker to all of the rebel MLAs, asking them to appear today at 5:30 p.m. Because the deadline is today at 5:30 p.m. Nabila, is why this entire hearing is going to be so crucial, because in the interim either there is going to be a stay on the notice or there is going to be no stay on the notice. So at least in the interim it's going to go in the favor of one of the two sides today itself. Either the rebel MLAs will have to stick with the deadline that has been put in place by the Deputy Speaker of 5:30 p.m. today and either appear before the Speaker themselves or through legal counsel responding on the disqualification notice. But in case the Supreme Court decides to accept the arguments that are being placed by Neeraj Kishan Kaul and put an interim stay on this disqualification notice, then that means that there will be a slight respite to these rebel MLAs. But there are several issues that are up before the Supreme Court in this matter, and each and every one of them is going to be looked at by the bench, and we'll have to wait and see to the end of the hearing as to what the Supreme Court will decide.
All right, you know, at this point, the question of disqualification is still secondary from what we see here, Nalini. The first point here is that a no confidence motion was moved against the Deputy Speaker. So his position as a Deputy Speaker itself stands in question. Do you believe that the Supreme Court will take that up first to see the sanctity of the no confidence motion which the Deputy Speaker struck down, which Shinde camp calls arbitrary?
Absolutely, Nabila, because that is the very basis on which this entire petition has been filed. All of the challenges that they've made regarding the disqualification notice, even regarding the appointment of the legislative party leader Ajay Chaudhary, they're stating that the Speaker has no powers to do this because his appointment itself is in question. So till the time the no confidence motion is not decided, he cannot go ahead and conduct these other proceedings. So the basic crux of challenge before the Supreme Court is the no confidence motion against the Deputy Speaker that was rejected earlier. And what they are stating is that there was a notice that was issued to these MLAs regarding the appointment of the legislative party leader, but 34 of these MLAs had specifically written to the speaker and asked him not to act on it. But despite that, the speaker went ahead and conducted the proceedings, which is why they were forced to now approach the Supreme Court seeking judicial intervention in this entire matter and hoping for the Supreme Court to pass some favorable orders so that some semblance is brought into the chaos that is happening in Maharashtra for the past several days. Neeraj Kishan Kaul has also gone ahead and said that why was the speaker in an undue hurry regarding this entire issue. The first issue, whether his appointment or not is done, is the issue that is valid, and that issue needs to be decided first before the speaker can move on to either deciding who the legislative party leader should be or whether or not these MLAs deserve to be disqualified. So the crux of their argument is, of course, regarding the no confidence motion. So if the Supreme Court finds even a little bit of merit in that, even if they think that there is a prima facie case that is made out and this entire matter requires more intervention and a deeper look by the Supreme Court, then it is extremely likely that they might in fact stay the disqualification notice that has been issued and ask the rebels to appear before the Deputy Speaker today at 5:30 p.m. That's going to be a massive relief for these rebel MLAs because that is exactly what they are hoping for, which is why they filed a petition on multiple grounds. Because on some of the other ground, they hope to put the point across to the Supreme Court and get some relief from the vacation bench that is hearing the matter on an urgent basis after they've moved the Supreme Court late in the evening last night.
So what happens in an eventuality that these rebel MLAs show up before the Deputy Speaker? If there's a stay in the disqualification process, if those rebel MLAs show up in front of the Deputy Speaker, does that mean a show of strength? What would that really define?
Well, when it comes to the disqualification proceedings, Nabila, it's very interesting because regarding the disqualification proceedings, the jurisdiction of the courts to interfere in it is very limited. But because they've made the crux of their matter and the crux of their challenge this no confidence motion, so it remains to be seen what the Supreme Court decides on this. And a very valid question has come in from the Supreme Court where they've asked Neeraj Kishan Kaul, who's appearing for the Shinde faction right now, that the ground that you're taking is that how can a Deputy Speaker continue with these proceedings, but why have you not approached the Deputy Speaker with this issue? Why don't you appear before the Deputy Speaker and request him to not continue with the proceedings while the no confidence motion is not decided in finality? The problem over here, Nabila, that we need to understand is that the post of the Deputy Speaker is also a constitutional post. So they also have the right to conduct proceedings regarding the Legislative Assembly in the state. So in that case, the Supreme Court is not bound to interfere in this matter because these are parallel proceedings. And the Supreme Court can come into the picture only after a final decision has been taken by the Speaker regarding the issue of disqualification. So there is very limited jurisdiction that any court of law, not just the Supreme Court, any court of law has in this entire case because it is considering the proceedings that are going on already before the Deputy Speaker. So will the court be willing to step in an interim stage when there's not even a final decision that has been taken is something that remains to be seen, but very valid questions coming in from the bench. Why has the Shinde faction not approached the Bombay High Court? Why have they not approached the Deputy Speaker asking him to not conduct these proceedings? Instead, they have in a very hurried manner approach the Supreme Court instead asking for a judicial intervention in this matter and for the Supreme Court to take matters into their own hands and pass orders. Even if some orders are passed today, which seems likely because the matter is going to be heard, then it's expected to be on very limited aspect because they obviously can't go into the details of the case in just one day. They're expected to pass a limited order on the interim aspect and likely to conduct a more detailed hearing in the coming days, hopefully on an urgent basis because that is what is being sought by the Shinde faction here. But it's all up to the Supreme Court to now decide to what level are they even going to intervene in the proceedings that are going on before the Deputy Speaker.
Past instances of such nature, Gaurav with us as well. Gaurav, past instances of such nature, in fact, case in point, Karnataka itself, the first thing that the court had said at that point was for a floor test, directed the entire Legislative Assembly to appear on the floor of the House and prove their merit. Whoever has the strength, the government goes with it. That's also the common man's approach. Whoever has the strength, stake claim. What's delaying this entire process? At this point, while the court hears the matter, what are you expecting, Gaurav?
So, even before it gets to the floor test, it is the disqualification notice that is currently under challenge. And again, because the Deputy Speaker has issued disqualification notice to 16 MLAs, where the petitioner's lawyer, Neeraj Kishan Kaul, is arguing that this has been done to remove inconvenient members from the assembly. And then the past precedent that you talk about quotes from the Arunachal Pradesh verdict saying that this should not be done. Point 1. Point 2. Principles of natural justice not being followed, Nalini, is another aspect that has been raised, that 14 days time should have been given to respond, which did not happen in this case, with the speaker giving, deputy speaker giving these 16 MLAs time only till Monday 5 p.m. And this is a violation, Neeraj Kishan Kaul argues, of principles of natural justice.
Precisely, Gaurav, and that is also one of the reasons that they've stated in their petition as to why they were forced to move the Supreme Court in this petition in an urgent hearing application, asking for the matter to be taken up on an urgent basis, because they were not given a reasonable amount of time to even reply to this notice that was issued on the 25th by the Deputy Speaker, and asking the rebel MLAs to be present before them within a period of 48 hours. What we are given to understand, the latest coming in from the Supreme Court, is that the judges have risen for a 5-minute break. It may be for them to consult between each other as to what needs to be done. It may also be because the Supreme Court bench has not taken a lunch break today. They've been continuously hearing the matters. But 5 minutes break the judges have taken right now. They are likely to assemble in the next 5 to 10 minutes and the hearing will continue. It's on a short pause right now. But elaborate arguments have been put forth by Neeraj Kishan Kaul, who is appearing for the Shinde camp, where he stated that the Speaker first needs to decide on the issue of the no confidence motion, and that itself is in challenge before the Supreme Court. So it makes no sense for him to continue with either the disqualification proceedings or any proceedings regarding the appointment of a legislative party leader. Another very strong point that they are putting forward is the fact that the Maha Vikas Aghadi government does not have the numbers and they don't have the majority before the floor of the House. 38 MLAs, if I'm not wrong, they have clearly stated they had written to the Deputy Speaker saying that Ajay Chaudhary should not be appointed as a legislative party leader. But despite that, this appointment was made. So several aspects they have challenged these entire proceedings on. And on the basis of that, Neeraj Kishan Kaul made these arguments before the Supreme Court. But some very pertinent questions have also come in from the bench's side, where they've asked them as to why they have not approached the Deputy Speaker and asked him to put a hold on the disqualification proceedings because of the no confidence motion. So it is likely, it is a possibility. We of course can't speculate at this point as to what the Supreme Court will do, but it is a minor possibility that the Supreme Court might say go back to the Deputy Speaker, and in case he refuses to hear what you have to say, or in case you feel he doesn't pass a fair order, then you always have the liberty to come back to us. But first make that plea before the Deputy Speaker. Give him a chance to actually conduct the proceedings in the right way before making a challenge before a court of law, because there has to be a proper procedure that has to be followed. There's a hierarchy of courts as well, where they could have approached the Bombay High Court to take care of this entire matter, considering it's a case regarding the Legislative Assembly of the state of Maharashtra. But they've approached the Supreme Court directly in not one but two Article 32 petitions seeking for an urgent hearing, which of course has been granted to them, keeping in mind the seriousness of the issues involved. But as to what extent the Supreme Court will interfere, like I've been stating from the beginning, is up to them to decide, because it might not be to a full extent, considering the fact that the proceedings before the Deputy Speaker have not concluded yet. And on several aspects, the Deputy Speaker's proceedings are still pending, and the rebel MLAs have not even appeared before the Deputy Speaker even once after this entire scenario is played out in the state of Maharashtra.
And that's possibly the only point where Shinde Sena might receive a setback, considering that they're not in the home state of Maharashtra. They're sitting in an alien, a foreign state in Guwahati, Assam, and they're trying to call the shots from there. So it's very likely that the Supreme Court might direct the rebel camp to arrive and show face before the Deputy Speaker. But at this point, a quick word from Gaurav on this. Gaurav, on what grounds did the Deputy Speaker strike down the no confidence motion floated by the rebel camp?
So the plea that is being taken by the Deputy Speaker's office, the information that filtered out is that it came from an unauthorized email ID. And that is why 2 independent MLAs had moved this no confidence in the Deputy Speaker, alleging or asking whether the Deputy Speaker, and that is the point that is also being made by the rebel camp, by the Eknath Shinde camp in the Supreme Court, is whether the Deputy Speaker, who is supposed to behave in an impartial manner, whether he was acting or working in tandem with the Mahavikas Aghadi government of Uddhav Thackeray. And that is where, because they expect justice from the Deputy Speaker when there was already a vote of a plea of no confidence in him. Why is it that he still issued a notice of disqualification against 16 MLAs, including Eknath Shinde? Now, the Deputy Speaker, we are told, was of the opinion that since these emails came from unauthorized email and not from the authorized email IDs of the 2 independent MLAs, it wasn't paid heed to. Will this hold ground in the Supreme Court remains to be seen.
Right. You know, that's one technicality over which the Deputy Speaker used his powers and said, well, it's not come from an authorized email ID, therefore I will not accept this no confidence motion. But on the contrary, this baffles me to try and understand why exactly only 16 of those rebel MLAs out of the 39 have received disqualification proceedings against them. Why not all those rebel MLAs? Gaurav, would you have an answer to that? Why selected 16 only have been issued with a disqualification notice? Why not the rest?
Eknath Shinde is the leader of the group, so he gets the notice. Others who've got this notice are all leaders, of this rebellion who are being sent a notice. It's also a message to the others that if the leaders can receive a disqualification notice or may be disqualified, the same threat holds over you. So fall in line and come back to the party fold. That's the thinking we are told within the Shiv Sena. Send out a message to some, the other, take action against some, and the others get the message.
But that's unfair treatment there, even by the Deputy Speaker for that matter. Gaurav, let me cut across to Nalini on that. You have something to say, Nalini? My question was why only 16 MLAs get a disqualification notice? Why not all those rebels, 39 of which only 16 are right now in the dock?
Well, Nabila, the disqualification notice is primarily based on the ground that these MLAs had voluntarily left the membership of the party based on their conduct outside the house. So it is important for the government, the Uddhav camp that has moved the Deputy Speaker, to make sure that they make the best case out possible for disqualification against these MLAs. And it seems like they've chosen the 16 best cases. Additionally, they don't need for all of the MLAs to be disqualified. They only need certain MLAs to be disqualified so that the Eknath Shinde camp can't go ahead and say that they actually have the majority in comparison to the Uddhav camp. So it's not in their interest to go ahead and ask for a disqualification of all of the members. Also, they might be hoping, and this is speculation at this point, but they might be hoping that some of the MLAs against whom disqualification has not been sought might eventually find their way back to the Uddhav camp. So they don't really want to burn the bridges with all of these MLAs. They might be hoping that some of them will return, which is why they've asked for the disqualification of only 16 MLAs. But another important update that we have coming in is that when the questions were raised by the bench to Neeraj Kishan Kaul as to why they had not approached the Bombay High Court or the Deputy Speaker with their plea instead of coming to the Supreme Court directly, what they've stated is that the environment in Bombay is not conducive for them to pursue their legal proceedings and to get any sort of legal action in their favor, because it is being controlled first of all by the Uddhav camp, and second, another allegation that they've raised is that this Uddhav camp is misusing the government machinery available in the state to threaten the rebel MLAs who now have withdrawn their support from them. So they're stating that the environment in Bombay or Maharashtra is not conducive for them to exercise any legal remedies, which is why they've approached the Supreme Court, not only so that there is an unfair view that is taken with regard to this entire matter, but also so that the order comes in from the higher authorities, which makes it binding on the Uddhav camp as well as the law and order machinery in the state of Maharashtra, to ensure that not only these rebels are not harmed, because that seems to be a very genuine concern, which is why they filed even an additional application saying that there is a threat to their life and some action needs to be taken to protect their families, because their families are now also being approached by other Shiv Sena members that are already present in Mumbai. So serious concerns have been raised, and they've given that as a justification for why they've not approached any authority in Maharashtra and have instead knocked the doors of the Supreme Court to hear their plea and likely pass some orders in this aspect. The judges were given to understand is still on the break that they had taken a few minutes back, likely to consult between themselves on exactly how far they should indulge into this matter, and also, yes.
Yeah, the court proceedings we hear has just begun after a break.
Yes. The court proceedings have just resumed, Nabila. They've just resumed, and we have Neeraj Kishan Kaul, who's again further arguing on behalf of the Shinde camp. And what he's stating is, like I told you, he's referring to the Arunachal Pradesh judgment that was stated earlier, where he said that the precedent in that is very clear regarding what the powers of the speaker are and in what cases he can conduct these proceedings. He's also reading out the extracts from the judgment where he's speaking about the disqualification proceedings, and when there is a motion for the removal of a speaker, how no disqualification proceedings can be conducted. This is the basis on which Neeraj Kishan Kaul is basing his arguments. He's also saying that in one of the paras of the judgment, it specifically points out that the speaker cannot entertain any disqualification proceedings when a no confidence motion is already pending against him. Now, although in principle this deputy speaker has already ruled on the no confidence motion, but since that itself is one of the issues that are in challenge before the Supreme Court, we can't say that the issue has yet been decided in finality. So till the time of final decisions not taken on the no confidence motion, no proceedings under the 10th schedule, the anti-defection law or the disqualification aspect can be conducted by the speaker, is what Neeraj Kishan Kaul is saying. He is heavily relying on the Arunachal Pradesh judgment to supplement his arguments and make a case for as to why any interference by the deputy speaker regarding the issuance of the disqualification notice to these rebel MLAs is illegal and arbitrary at this stage and should not be allowed, which is why on the basis of which they're asking for this stay to be issued on this notice immediately, so that the rebels don't have to meet the 5:30 p.m. deadline that has been put in place by the deputy speaker. Because Nabila, realistically we can expect that if there is no stay and the rebels don't make it to the 5:30 p.m. deadline, then the speaker might decide to actually go ahead and disqualify them. So they don't want
at this point,
that stage where they are disqualified from the assembly.
Yeah. Nalini, at this point, we're also seeing that despite the matter now being in court, this is also the interlocutory period. Despite that, we're seeing Uddhav Thackeray pulling out his powers and using all his might right now to strip those rebel MLAs of their ministries, to try and deter them. So on that front, the Mahavikas Aghadi government seems to be acting despite not having the numbers. Ideally, they are now pushed to a minority with regards to the numbers. They don't have the complete strength in the assembly. But despite that, they're pulling out powers. They are executing their powers at this point, with Uddhav Thackeray in the latest, stripping several of those rebels of their ministries, moving them, transferring those portfolios to NCP and the Congress. Is that allowed? Could that be possible? He's still the chief minister, yes, but ideally the government is dysfunctional with them not having the numbers.
Well, Nabila, speaking purely legally, until and unless there is an order to the contrary, Uddhav Thackeray is still very much in power, and these decisions are being taken by him in the capacity of a chief minister. There is so far no order that has stated, official order at least, that has stated that Uddhav Thackeray camp does not have the majority before the floor of the house, and all we have so far are the claims and the counterclaims, which is why, Nabila, one of the main questions that the Supreme Court asked is that why haven't these points been raised before the deputy speaker first? Why have you come to us directly? Because if these points were raised before the deputy speaker, considering that he's supposed to be an unbiased authority and supposed to listen to all sides and take a fair decision in the matter, might have stopped the proceedings himself. But this point was never raised before him. The rebels never appeared before him. So, which is why the Supreme Court's questioning their locus in coming before the Supreme Court directly. But at the same time, what Uddhav Thackeray camp has to say is something that still remains to be seen. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who's appearing for them, and Devdutt Kamath, who's appearing officially for the Maharashtra government, are yet to make their arguments before the Supreme Court. So it's only a one-sided fight, at least as of now. Only after they make their arguments will we really understand what stance they have in this entire thing. Because although we knew that this matter is eventually going to come to the Supreme Court, what's important to watch out for is who was the approaching party going to be. And because it's the Shinde camp that has filed these petitions, Uddhav Thackeray at this point might be a little bit on the back foot because he is going to be opposing these petitions and he'll have to put his best case forward, which is precisely why some of the top lawyers in the country are part of this hearing right now, because it is extremely crucial what comes out of this hearing, not just for the Shinde camp, but more importantly for Uddhav Thackeray, because this is likely going to be the first official order that is going to be passed by the Supreme Court in this matter. It is likely going to set the tone for how this entire case is going to be. And even though, Nabila, this case might pan out for several months following today, but what happens in the interim is what all these lawyers are going to be fighting for, because they want an interim order in their favor. If the status quo is in their favor, then they can hope for a favorable order at the end of the road when the matter comes to an end. But if the interim order is not going to be in their favor,
fastest updates coming in from court, and you're of course on top of the story as we see that the Shinde camp now in their claims through that petition says the Shinde camp saying that this is a violation of natural justice. This, of course, the Shinde Sena saying violation of natural justice, considering he has the numbers, the two-third majority. In that eventuality, there is no way that the Uddhav Thackeray camp can appoint a chief whip or use the deputy speaker to disqualify members, because they don't have the strength. Even to appoint a chief whip, Ajay Chaudhary, who's been appointed, to appoint a chief whip, one needs the two-third majority to sign on a paper or document to approve the chief whip's appointment. But none of that happened. It was not. There was no due process that was followed by the Shiv Sena. Ajay Chaudhary was, according to the Shinde Sena, arbitrarily appointed as the chief whip, and the chief whip issued a whip to all those MLAs: if you don't appear for the meeting at Varsha, the chief minister's residence, a few days ago, then they would face disqualification. So on all grounds, this is illegal and this is a violation of natural justice. This is exactly what the Shinde Sena says. Gaurav, almost quite a emotional appeal that the Shinde Sena is making, that despite having the two-third majority at this point, it doesn't seem like they have received natural justice. They call this illegal. All the process that Uddhav Thackeray has followed, right from using the deputy speaker to initiate disqualification proceedings and appointing a chief whip without having the numbers, all illegal and defies natural justice for the Shinde camp.
So, principles of natural justice not being followed is the contention of the Eknath Shinde Sena with regard to the timing of the disqualification notice or the time given to respond to the disqualification notice. As far as numbers are concerned, you're absolutely right. They've claimed they have the numbers. They claim they have the support of 38 Shiv Sena MLAs. But and this can only be proven on the floor of the House. But principles of natural justice not being followed. One, a notice issued by Deputy Speaker when a vote when two MLAs had already said they had no confidence in the impartiality of the Deputy Speaker. So that's a violation of principles of natural justice, and the timing given to respond only till 5 p.m. today is a violation of principles of natural justice, where the time given should be at least 14 days as per norm. So these are the two aspects that are being raised by the Eknath Shinde Sena in the Supreme Court. It remains to be seen what the Supreme Court does on these petitions, but past precedence is something again that the Shinde Sena is relying on in Supreme Court by saying that principles of natural justice are not being followed by the Deputy Speaker in responding to the queries or the points that have been raised by the Eknath Shinde Sena MLAs, 16 of them who received disqualification notice.
Right, you know, Gaurav, in that matter, if principles of natural justice were to be followed, then the first things first, the Deputy Speaker should have approved the no confidence motion against himself. Is that the first step?
that is the contention. But the point is, the moment, since all sides are consulting their best legals and legal minds, their point was the moment there is a vote of no confidence, the moment there is a plea of no confidence against the Deputy Speaker, he cannot take a decision on the disqualification of 16 Shiv Sena MLAs as sought by the Shiv Sena party. Point one. Point two. His recognition of Ajay Chaudhary as leader of the Shiv Sena legislature party. Again, the Eknath Shinde Sena says, how can a minority group in the party decide who the leader would be when the majority group has unanimously, which is 38 MLAs have unanimously decided it would be Eknath Shinde. So these are points where they say that, again, with the whip of the party, how can the minority group decide what will be the whip? It's only 16 MLAs on one side with Uddhav Thackeray, majority 38 on the other side. So these are points that have been raised. And now it is for the Supreme Court to decide finally, who is with the truth here.
Nalini, if you are with me, in fact, just yesterday, we saw that the Shiv Sena roped in Supreme Court lawyer Devdutt Kamath to give out a formal message to the media. Through the media, in fact, they reached out to the rebel camp, almost warning the rebel camp that this two-third majority that you're harping upon right from day one makes no sense and has absolutely no validity until unless you merge with another party. So, in your legal perspective and view here, will the two-third majority hold good for the Shinde Sena camp at this point to in fact, carry forward with their appeal to the Supreme Court? What does Devdutt Kamath means when he says that two-third majority holds no good until unless you merge with another party?
Well, Nabila, what's interesting, and it's good that you asked me this question because it's important to clarify this. 10 schedule specifically states that this two-third majority that the Shinde camp is claiming comes only into the picture when this camp or this two-third majority splits away from one party and joins or merges with another party. This merger with another party in this case has not happened. They have only split away from the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, which means that there are now two separate factions of the Shiv Sena, and this newly formed faction, the Eknath Shinde faction, has not merged with any other party for the 10th schedule proceedings to be attracted in this case. That's what Devdutt Kamath was speaking about. But what's even more interesting about this is that because both these factions, the Eknath Shinde faction as well as the Uddhav faction, have been seeking legal opinion from the very first day when the rebels actually broke away from the faction and first moved to Surat and then moved to Guwahati, because they've been seeking legal opinion every step of the way, it is extremely possible that even if the Eknath Shinde faction merges with another party, then that merger itself may be in question before a court of law. And the reason why that's interesting is because that will be the first time ever where the Supreme Court will decide on this issue of a two-thirds party merging with another party. This is an issue that has never come before the Supreme Court, and there is no judgment of the Supreme Court on this entire matter. So it'll be the first time that the Supreme Court will be passing an order on this particular legal aspect. So in terms of that, this case can very well go ahead and become an unprecedented case when it comes to either disqualification proceedings or the falling of a government in a particular state. Each and every aspect, because it's being put in challenge before a court of law, as it's been done by the Shinde faction before the Supreme Court, we can expect that even if this merger happens, it will be subject to judicial proceedings and the final order of the Supreme Court.
All right, so when it comes down to a merger or not, Gaurav, at this point, doesn't seem like the Shinde Sena wants to merge formally with the BJP, because that would be suicidal for them. It would go against all that narrative of them being true Shiv Senics, them wanting to work on the ethos and ideology of Bhalla Thackeray, etc. So merging with the BJP at this point is out of question for the Shinde Sena. The only contrary is for them to receive a status or to be, to be now identified as a separate breakaway faction of the Shiv Sena, who they themselves call themselves true Shiv Sena. They say that we are the true Shiv Sena. They've already given a name to this rebel faction, calling it Shiv Sena Bhala Sahib. That's the name that's been given. We're seeing enough and more fight on legacy of it. But then this could be possibly the only option for the Shinde Sena at this point, to be recognized as an independent party and then get into an alliance with the BJP and stake claim for the government.
So, when I spoke to Deepak Kesarkar, one of the rebel MLAs at Guwahati, he made it very clear that their aim was to be Shiv Sena Bhala Sahib. They're not a separate party. They've sought recognition as a separate entity, a faction of the Shiv Sena. And before that, Eknath Shinde, Deepak Kesarkar and several others, Bharat Gogavle, they've repeatedly been saying that they are the real Shiv Sena. They are the inheritors of Bhala Sahib Thackre's Hindutva, his ideology and his legacy. Because their allegation is, or the point that they're making is, that Uddhav Thackeray has compromised on the legacy of Bhala Sahib Thackeray by aligning with the NCP and the Congress, unable to take forward the agenda of Hindutva. So this is the fight. Their fight is not with Uddhav Thackeray. Their fight is only about tying up with the Mahavikas Aghadi, being a part of, being with the NCP and the Congress. They want that alliance to be broken. Does this mean disqualification? They have a plan B and a plan C. Polemy has been, reporting relentlessly on their plan B and their plan C. There are some independent MLAs, smaller parties that are recognized, but all of that would take away from their claiming that they are the real Shiv Sena.
Yeah, but as you interestingly mentioned, Gaurav, the Shinde camp has been saying we don't want to formally join the BJP. All we want is we want to pull away from the alliance with the NCP and the Congress, which Uddhav Thackeray, very surprisingly, has not let go of. He's in fact stayed put. He remains the chief minister. He's not resigned. He's in fact further emboldened the NCP as well as the Congress by transferring all those ministries that his own MLAs had to the NCP and the Congress. He's basically digging in his heels, saying that I will not break this alliance with the NCP and the Congress at this point. What does this really speak of Uddhav Thackeray's intentions right now?
It's very interesting you point that out, and political analysts have been, talking about this. His father, Bhala Sahib Thackeray, would have said, I'd rather dissolve the party than go with the Congress. And Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, in their exclusive conversation with India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal at the Business Today Mindrush Conclave, referred to that statement of Bhala Sahib Thackeray. Bhala Sahib Thackeray said, I'd rather dissolve Shiv Sena than go with the Congress. And son Uddhav Thackeray and Chief Minister of Maharashtra talks about his association with Sharad Pawar of the NCP and with Sonia Gandhi and the advice and the fact that those who came together just 2.5 years ago are standing strong together, and those who'd been a part of Shiv Sena from the very beginning are now moving away from him, claiming to be the real Shiv Sena. So Uddhav Thackeray's perception is it is the BJP that insulted the legacy of Bhala Sahib Thackeray and insulted Uddhav Thackeray and insulted the Shiv Sena by claiming to be the bigger power in Maharashtra. So it is more who is the bigger alliance, the biggest flag bearer of the Hindutva ideology in Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray feels that it is the BJP that will eat into the Shiv Sena core vote bank. These rebel MLAs feel that the NCP is eating away into the core vote bank of the Shiv Sena by becoming more powerful at the cost of Shiv Sena.
And interestingly, Gaurav, if you see in this gamut of things, the Congress maintains stoic silence, has so far not uttered a word, not made any public comment, only of course saying that we back Uddhav Thackeray entirely, etc. But they've not really made any comment on this, because from what we hear among the grassroots level, the cadres of the Congress, they too are having problems with the NCP. They're not very comfortable with the alliance with the NCP either. Somehow they're directing their campaigns towards the same vote bank. The NCP and the Congress similarly have quite a similar vote bank for that matter in several areas. So the Congress also not very happy with the NCP is what we understand.
You've hit the nail on its head. It's the NCP that is growing at the cost of the Congress and the Shiv Sena is the point that both the Congress and the Eknath Shinde camp have been making in the past 2.5 years. It is the NCP and this is where Sharad Pawar's master strategy seems to be working with the Mahavikas Aghadi. NCP grows, Congress and Shiv Sena suffers is what both Eknath Shinde Sena and the Congress have been maintaining. Uddhav Thackeray, on the other hand, stands very strongly with this, saying that, you know, NCP and Congress, they'll be able to handle in the next election, even though this is an alliance where ideologies do not meet. Their point is, Uddhav Thackeray's point, according to his supporters, is if they go with the BJP stands to gain and Shiv Sena will lose.
Well, our relentless, super fast updates coming in from the Supreme Court. Our experts from the legal perspective right there joining us for more information. Of course, Nalini tracking those developments from court. Our battery of reporters joining us from Guwahati and Maharashtra, giving us the most accurate details as we see the Maharashtra government right now on the brink of collapse. This is certainly not what Uddhav Thackeray had imagined. Came across as a rude shock for him, an overnight shock. When the Eknath Shinde camp literally pulled off a coup. Never did Uddhav Thackeray expect his party to dilapidate to this extent. What a shame, a fall from grace for Uddhav Thackeray at this point, a man who's led the party for close to 50 years. Never expected this kind of rebellion and never smelt it. Under his own nose this happened. Eknath Shinde pulled off the biggest coup from the Shiv Sena at this point, and Uddhav Thackeray didn't have a whiff of it. What does this speak of this man who we call as a seasoned politician? I highly doubt if he really has the acumen.
So, you know, this is something that would really hurt, Uddhav Thackeray, no doubt. But he was under the weather. He was recuperating from serious surgery. And that's the point that, he wasn't going and meeting his party rank and file is the plea that his supporters have routinely taken. He himself has said that. In fact, he says that he had given the responsibility to Eknath Shinde, and that is where, actually he should have read the writing on the wall when the Rajya Sabha results came, and that is where the BJP was able to win more than their strength. And that is where it was loss for Shiv Sena and gain for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Point one. Point two, you're absolutely right, Nabila. He did not expect that 2/3 of his party MLAs will just walk out on him, go to Surat and then go to Guwahati, and he would be left with just 16 MLAs. But he is fighting back, and he is fighting back hard with his back to the wall, with many of his supporters arguing that some of these rebel MLAs in Guwahati are actually his people in the other camp, and there are others who are waiting in the wings. Sanjay Raut wanted to go to Guwahati and bring some of those MLAs back. By the way, there is a team of Shiv Sena leaders who are as of now standing by in Kolkata. The moment they get the green signal, they will go to Guwahati and try and bring these rebels back. But the bigger threat is not just losing MLAs. It would be, Nabila, God forbid for him, if he were to lose the control of his party. Yeah. And that is why he's held a series of meetings with the Shakha Pramukhs and the Zilla Pramukhs, of the party. Because if there's a split in the party, then he'll be left nowhere.
You know, at this point, of course, questions being raised by the Shiv Senics itself, because clearly the Eknath Shinde camp are full of Shiv Sena MLAs, 39 of them. So we can really consider their sentiments as legit at this point. These MLAs have claimed that Bhalla Sahib, yes, is a founder, but is not the owner of Shiv Sena. So Uddhav Thackeray saying, making statements like you start your own party with your father's name. What does this really mean? This is not a family-owned party.
Yes.
Bhalla Sahib is a mere founder. It's not a family property. So making statements like that is really going to prove counterproductive. It's the ethos and the principles of Bhalla Sahib from which the Shinde camp wants to float a separate faction. How do these statements come across? How is it perceived really when Uddhav Thackeray so long called the Shiv Sena as Bhalla Sahib's Shiv Sena, today is saying his father's Shiv Sena. He's making it sound like this is his family party.
Well, this is the point that Uddhav Thackeray and other Shiv Sena leaders have repeatedly made, that Shiv Sena means Bhalla Sahib Thackeray and his party. The Thackeray name is very important. But big story. Abhishek Manu Singhvi now speaking in Supreme Court. Abhishek Manu Singhvi now responds to all the charges that are being made, Nabila. And Abhishek Manu Singhvi says it is for the Speaker to decide. And it is the Speaker. Once he takes a decision, it can be brought to court. But Nabila, it is very clear that Abhishek Manu Singhvi says even in the Rabia case, let the speaker decide. Even if he decides wrongly, the court can only intervene once the final decision has been taken.
Right, and that's exactly that. Nalini has those updates. Then Nalini, over to you. Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing.
Yes, Nabila, the arguments on behalf of Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is appearing for the Uddhav faction as well as the Maharashtra government, have begun, and he is relying on the landmark 1992 judgment of Kyoto Holohan, which is specifically on the issue of judicial interference in the matters of anti-defection law and the 10th schedule. And what he is stating is that the 1992 judgment clearly states that even if a speaker has taken a wrong decision, first you have to wait for him to take a final decision, and only that final decision can be subject to judicial review before a court of law. Till the time a final decision on the disqualification is not taken by the speaker, there is no jurisdiction of any court in accordance with the 10th schedule to interfere in these matters and pass any orders regarding this entire issue. At the same time, interestingly, what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is also stating is that once the speaker goes ahead and takes a decision, then that of course can be challenged before a court of law, but first the chance ought to be given to him to take a final decision in this matter. He's also gone ahead and said that there are some extraordinary cases in which coming to the Supreme Court directly is allowed, but this case is not one of them. There is no locus, there is no reasoning as to why the Shinde faction has approached the Supreme Court directly instead of first approaching either the Deputy Speaker or at least the Bombay High Court. And because they've approached the Supreme Court directly, the Supreme Court at this point should not indulge this matter any further. They should wait until the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker in this case, takes a final decision on the disqualification of these MLAs, and then the Supreme Court or any court of law can decide as to whether or not that disqualification was valid. Abhishek Manu Singhvi has also gone ahead and said that there will be certain points that he will be making regarding this entire aspect, bringing forth some facts which have not been brought forth so far, and there are going to be certain arguments that he is going to make which is going to be based on facts that even the speaker might not be aware of. Abhishek Manu Singhvi has also gone ahead and said that these disqualification proceedings that are going on with the speaker have still not been concluded. There has been no final order in this aspect, and because they are still pending, till the time these proceedings are concluded, there can be no challenge to them before a court of law. Like I told you, he is heavily relying on the landmark 1992 judgment to supplement his points. So we have legal precedents being cited from both sides, from Neeraj Kishan as well as Abhishek Manu Singhvi. But what remains to be seen is which point comes across to the bench as a valid stand in this entire matter. They have granted an urgent hearing of the case, which means that at least prima facie, it seems like there should be something that the Supreme Court should look into. But after hearing detailed arguments to what extent are they going to indulge this matter, we'll only know once the hearing is completed and the orders have been passed.
Well, at this point, from what we see, that the allegations are the Deputy Speaker has been acting out of order, that he's trying desperately to save the government, which is in minority, and hence he could be politically motivated. Those are the allegations made by the Shinde camp. Nalini, at this point, the sanctity of the Deputy Speaker itself is in question. Again, some clarity on both sides of the arguments with that regard.
Well, absolutely, Nabila, and that's something that's not going to go down well with the Supreme Court. And I'll tell you why. It's because the Deputy Speaker's office is also a constitutional post, and there are procedures that are laid down as to how the Deputy Speaker has to conduct these proceedings. So until and unless the procedure has been waived off or there is some blatant illegality, the Supreme Court's not likely to interfere with proceedings that are being conducted by an office that is
Cutting across to Sanjay Raut of the Shiv Sena speaking. Let's hear it.
काही कंपन्यांची नावं घेतली तर कंपन्यांशी माझा काही संबंध नाही, पण अशा प्रकारची कारवाई या काळामध्ये होईल याची आम्हाला सगळ्यांना खात्री आहे. ज्या प्रकारच्या घडामोडी महाराष्ट्रात सुरू आहेत आणि महाराष्ट्राची बृहत प्रतिष्ठा शिवसेनेचा बाणा हे वाचवण्यासाठी आणि जे कोणी सोडून गेले त्यांच्याशी लढा देण्यासाठी आमच्यासारख्या माणसाला मैदानात उतरावं लागतं आणि उतरावं लागलं. त्याच्यामुळे महाराष्ट्रद्रोही काही लोक एकत्र येऊन त्यांची वडोदराला जी मीटिंग झाली त्या मीटिंगमध्ये ठरलं की संजय राउत को टाईट करो. तेव्हाच मला माहिती आली की हे ईडी तुम्हाला समन्स पाठवून बोलवेल. पण माझी तयारी आहे शिवसेनेसाठी आणि महाराष्ट्रासाठी, बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंच्या शिवसेनेसाठी आणि महाराष्ट्रासाठी अशा प्रकारच्या कोणत्याही बनावट कारवाईनं माझी मान कापली तरी मी गुवाहाटीला जाणार नाही, मी गुडघे टेकणार नाही, मी तुरुंगात जाणं पसंत करीन. खोट्या या अशा प्रकरणामध्ये काय करायचं ते करू. अजून जर त्याला कुठले माझ्यावरती खोटे खटले दाखल करायचे असतील तरी माझी तयारी आहे. शिवसेनेचा वाघ आहे. बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंबरोबर 30 वर्ष काम केलं. शिवसेनेचा नेता आहे. लढाऊ अशा सामनाचा मी संपादक आहे. काय करणार, माझं मनोधैर्य ते खच्ची करू शकणार नाही. जिथे असेल तिथून मी शिवसेनेसाठी लढत राहील. पाहू काय होत आहे. उद्या मी जाऊ शकत नाही. कारण उद्या माझी अलिबागला सभा आहे. उद्या माझं शेड्यूल आहे अलिबागला माझी सभा आहे. उद्या माझी अलिबागला सभा आहे आणि त्या सभेला मला जावं लागेल आणि मला असं वाटतं मी त्या सभेसाठी जाईन.
तुम्ही ईडीकडून वेळ मागितली आहे की मला पुढची वेळ देण्यात यावी, या संदर्भात काही तुमचा?
नाही, ते होईल ना पत्र. कायदेशीर लढाई आहे. काहीपेक्षा मी कायदेशीर लढाईला पेक्षाही साधारण मला काही वेळ लागेल, कारण या सगळ्या पक्षाच्या घडामोडी आहेत, त्यात मला वेळ द्यावा लागेल. आणि काही उपयोजक त्यांना मला अटक करून घेऊन द्यायचं असेल तुम्हाला घेऊन जाऊ शकता. जर दिल्लीतून तसा आदेश असेल भारतीय जनता पक्षाच्या नेत्यांचा आणि महाराष्ट्रातल्या नेत्यांचा की यांना अटक करा आणि घेऊन जा, तर ते मला घेऊन जाऊ शकतात कधी.
सर हिंदी में बता दें सर, हिंदी में दोहरा दें, कल ईडी ने बुलाया है, क्या सूचना मिली? ईडी से बातचीत हुई अब तक कुछ आपकी? और आपकी प्रतिक्रिया
क्या है? काही नाही आहे.
पाठवलं
हो गए. हाँ, क्या बोल रहे हैं?
ईडी ने आपको नोटिस दिया हुआ, ये सूचना है, कल आपको बुलाने की तैयारी?
देखो, नोटिस, मैं सामना कार्यालय में हूँ, ये मेरा घर नहीं, यहाँ नोटिस नहीं आ सकता है. ये तो बाला साहब ठाकरे की वास्तु है. अगर घर में नोटिस आई होगी तो मैं देख लूंगा. जिस तरह की राजनीतिक हलचल मुंबई में चल रही है, महाराष्ट्र में, देश में चल रही है, तो मुझे पूरा अंदेशा था कि मेरे बारे में मुझे रोकने के लिए, शिवसेना को रोकने के लिए कुछ लोग इकट्ठा आएंगे महाराष्ट्र के खिलाफ और मुझे और मेरे कोई साथी हुए उनको तकलीफ देंगे. लेकिन चाहे आप मुझे कितनी भी तकलीफ दीजिए, मुझे फांसी पर चढ़ाइए, मेरी गर्दन काट लीजिए, मैं गुवाहाटी में जाने वाला नहीं. क्या मैं गुवाहाटी जाने वाला नहीं हूँ. मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मैं बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो शिवसेना है उनके साथ खड़ा रहूंगा और उनकी साख बचाने के लिए आखिरी सांस तक मैं लड़ता रहूंगा, चाहे मुझे आप गोली मार दो या मुझे जेल डालो. देखिए, मेरे पास कल मेरी अलीबाग में सभा है और भी सभाएं मैंने शेड्यूल की है पार्टी की तरफ से. उसके बाद मैं ईडी से टाइम ले लूंगा, लेकिन जरूर मैं ईडी के दफ्तर में जाऊंगा और जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है उनके सामने जाऊंगा. मैं भागने वाला नहीं हूँ.
सर, आपका बयान एक तरह से चर्चा में है, जिसमें राज को लेकर, गुवाहाटी जाने को लेकर, मुंबई जाने को लेकर असं म्हणणं आहे. सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाची सुनावणी सुरू आहे. याचिकाकर्त्यांचं असं म्हणणं आहे की आम्ही मुंबईत महाराष्ट्रात येऊ शकत नाही, कारण आमच्यावर हल्ले होत आहेत, आमच्या घरावर हल्ले होत आहेत, आम्हाला धमक्या दिल्या जात आहेत.
त्यांनी मराठी भाषा समजून घेतली पाहिजे. मी काय म्हणालो आहे, मी इतकंच म्हणालो की जे गुवाहाटीला आता आहे ते शरीरानं तिकडे आहे, त्यांचा आत्मा मेल आहे. आणि असे शरीर जेव्हा इथे येतं तेव्हा ते निर्जीव आणि मृत असतं. याचा अर्थ समजून घ्या.
सर वो हिंदी में सर ये महत्वपूर्ण है, इसको लेके कंफ्यूजन है, कोर्ट में भी इसका जिक्र है. हिंदी में बताइए सर क्या बोला था?
नहीं कहा था.
Tell that the statements made by him were not at all objectionable. He said that those rebel MLAs who have gone to Guwahati, their conscience is dead and they are like live corpses. I've never said that the dead bodies will come and we will kill them.
यहाँ आकर क्या होगा? उनका तो सिर्फ पोस्टमार्टम होता है. लोग उनके विचारों का और उनकी कृति का पोस्टमार्टम करते हैं. ये मैंने कहा, ये पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट. मला कोर्टामध्ये काय चाललंय त्याच्याविषयी मी कोणतेही भाष्य करणार नाही. ती न्यायालयीन लढाई आहे, ती कायदेशीर लढाई आहे. त्यासाठी आमची लिगल टीम, आमचे शिवसेनेचे काही प्रमुख लोक दिल्लीमध्ये उपस्थित आहेत आणि त्याच्यावर काम करतात.
Raut says that I don't want to comment on anything which is going on in the court. The court proceedings are on. Our legal team is right in Delhi, and this is.
All right, that was Sanjay Raut, the poster boy of the Shiv Sena, who's now received ED summons. He's said the expected. In fact, put the entire blame on the BJP for trying to arm twist him using the enforcement directorate. Here is MP Sanjay Raut responding to the ED summons. In a first reaction, he calls the ED summons as conspiracy to try and pressurize him to join the Guwahati camp. He says, until my death, even if I'm killed, I will not let go of the side of the Thackerays. He has, of course, rested his allegiance with the Thackray clan, with Uddhav Thackeray. Let me cut across Ritvik Balikar joining us on the phone line for more. Ritvik, he's spoken, Sanjay Raut, in his first reaction on the ED summons, very clearly stating and accusing the BJP of trying to arm twist him and putting pressure using the ED card. No statement that he gave on the corruption allegations against him, though. Give us an elaborate insight on what he said.
Sanjay Raut, as expected, again at his rhetoric best. He says the companies, the names of the companies which are taken in ED case, he has no connection with them. At the same time, he also denies all the charges made by ED. But at the same time, he clarifies that he's not going to go for the summon. He's not going to the office of the ED tomorrow because he has a rally lined. He has a rally lined up in Alibag, the same place for which he's been summoned. There are land camps, the allegations about land camps made against him and his wife and his family. The properties of Sanjay Raut and his wife were seized by ED earlier this month, and they are situated in Alibag. Now Sanjay Raut says that he's going to Alibag tomorrow to address a rally, a Shiv Sena rally. Also, he says that even if someone tries to kill me, I'm not going to go to Guwahati. He tries to, again, politicize this whole issue, and he is saying that the ED summons has been issued just because he's been speaking against the central government, against the central agencies, specifically ED, and that's the reason the ED has summoned him an issue.
Well, you know, this at this point, it seems like an obvious reaction from Sanjay Raut, because this is exactly what team Uddhav Thackeray has been claiming right from the start, that the mutiny that was led by Eknath Shinde is a mere result of all the pressure that's been put by the ED, the CBI, all thanks to the BJP-led central government. This is a rhetoric that the Uddhav Thackeray camp has maintained right from the start, and it seems like a natural reaction coming in at this point as well, with Sanjay Raut now receiving fresh summons by the enforcement directorate in a land scam case. In fact, money laundering allegations to the tune of 1,000 odd crores. Ritvik, are you with us? Would you be able to give us an understanding on the seriousness of the allegations leveled against Sanjay Raut, which the ED is now investigating?
Yes, exactly. The case is about a land scam related to a redevelopment project which was proposed in Goregaon, the suburbs, western suburbs of Mumbai. The land is somewhere around 1,000 crores, costing 1,000 crore, which is more than 600 acres. And the redevelopment project includes 670 tenants. The life of 670 tenants are at the stake because of this project. The project was redeveloped by HDIL, the company which is in collaboration with another company which was owned by Praveen Raut, who is a very close aide of Sanjay Raut, that is to be believed, and what ED has accused him of. And there are transactions found between Praveen Raut's wife and Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut. So that's the point where ED wants to investigate and question Sanjay Raut and his wife. And that is the only reason they have summoned him an issue.
All right, these are huge allegations undoubtedly. Now, the timing of it, of course, is now the bone of contention. The ED summons right in the thick of this Maharashtra political crisis really raises questions. But on the contrary, Sanjay Raut indeed has to answer a lot of questions on these corruption allegations of money laundering against him. But this is an ED case that has been persistent. It's been a couple of years that he's facing the Enforcement Directorate's investigation. But now a fresh summons issued against Sanjay Raut at this point, even as he gets set to carry out rallies and campaigns tomorrow as well. It seems like his plan certainly is hindered. Amid this raging political turmoil unfolding by the minute in Maharashtra, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the Patra Chaul land scam case. The summons is for tomorrow. He's got to appear on Tuesday before the ED office. Some of his properties have been attached by the Enforcement Directorate earlier as well. Reacting to the summons, Sena MP Sanjay Raut has said that the Bhala Sahib's Shiv Senics were fighting a big battle and that there is a conspiracy to stop him. He's further gone on to declare that even if they arrest him, he won't take the Guwahati route. He's been claiming that the BJP is trying to pressurize him. He's got many offers from the BJP in the past to join them. And since he's stayed true to the Uddhav Thackeray ethics and with the Shiv Sena, that's why the BJP is trying to use the Enforcement Directorate against him. These are his claims. In fact, the Shiv Sena MP Priyanka Chaturvedi, on the other hand, has said that the ED was just showing its true devotion towards the BJP. Earlier, the Enforcement Directorate had attached properties worth 9 crore rupees related to Sanjay Raut's aide, Praveen Raut, and assets worth around 2 crores belonging to Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha, in a whopping 1,034 crore Patra Chaul land scam case. ED officials probing this Patra Chaul land scam case has also found in February that Praveen Raut, who is Sanjay Raut's close aide, had paid off 55 lakh rupees from the proceeds of that crime through his wife's account to Varsha. ED has also said that hotel accommodation, tickets were all booked for domestic as well as international travel of Sanjay Raut and people associated with him. So some serious allegations leveled against Sanjay Raut, whether he has direct involvement in the scam or not, of course, for the ED to find out. But a summons has been issued against him for tomorrow, just a day when Sanjay Raut intended to carry out rallies in different parts of Maharashtra to try and build confidence amongst the grassroots level cadre of the Shiv Sena. It seems like this has come as a setback.
इस कार्रवाई को हम अन्यथा लेने के बजाय जिन्हें भी ईडी का समन्स आता है वे उन सवालों का जवाब दे। सवालों से यदि कोई छुपता है तो उसका स्पष्ट अर्थ यह है कि उनके हाथ कहीं ना कहीं काले हैं। जब पुख्ता कागजातों के आधार पर ईडी कार्रवाई करे तो उस कार्रवाई के साथ हम उसे सियासत क्यों जोड़ें? क्या देश के लोग क्या चाहते हैं कि कोई बड़ा नेता है करके उस पर कार्रवाई नहीं हो?
ईडीचं समन्स आलेलं आहे.
हो का? मला पण आपल्याकडूनच कळलं. शुभेच्छा त्यांना.
ईडीचं समन्स आलेलं आहे.
हो का? मला पण आपल्याकडूनच कळलं. शुभेच्छा त्यांना.
All right, they are reacting, of course, to ED summons to Sanjay Raut. Now, of course, what do you have to say? Let me cut across to our reporter joining us at this point. We're looking at Eknath Shinde, who just spoke. But before that, I'm going to cut across to my colleague Gaurav Sawant, who was in conversation with Sena MP Priyanka Chaturvedi on Sanjay Raut's ED summons. Let's listen in.
Priyanka Chaturvedi, the BJP says that the ED is doing its job. The Enforcement Directorate is not working on their orders. Respond, ma'am.
That's one of the biggest jokes I've heard since 2014, and history will tell you since 2014 which are the ED cases which have been activated, which are the ED cases which are being focused upon, and whether it's a coincidence or whether it's deliberate, you can answer that for yourself. The series of ED investigations that are being focused upon by the Enforcement Directorate are those of the opposition leaders. I also put a few names of few leaders who have now joined the BJP, the other side, whose cases have been closed, whose cases have no longer been investigated. So I can easily call ED the extended department of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I can also call them the extortionist department of the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is extorting support for the BJP in non-BJP led states and creating a chaos in those states.
Ma'am, is there now a fratricidal war within the Shiv Sena? It's Sena versus Sena on the streets of Maharashtra.
No, it is Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena is fighting back those forces who are trying to attempt and dislodge this government. And there is no war as such. A little protest that you saw in Thane, which you all are covering just so much yesterday by the Shinde camp, Eknath Shinde's camp, is not really a war. It is very clearly Shiv Sena's support base asserting itself that the only Shiv Sena that we know and that we support and we acknowledge and we will continue to work under is the Shiv Sena under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Thackeray. It is a Shiv Sena which was founded by Bhalla Thackeray, not those who, after 2.5 years of staying in the government, holding important portfolios, important positions, claiming to use his name, claiming to use his Hindutva narrative for themselves. Where were these people in the past 2.5 years?
All right, now, as the hearing continues in the apex court, Uddhav Sena's counsel takes over for arguments here. In fact, questions asked about email that was sent to Deputy Speaker passing a no-confidence motion. The Shinde Sena saying to that, not email, it was a notice signed by MLAs. Supreme Court asking if at all an email sent by the rebel MLAs against the Deputy Speaker can be indeed rejected. While Singhvi, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who's fighting for Uddhav's camp, he said the email was rejected on the mere grounds that it came from an unverified source. Further, the Supreme Court asking, is the Deputy Speaker being a judge here in his own case? Can the Deputy Speaker judge whether or not those MLA's signatures were legit or not, to which arguments still continue in court? Nalini joining us more on that. For clarity, Nalini, that particular, that bone of contention on why the no confidence motion was struck down by the Deputy Speaker is now being argued in court, with the court really asking why was it struck down by the Deputy Speaker. Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying that it came from an unverified source, to which the court says, can the Deputy Speaker act like a judge here?
That's a very crucial question, Nabila, that is being raised by the Supreme Court, because what they are asking is that if the no confidence motion was against the Deputy Speaker, then can the Deputy Speaker himself be the one to take a call on as to whether or not that motion should be allowed? Can he be a judge in his own case is the essence of the question that is being put across by the Supreme Court. What Abhishek Manu Singhvi has stated before the Supreme Court is that this no confidence motion was not rejected on merits. It was rejected because it was sent to the Deputy Speaker through a random unverified email ID. So it was prima facie rejected by the Deputy Speaker without even going into the merits of as to whether or not the no confidence motion should be allowed. But the point that the Supreme Court is making is that can this be decided by the Deputy Speaker himself? And if this is a point that sticks with the Supreme Court, because they have also hinted, and this is the big news coming in, Nabila, they have also hinted that if this is the case, if he has decided on the no confidence motion himself, then the Supreme Court might have to issue notice to the Deputy Speaker himself, calling for the documents in the case that he has referred on, the email copy along with all of the other documents, the letters that have been written by the rebel MLAs, so that the Supreme Court can take a look at these documents and decide whether or not this decision was taken by the Deputy Speaker fairly or not, and whether he was even entitled to take a decision in a matter where the no confidence motion was moved against him itself. So a very pertinent point being raised by the Supreme Court. They're also hinting at the fact that they might summon the documents in this entire matter so that the entire case can be laid out before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has access not only to the documents that the Eknath Shinde camp has provided as annexures along with their petition, but also the documents that the Deputy Speaker has relied on to pass this no confidence motion. Another important point that is being raised by Abhishek Manu Singhvi right now is that the Deputy Speaker is required to rule on a no confidence motion within 14 days from the time that it has passed. So even though it was rejected on a prima facie basis, this time period of 14 days has still not elapsed. So the Speaker still has the authority to go
stay with us. Do stay with us. We see that the Shinde Sena has come out with a 4-page bombshell in a new letter. The Shinde Sena making some startling allegations against Uddhav Thackeray and camp. And what they've said in that letter, a 4-page letter written in Marathi, translates to one of these points that Deepak Kesarkar, the rebel MLA camp, member of that rebel MLA camp, has made, saying Sanjay Raut is trying to finish the party at the orders of Sharad Pawar. NCP leaders would fire the gun using Raut's shoulders, and who'd die? Not others, but your own. Almost a straight direct attack on Sanjay Raut at this point. This 4-page bombshell dropped by the Shinde Sena at this point extensively speaks of how Uddhav Thackeray camp has deviated from the true ethos of Hindutva and are trying to embolden the NCP. Unfortunately, this is causing big setback to the true Shiv Sena and Shiv Senics. This is exactly what the letter says, while he directly attacks Sanjay Raut, saying Sanjay Raut is trying to finish the party at the orders of Sharad Pawar. NCP leaders would fire the gun using Raut's shoulders, and who'd die? Not others, but your own. This is a 4-page bombshell that's been dropped by the Shinde Sena. Remember, this comes right amid the proceedings currently underway in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is still trying to understand on the legalities of disqualifying many of those rebel MLAs. Clearly, those rebels at this point are stern, they're angry, they're upset with the fact that despite having numbers, Uddhav Thackeray is using all his powers to target them and dismantle their unity at this point. Even though the matter is in court, Uddhav Thackeray went on to strip many of those MLAs from their ministries and also transferred those ministries to NCP and Congress leaders. This may have certainly come as a shock to the rebel MLA camp. Clearly, we're looking at this 4-page bombshell that's come in the backdrop of all these developments. In the backdrop of Uddhav Thackeray right now transferring all those ministries to NCP leaders, this certainly has come as a huge disappointment and has built anger among the rebel camp. And that's very evident through this 4-page bombshell that the rebel MLA camp has now dropped. And in that letter, a 4-page letter, all written in Marathi, one of the points translates to Sanjay Raut is trying to finish the party at the orders of Sharad Pawar. NCP leaders would fire the gun using Raut's shoulders, and who'd die? Not others, but your own. Vidya joining us more on that. Vidya, what more does that 4-page bombshell really speak of? And am I right, this comes in the backdrop of the Supreme Court hearing the matter on the validity of this disqualification notice?
Well, Nabila, yes, the fact that there is an ED notice that has been sent asking Sanjay Raut to be present tomorrow, the fact that there is a hearing today and this letter, all does, seems like if to and fro, exchange that is really happening between the various leaders, various, factions of the Shiv Sena itself. At this juncture, since the Supreme Court hearing is, going on it, and especially where the issue of the Deputy Speaker having refused to, hear any further the email that had been sent by the Eknath Shinde-led faction, where they had sought the removal of the Deputy Speaker himself. All
right, stay with us, Vidya. I'm going to quickly cut across to Deepak Kesarkar joining us on the phone line, the rebel MLA who is with Eknath Shinde. At this point, Mr. Kesarkar, this 4-page letter that you've rolled out right at a time when the proceedings is currently underway in the Supreme Court, what's your sentiment behind it? You're blaming Sanjay Raut of trying to dismantle the true Shiv Sena.
No, my letter is very simple. It says about what happened in Shiv Sena and how Sanjay Raut tried to take us away from Shiv Sena and thought of Hindutva. That is the essence of the letter, and thereby the development of Maharashtra.
Deepak Kesarkar, at this point,
mentioned in my letter.
Yeah. We see that. If you can translate some of those points in that letter, it's mostly written in Marathi. Do you want to tell us exactly what's your grouse?
No, I'm sending another letter which is in English, which is under process, and you will get it within 5-10 minutes. So I think it will be.
No, Mr. Kesarkar, a quick point. When you shift the blame entirely on Sanjay Raut, what are you getting at? Sanjay Raut seems to be only talking the words of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray's sentiments is what Sanjay Raut is echoing. So what's the purpose of targeting Sanjay Raut at this point?
We know Uddhav Sahib very well. He's very soft-spoken, and he don't talk his language. His language is very soft, very sober, and he is known to be a gentleman. The language he is using is not decent. It is indecent language.
What are you referring to? Where he's called rebel MLAs as dead bodies, dead souls? Is that the objection that you've taken?
Exactly. After he's writing everything, I got to reply, and this is especially for my people of Maharashtra who should understand our stand and the kind of misunderstanding which is being created in the state. I have to put before them our real stand and what happened before this incident, because whatever was happening in Maharashtra. So that is also referred to, and we have fought the election as an ally between BJP and Shiv Sena. So that was the verdict of the people, and that should be upheld.
Mr. Kesarkar, you're directly accusing Sanjay Raut through your letter of being associated with NCP Chief Sharad Pawar to try and dismantle the Shiv Sena. You're accusing him to work at the behest of Sharad Pawar. That's a grave allegation.
No, please try to understand. He had broken our party 4 times. So now he is being consulted by our party. So I'll have to mention this. 4 times he has broken Shiv Sena, not only one.
How has he broken Shiv Sena 4 times, sir?
It was first when, Chhagan Bhujbal went away. Second time when Mr. Rane went away. Third time Mr. Raj Thackeray went away. And there is one more instance which people are telling me, but I'm not aware of that. But
so you're blaming this entirely on Sharad Pawar and Sanjay Raut?
Evident. No, sir. Sharad Pawar has the duty to grow his own party, no? Why he will feel that Shiv Sena should grow?
So you're saying Sanjay Raut has attempted to split your party multiple times in the past?
Not Sanjay Raut. Pawar sir has split our party. Openly he has done it, so.
So, Mr. Kesarkar, in the latest development, Uddhav Thackeray has transferred all the ministries from the rebel MLAs and moved it to some of the leaders of the NCP and the Congress. Does that make you feel anything? Are you emotional about this? Because your demand was to break away from the alliance, but it seems like Uddhav Thackeray is emboldening the NCP further.
No, it is not like that. We always feel that he should think in the interest of the state. When the ministers are out of station, somebody will have to look after their departments, and I have been always insisting that being a constitutional head of the state, he should look after the state very efficiently, which he has done in the past. So instead of giving more attention to a party, he will have to give more attention to the state and what he is doing right now, and we are very happy about it.
No, so you're okay with the ministries being transferred? You're saying that would be short-lived?
Yes. That is for a short time, and which is in the interest of the state and the people of the state.
Mr. Kesarkar, at this point, from what we see in many parts of Mumbai, the true Shiv Senics, at least that's what they claim to be, they are the true Shiv Senics, they are resting their allegiance with the Thackeray clan. They feel that anyone who's defied the Thackeray's are not the true Shiv Sena. So, how does it feel to not receive the support from your grassroots cadre?
Madam, grassroots cadre is not aware of the facts. It is my duty to bring all the facts before them. And I'm sure you must have seen, also the Shiv Seniks are responding very well now to my appeal. And I think that is my duty because our state, there should be peace in our state. And if there is any misunderstanding being created by Mr. Sanjay Rao, we'll have to bring the fact before the true Shiv Seniks. And they are Bhagat to Shiv Seniks. So they will understand everything. That's why my first tweet was in Marathi, second would be in English, which is meant for the other people of the nation. So that will come shortly. It is undergoing that. Tracking is undergoing.
You know, but Mr. Kesarkar, at this point, you've written a letter, so it resonates with the Shiv Seniks across. But, you know, many questions being raised on why did you not take this grievance to Uddhav Thackeray much earlier? Why did you have to wait to pull off a coup of this nature, spending crores of rupees in your travel to Guwahati, to Surat, Gujarat, chartered flights, hotel stay, such an expensive affair this is? Why did you not take this matter to Uddhav Thackeray directly at first instance?
We have brought this matter before our party chief number of times, and before leaving Mumbai also. I was personally there along with 5 senior ministers. But since he was not giving a thought to it, we thought that we should join the other people who are, you know, a little hesitant with talking because everybody has the respect for Uddhav Sahib and everybody do not dare to talk in his presence. So we talked on behalf of them, and I think that to a certain extent he was convinced, but there was not a firm answer to what we were suggesting. Only thing he told that his family was defamed by people who belong to BJP, and those are the people, I don't think they are the original BJP workers. They are the ones who are admitted afterwards, and they had enmity with Matosri. So these people they have tried to defend. And for that, you know, some action could have been taken. Instead, when you are saying that it, no doubt, we were also hurt when the family was defended. We were truly hurt. And that is what we told them. But if it is done by somebody who have recently joined Sena, then the original recently joined BJP, then the BJP leadership could take appropriate action against them who have done it.
You know, at this point,
should listen to us.
From what we hear, Mr. Kasarkar, here we are looking at the Supreme Court now issuing a notice to Uddhav Thackeray government. So it seems like the Supreme Court is also cracking down and questioning the powers that Uddhav holds despite not having the numbers. How would you look at this? Are you hoping for a respite? All right, here's the big news coming in. Supreme Court issues a notice on the rebel Shinde's plea. A notice that comes in the way of Uddhav Thackeray at this point. Uddhav Thackeray government now sees a notice from the Supreme Court. Let me quickly cut across to Nalini with more on that. Nalini, please define what this notice really says.
Well, Nabila, this is a notice that has been issued by the Supreme Court for all of the parties, particularly the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly, to respond to the petitions that have been filed by Eknath Shinde along with all of the other rebel MLAs. Two very important points coming across from the last update that we gave. Number one, the Supreme Court has asked the Deputy Speaker to file a comprehensive affidavit on two aspects. Number one, was there a letter that was received by him regarding a no-confidence motion against him itself? And second, that if that no-confidence motion was rejected, then on what basis, I beg your pardon, the Deputy Speaker rejected the no-confidence motion against himself. So a detailed affidavit, a detailed comprehensive affidavit has been asked by the Supreme Court from the Deputy Speaker in Maharashtra on this particular aspect regarding the no-confidence motion. The second most important update coming in from the Supreme Court is that Devdutt Kamath, who was the senior advocate appearing for the Maharashtra government, who had also spoken to the media earlier on behalf of the Shiv Sena, has specifically stated that there is no question of a no-confidence motion against a speaker or a deputy speaker. A no-confidence motion can only be moved against a CM or a government, not against the speaker. The Constitution specifically mentions only removal of a speaker and not any question of a no confidence motion itself. So the Supreme Court has now issued notices to all of the parties, including the Deputy Speaker, the Maharashtra government, as well as the Shiv Sena faction led by Uddhav Thackeray, asking them to respond to the petitions that have been filed by the rebel MLAs. The next hearing, we are given to understand, is on 11th of July now, which is interestingly the day that the Supreme Court is reopening after the vacations conclude. So on the first day of reopening after the summer vacations, the Supreme Court is going to be taking up the Maharashtra political crisis for hearing. They have asked for the response to be filed by the Maharashtra Speaker as well as the Maharashtra Assembly within 5 days from today, and 3 days more after that will be given to the rebel MLAs to respond to the responses that have come in from the Maharashtra Speaker. This is the procedure that is followed. There's always a notice issued asking for the response on the other party on record. Even though the lawyer for the Deputy Speaker as well as the Maharashtra government have both made oral arguments before the Supreme Court today, so it's clear what their stand is going to be. They're challenging Supreme Court hearing this matter at all, saying that the proceedings before the Deputy Speaker have still not been concluded, but the Supreme Court wants all of these submissions on record, on paper, in a comprehensive manner, not in a short duration through oral arguments, which is why they've asked for a detailed response in this entire matter, not only from the Deputy Speaker but also from the Maharashtra government, specifically on the issue of the no confidence motion so far. It remains to be seen what response is filed by these people, but on the 11th of July is when the next hearing is going to be conducted before the Supreme Court. Some very important developments have undertaken before the top court today, which is likely to set
Hold on right there, Nalini, hold on right there. I want to take this straight across to Paulami Saha as well, who's joining us for all the very latest from Guwahati on this story. Paulami, for our viewers who have just tuned in, do encapsulate all that is going on right now, because now the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the Uddhav government on pleas filed by the Shinde camp, and what's the sentiment you're picking amidst the Shinde camp at this point of time? Paulami, over to you.
Well, Chetty, obviously we do know now that all of the respondents in this case have been asked to, in fact, submit an affidavit within 5 days time as far as this entire matter is concerned, which includes, of course, the Speaker, the Maharashtra Government, Assembly Secretary, Mr. Ajay Chaudhary, Mr. Sunil Prabhu, and those others as well who have been made party to this petition, these two petitions by the Eknath Shinde.
Apologies about the interruption right there. Nalini's got some updates coming in from the Supreme Court. Take it away, Nalini.
Yes, Nabila, big breaking coming in from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has specifically asked the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker rather of the Maharashtra Assembly, to ensure that the disqualification proceedings will not continue at least until the next date of hearing. Although another important rider is that the arguments are still underway, and Rajiv Dhawan has said that he cannot give such an assurance without first speaking to the Deputy Speaker. But the Supreme Court's made its intentions very clear. They've listed the hearing for July 11th, and they're asking the Speaker to not conduct the disqualification proceedings at least until then, because the issue regarding the no confidence motion has to be decided first. No doubt, if this is in the final order that is passed by the Supreme Court today, that the disqualification proceedings should not continue, then that will come as a massive relief to not only Eknath Shinde but all of the MLAs and the supporters who are with him in Guwahati right now, who are facing disqualification, to whom notices have already been issued to the Deputy Speaker. This is precisely what they were hoping for, some sort of interim relief, and if a stay is put on these disqualification proceedings, we are still waiting for the final order. The final order is not yet come in, but the Supreme Court made its intention very clear. They've said that the Deputy Speaker should not proceed with the disqualification proceedings at least until the next date of hearing, which is the 11th of July. So another roughly about 15 to 16 days more that the rebel MLAs will have to work out a strategy. They will not be disqualified until then, but we have to wait for the final order of the Supreme Court to see whether or not this makes it there, because the council who is representing the Deputy Speaker...
Let me get this right. You're talking to Chetty now. You're talking to Chetty now. Let me get this right. There is an interim relief that is come for the Shinde Sena camp on the back of this, because until 11th of July, none of those rebel MLAs will be disqualified, because the decision on the no confidence motion is supposed to be taken first. Have I got that right?
Absolutely, Chetty, you've got that absolutely right. But like I told you, there is a small rider because the arguments have not yet been completed and the final order has not been passed. But the Supreme Court's made it clear that they don't want these disqualification proceedings to continue until they decide on the no confidence motion and what the final decision in that is. The concern regarding the no confidence motion, Chetty, that the Supreme Court has is, can the Deputy Speaker even decide on a no confidence motion that has been passed against himself itself? Can he be a judge in his own case? Is the question that the Supreme Court's raising, which is why they have called for all the documents regarding this no confidence motion, which includes the letters that were sent by the rebel MLAs. And until a final decision is taken on that aspect, there is no question of conducting any further proceedings. But because Rajiv Dhawan's not given that assurance yet, it remains to be seen whether or not the Supreme Court's going to pass orders despite that, because sometimes the Supreme Court avoids putting things in orders and asks for an assurance from the council appearing before the court so that there is no prejudice against any one particular party. But in this case, since the council appearing for the Deputy Speaker is still not giving the assurance that he is not going to put a stay on the disqualification proceedings that are already continuing.
Nalini, you are the best person to explain this. Nalini, you are the best person. To the layman, this is too much of a legality. Can or cannot the Deputy Speaker decide against his own no confidence motion? What is, one, be the legal precedence in this regard, and what does the law say with this regard?
Well, Chetty, if we look at the larger perspective of things, one of the three principles of natural justice is that no man can be the judge in his own cause. So if this is an issue, anything to do with the Deputy Speaker, then the Deputy Speaker himself cannot be the one who is the deciding authority on that particular aspect. Now, because the subject of this no confidence motion is the Deputy Speaker, can he take an action? Can he take a decision as to whether or not he should be removed by himself? Is the question that the Supreme Court's asking. Abhishek Manu Singhvi stated this exact same principle of natural justice that I am stating before you before the Supreme Court, saying no man can be a judge in his own cause. That is why the Deputy Speaker himself cannot decide on the issue of the no confidence motion. Another very important point, though, that has come in, Chetty, is that Devda Kamath, who is representing the Maharashtra government, has put forth before the Supreme Court that there is no provision in the constitution that even talks about a no confidence motion against the speaker. A no confidence motion can only be moved either against the chief minister or against the government. The constitution only talks about the removal of a speaker. So where are we getting this no confidence motion against the speaker from is a question that Devdutt Kamath has raised. So as to whether or not this no confidence motion is valid in law, is even legally valid in law, the Supreme Court will decide now, likely on the 11th of July, once they have all the documents before them.
So now the ball shifts back to the Supreme Court to decide based on the arguments which have been made by the lawyers of both sides clearly, because they're both bringing in some solid legal arguments to the fore. And now, once these solid arguments are put forth, it is up to the Supreme Court to decide the interpretation of this law and pass that final order on this. So 11 July is when we would know where the Supreme Court really stands, isn't it?
Well, precisely. The hearing on 11 July is going to be extremely crucial, Chetty, not only because this matter is going to be taken up, and for the first time we are going to have on-record arguments that will be put forth by not only the Uddhav Thackeray faction, but also the Deputy Speaker himself. But another reason as to why this hearing is going to be important is because we'll have to see which bench the hearing on the 11th of July is listed before. Right now, Justices Suryakant and Justice J.B. Pardiwala are hearing this matter because there's a vacation bench of the Supreme Court that is functioning right now during the summer holidays, and they are the ones who are responsible for all the matters. But it might be listed before a completely different bench, because on 11th of July is when the Supreme Court's going to be reopening after the summer vacations. So the Supreme Court's going to be working with full gusto from the 11th of July after a long vacation, and that is the day when this matter is going to come up.
Our viewers are also very interested, Nalini, in breaking down this legal jargon. I'm coming back to Nalini in just about a bit, but I believe now Maushami has got some updates coming in right there. I want to throw straight across to Maushami. What do you have for us?
I think we should now wait for the final proceedings to get over.
So let's get the first reaction from Shiv Sena. We know of the fact that 3 days time has been given and various stakeholders have been told to answer on this entire petition.
So the proceedings are still going on, and it would be premature for me to take a call or comment on something like this. But Supreme Court is hearing all sides, and once that is over and done with, we'll be able to give you a better response to this. But Supreme Court feels that everybody should get a chance to answer, which they're doing.
Importantly, repeatedly this is being made, this argument is being made by the Shinde camp that the Deputy Speaker's position is untenable, and he himself is in the dock, so he had no locus standi to issue a disqualification.
No, he was not in the dock. He is the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly, and there was no such notice issued. And as far as motions are concerned, motions are accepted during the Assembly being in session. That is what Arunachal Pradesh court judgment will also tell you. The Supreme Court judgment on Arunachal Pradesh will tell you. But again, I wouldn't want to preempt anything without finally hearing what the Supreme Court is wanting the governments to do. What is it asking everyone else to do?
But we can see that the Supreme Court is entertaining the petition, though the court did ask that why didn't you go to the High Court, and Abhishek Manu Singhvi also said that why did the party, Shinde's party, did not go to the High Court, but now Supreme Court is hearing the entire petition.
So the question really arises, the MLAs who were elected from Maharashtra, the ones who are holding important positions in Maharashtra, why is it that they chose to go to the Supreme Court? Do they have no faith in the High Court of Maharashtra?
And what would you say that repeatedly this argument is also being given that 39 of us, we are being threatened of the threat factor has been incorporated in the petition, and that has also been said by the Shinde camp.
They have CRPF protection. They have the protection of the governor also making an appeal on their behalf. They have the Maharashtra police working 24/7 to safeguard their families and their properties, as well as we are ensuring to them that once they return to Mumbai, because that is where the flow test will happen, that all adequate measures will be taken. The only thing that they're fearing, and very honestly, is that they have spectacularly failed to gauge that this is legally untenable position that they have taken, and they all stand to be disqualified, and their constituencies will also not forgive them for having voted for them under the Shiv Sena symbol and having backstabbed the very leadership.
A notice also been issued to Mr. Ajay Chaudhary, who was appointed by the Uddhav Thackeray government as the Deputy Speaker. So, pardon me, as the CLP leader of the Shiv Sena.
No, again, I will repeat, we are on the right side of the law. And the law is supreme, and we will respond to as per whatever Supreme Court decides to do, asks us to do, and what should be rightfully done.
It's legal, Ajay Chaudhary's appointment, despite the fact that more than two-third majority.
Of course it's legal. Legislative party under the symbol of the bow and arrow belongs to the Shiv Sena under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray. There is no there's nothing wrong in what has happened. Chief whips have changed, CLPs have changed over the years. What their argument is, again, like I said, is legally not tenable.
Importantly, reporters from the court are saying that 11th July the matter is listed, and meanwhile, as an interim measure, the time granted by Deputy Speaker to petition or similarly or a similar matter of MLAs to submit response by 5 p.m. today is extended till 11th of July, 5:30 p.m. That really means. That means that if that is, our reporters have just flashed that the MLAs, the disqualification proceedings and the timeline, the deadline given will be extended till 11th of July. Is that a big jolt for the Shiv Sena MVA government?
Till I don't, again I repeat, till we do not see the entire proceedings and what is finally called, rather than going on the stories which are flashed. While we were sitting, Aaj Tak changed its statements thrice, so I wouldn't want to jump to any conclusion till we don't have a final outcome.
That is the matter, because we have this breaking that is coming up. Our reporter Anisha has said, and Mr. Dhawan has objected to that matter, says that since the Deputy Speaker has rejected the notice of motion because it is important that it is not authenticated, let them file a detailed reply, let the proceedings before the Speaker be completed. He is insisting that the proceedings today should be completed.
Again, I will wait for the final outcome, and what is
finally spoken about and what decisions are being taken. And again, since the matter is sub judice right now, it would be difficult for me to even react to something like that right now.
All right, so Priyanka Chaudhary, they're treading carefully. Priyanka Chaturvedi, they're, pardon me, treading very carefully. But importantly, she says that we are on the right footing. It is the rebel MLAs who have betrayed the party and the people, and they are answerable. And whatever replies need to be given will be given to the court.
All right, Maushami bringing us that exclusive update coming in from Priyanka Chaturvedi, who is a member of parliament and spokesperson of the Shiv Sena as well. Let's bring in Nalini Sharma now. She's our legal. Nalini, you've got us so many updates. This is a fast developing story and many updates coming at this point of time from the Supreme Court as well. Net, for the layman to understand, outside of the legal jargon, which you're fantastic with because you understand the law. Let's break this down for our viewers. What does this really mean? Does this mean that the Shinde camp gets advantage now because the disqualification has been put on hold until the next hearing, which is 11th of July? And why? Explain the legal lay of the land to a layman.
Well, Shruti, the big news coming in from the Supreme Court right now is that the Supreme Court has specifically extended the time for the rebel MLAs to respond to this disqualification notice till 5:30 p.m. on July 11th. In layman's terms, what that means is that status quo, at least on the aspect of disqualification proceedings, will continue till the 11th of July. No further proceedings can be conducted regarding the disqualification aspects of these 16 MLAs. After the Deputy Speaker refused to give his assurance as to whether or not these disqualification proceedings will continue, the Supreme Court has extended their time in the interim till 11th of July to respond to these disqualification notices, which doesn't although necessarily mean that there is an advantage that is given to them, but definitely means that there is no disadvantage for them, because this disqualification proceedings was the sword that was hanging over their heads for the past couple of days since the 25th of June, when the disqualification notice was issued to them. So now, because they know that the Deputy Speaker cannot proceed any further with the disqualification proceedings, at least till the 11th of July, there will be respite, there will be relief that they will be feeling at this point, and it also gives them time to plan out their further strategies as sitting members of the Legislative Assembly, because they cannot be disqualified. The question will now become, and this will only happen before the floor of the House, the question will now become who has the numbers, because the Supreme Court has specifically
of course, this story is all going to be boiling down to the numbers as well and the legality surrounding this particular story as well. Now, bring our viewers up to speed in terms of what the arguments were as far as Devdutt Kamath is concerned, who's representing the Uddhav Sena in court on the principles of natural justice vis-a-vis the no confidence motion which is being faced by the Deputy Speaker, for the layman to understand very clearly what is going on.
Well, Shruti, first quickly just look into what are the two main takeaways from the extremely long hearing that's happened today. Number one is that the Supreme Court has called for a comprehensive affidavit from the Deputy Speaker explaining on the basis of which the no confidence motion was rejected by him. The second most important takeaway is that the Supreme Court has stated that till the 11th of July, the rebel MLAs, the 16 MLAs against whom disqualification has been sought, they have time till the 11th of July to respond to this notice, which means that they are not bound by the deadline that was issued for 5:30 p.m. today and do not have to appear before the Speaker before that deadline. But some very important arguments, like you were asking about, have also been raised during the course of this entire hearing. The first and the foremost was the argument regarding the principle of natural justice, like you correctly pointed out, as to whether or not the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly can even be the one who can decide on this issue of no confidence motion. Because the no confidence motion has been passed against him only, can he be the judge in his own case, is the first question that has been put forth before the Supreme Court. The second question that has been put forth before the Supreme Court is that can a no confidence motion against the Speaker even exist?
Yes. So before the moving ahead with the disqualification of the 16 MLAs and the hearing on 11th of July, the first decision Nalini, and correct me if I'm wrong, is going to be first taken on the no confidence motion as far as the Deputy Speaker is concerned, and then they would proceed over the hearing of the matter of the disqualification of MLA. So is that the order that is going to be followed?
We are still waiting for the final order, Chaiti, but yes, you are precisely right. First, they are going to decide on the issue of no confidence motion. Let me explain to you why. Because even though there was an ambit of things that was challenged by the Shiv Sena, as well the Shinde Sena, I beg your pardon, as well as the MLA supporting them before the Supreme Court, their main crux of the argument...
Supreme Court has asked the Uddhav government to ensure the safety of MLAs. Big breaking news on your screens right now. Supreme Court has asked the Uddhav government to ensure the safety of MLAs. Supreme Court going on to ask Uddhav government to ensure safety of the MLAs. Breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court at this point of time. Taking this across to Nalini. Nalini, give us some perspective as far as Supreme Court asking the Uddhav government to ensure safety of their own MLAs is concerned. Are they speaking about the 11 MLAs in the Uddhav camp so that they cannot be further poached by the Shinde camp?
Chaiti, over here the Supreme Court's talking about the rebel MLAs who had originally approached the Supreme Court seeking protection, saying that there is a threat to their life. Okay. Because remember, just minutes before the hearing began in the Supreme Court, there was another application that was filed by the Shinde camp saying that the law and order situation in Maharashtra has gone out of control of the Mahavikas Aghadi government, which is why there was a genuine threat to their life. They had also used that reason to state as to why they had not approached the Bombay High Court with a legal remedy, because they said that the environment in Bombay is not conducive at this point. So the Supreme Court has said that the state must ensure that protection is granted to all of these MLAs. The state should take adequate steps to maintain law and order and protect life and liberty of these 39 MLAs.
This is of course coming on the back of Nalini. This is of course coming on the back. Just to give our viewers a little bit of background as well. You did have a little bit of vandalism, and you had the Shiv Senics who had taken to the streets of Mumbai as well, and there was a genuine threat to the families of these rebel MLAs who are at the moment in Guwahati, but their families are in Maharashtra right now, and hence the Supreme Court has asked the Uddhav government that there should be no further damage caused to their families at this point of time, and the police of Maharashtra falls under the Uddhav government, so make sure and ensure their families are all right. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. The Supreme Court's passed these very clear directions right now while passing the oral orders. Of course, this is also going to get translated into the written orders, but the Supreme Court's made it very clear that it is the responsibility of the state government to ensure that law and order is maintained in the state and the life and liberty of all its citizens, including these 39 MLAs that are now casting aspersions regarding the threat to their life, should be maintained. And that is precisely why the Supreme Court's gone ahead and made directions to the state to ensure that adequate protection and safety is granted to all of these MLAs, even if they come back to Mumbai. Remember, in their petition that they've stated, they've clearly said that one of the main reasons why they've not come back to Mumbai is because there is a genuine threat to their life and they fear that they might be harmed. They've also raised threats regarding their family members, which is why they had specifically moved the Supreme Court asking for protection to be granted to their family members who are still within Maharashtra. And the Supreme Court's gone ahead and granted that. They've clearly said that there should be no untoward incident in this entire matter, and it is the responsibility of the state to ensure that law and order is maintained in the state and all of these rebels' life as well as liberty is protected by the state.
So at this point of time, as far as the Shinde camp is concerned, it is status quo, and as far as the Uddhav camp is concerned, it's a fair amount of setback that is coming in.
Well, precisely because no further proceedings can be conducted till the 11th of July. Let me make it clear. Till the 11th of July, time has been granted to these rebel MLAs to now respond to the disqualification notice. The Supreme Court's not specifically stayed the disqualification proceedings, nor have they said that the disqualification proceedings cannot continue. They have simply extended the deadline till the 11th of July, which is when the next date of hearing is going to happen. But because by virtue of the fact that they've extended this deadline till the 11th of July, no further proceedings can happen till then, because only once a response is received from the rebel MLAs will the disqualification proceedings be allowed.
So that also effectively means,
July,
okay, so Nalini, that also effectively means that till this issue is decided upon by the Supreme Court, which is hearing the case at the moment, there can also not be any floor test whatsoever.
Well, not specifically on the issue of floor test, no, Chaiti, they have not specifically said that. They have only extended the time regarding the disqualification proceedings and the notice that was issued to the rebel MLAs by the Deputy Speaker in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, asking them to appear before them by 5:30 p.m. today. That is the only aspect on which the Supreme Court passed these interim orders and specifically gone ahead and extended the time for them to reply to this. As to whether or not a floor test will be conducted is completely dependent on the proceedings that happen before the Deputy Speaker. They will be the right authority to take a call on this, because no part of the petition filed by the Shinde faction specifically talks about whether or not a floor test in this entire matter should be conducted. They are simply stating that the Mahavikas Aghadi government does not have the majority in on their side, and plus the Deputy Speaker does not have the powers to conduct the proceedings that he is already conducting without first deciding on the no confidence motion.
Let me take this across to Anisha Mathur as well, who is our Chief Legal Eagle of India today. And Anisha, you've been there, you've witnessed these proceedings as well. Just for our viewers who have tuned in, get us the overall lay of the land and what this really means, leaving the legal jargon aside, given the fact that our viewers would get a better understanding where the Shinde camp stands and where the Uddhav camp stands. Over to you, Anisha.
Well, there are three things that have come out from this particular hearing. For the last several minutes, this hearing lasted for a long time, but at the end of it, there are 3 points that have come out. One, it is a relief for the Shinde camp, as the court has said that the deadline that was given to them by the Deputy Speaker to respond to the disqualification notices by 5:30 p.m. today, that has been extended to the 11th of July. Please remember, this is not a stay or status quo order on the disqualification proceedings, because this is simply an extension of time, because there was a specific objection from the senior advocate appearing on behalf of the Deputy Speaker that you cannot hold the Speaker's proceedings in abeyance. And the fact that Rajiv Dhawan, who was a lawyer for the Speaker, he has also specifically said that since there is a question of the validity of the notice of motion to remove the Speaker, that issue is something that the rebel MLAs will also have to file a response. So court has said, given them time till 11th of July to file a response on the disqualification proceedings as well as on the validity of the notice of motion, because those proceedings are pending before the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker of the House. Second point that has come out is that the court has noted that the basic point that the Supreme Court will have to decide on is whether the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker at this moment actually has the authority at the moment to start these disqualification proceedings. That is the legal point on which the Supreme Court will have to conduct its proceedings. That if there is a valid notice to remove the Speaker, a valid notice of motion of no confidence, then does the Speaker have any authority